Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Muted. Good afternoon, good morning for some of you. Starting a little bit later today. Heads up, the audio is hard to hear in the beginning of the testimony from the defence. Thank you, Jacqueline. Hopefully we can boost that then. If not, I can't download it while it's live. Otherwise, I could have downloaded it and boosted it. We'll see what we can do. Good afternoon. Hi, Jennifer. Vixen, good to see you. We're starting a bit later today, but we still skipped through the breaks because we had things to do today. So I had to push the time back. Ooh, every time I sit down in front of this computer, it's hot. Hold on. I'm going to go and get that powder out of the cupboard and put it in a drink. The herbal adaptogen thing, and I will get the link to share it, although it's only, I think, available in the UK. But you can take it whether you're peri or whether you're post or peri. It's safe to take either way. So, because I got in touch with the company and they said, I said, look, what if you don't know? What if you're like, not, I know I'm not all the way through. So is it safe to take? And they said that you can take it wherever you are in your cycle for it. But I dropped off taking it and I've got it in the cupboard. I've got loads of it in the cupboard. So kick my ass. I'm going to do a BJ now. I need to have, I make spreadsheets and everything, like daily tick off lists, and I still don't do it. I hope you're well rested. I am well rested, Jacqueline. Thank you. But it's still, I feel like I need something, a refreshment. I don't know. I just feel I could need a good cleansing. Hey, beautiful disaster. I don't know if they sell in America, but they might sell something different. I'll have to check. I've been taking their vitamins and minerals for quite a while. They're not cheap though. But I mean, they're not really expensive, but they're not cheap. It depends. It's like they're not like cheap drugstore vitamins, but I guess you usually get what you pay for, don't you? Yeah, I think it's all that, Jacqueline. It's all I can't shake it off. I feel like I'm going to have to get on my rebounder as well, but I have to wait till it cools down because I'll get really hot. So let's start. Oh, it's Dr. Jennifer Tufts again. Now I'm on my headset. I'm on the PC with my headset that I can walk about. So I don't have to keep swapping headphones and disconnecting. So hopefully the connection will be better on the computer rather than It seems, I think what was happening is the dongle was either building up static or something in the laptop, and that's why it started to crackle. So hopefully it shouldn't crackle on the computer. If it starts to crackle, please let me know, and I'll have to switch it back over. It just makes it a bit easier for me, and I can get up and go and get a drink and stretch my legs and not have to keep swapping headphones and everything. Okay. At least we do get closed captions with this while it's live. You don't get that very often.
All right. Jurors enter.
I've got a sound booster on my PC, so that might boost it, but I can't. It doesn't always work.
I do. 2000.
Right, hold on, because I can't hear anything. Did you hear anything? Oh yeah, I meant to say. Oh, if we get time, Court TV. I didn't watch it yet. They've done Vinnie Politan's done like a video on is Patrick guilty or involved? Can you hear anything? Because I can't hear anything now. Why is there no sound?
Did your residency?
Correct.
And where was the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell me what is it exactly?
He like walks over to where there's no mic, then eventually they boost him.
Psychiatric resident or psychiatrist?
I can't hear anything now. Let me just check. Let me skip ahead.
For it.
Okay. You ever
I
heard
can't
of
hear
VAN?
anything now.
VAN? V as in Victor.
It's because I've set the headphones.
No, I haven't.
Let me just check. I need to check my settings. It's me, I think. I've got to have headphones and mic set to it. It's all right. I'm messing myself up. I don't need. Testing. Right now, I should better.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of
I can't hear
buspirone?
anything. Yeah, but I have my mic settings wrong.
You had with Lindsay during the thing, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this
I hear nothing.
case is very, very major to the outcome of your lawsuit. Is that right?
I can't hear nothing, ladies.
I don't
Why can't I hear
actually
anything?
know that.
So you understand that if in fact it's determined that you advertise as an expert in
We hear you,
postpartum
and hear you. Just can't
and
hear it.
in
You can't hear it. No, I can't. I can't hear nothing.
and you've had a month experience.
And the cross-examination by the defendant will begin. All right, and
We
so
get to the beginning. Just checking my sound settings on the PC. Sound.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
All right. Mr. Reddington?
Put it turn right up.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Do you have your record in front of you, your notes? Or
I do.
and you can look at that anytime you want, just refresh your memory. What's going on with you.
Thank you.
Dr. Tufts, you are presently a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me where you went to med school?
University of Vermont.
And what were the years you were at University of Vermont?
2014 to 2018.
Beautiful country up there, great place to visit, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
And when you graduated from med school, you then did your residency?
Correct.
And where was the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell me, what is it exactly that you do as a psychiatric?
I'm going to have to swap
resident,
over.
a psychiatrist
I can't hear
resident? What do you
anything. Don't know why it's not
We do
picking up sound.
a lot of different things. You rotate in all the different aspects
Check
of
StreamYard
psychiatry,
settings.
as well as internal medicine, so that you have a foundational knowledge.
If not, I'll just have to swap back over to the normal, and I'll have to put the other headphones on my
I followed
phone.
many of my own patients. I was the only person in the room with them,
That's weird.
and my notes
Worked
were
before.
signed off by an attending physician, and that attending was available for any support it needed.
So in August of 22, when you started working at Astor, you actually filled out a form for your advertising. Is that correct?
Yeah, everything's set to that.
I believe that was handled by other people at the practice.
And who would that be?
Well, we have non-clinical staff that handle the administrative matters.
Okay, but you're a doctor and you're out there to the public. You're advertising yourself and your services to the public. Is that fair?
I believe yes. I'm not directing the marketing of our office, but yes.
Okay, never mind your office. I'm talking about you. You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't.
I can hear it now. Right, hold on. I hit the reset on the whole system and it's picked it up now. I think I can hear it. Hold on. Sorry about this, ladies. Talk about slow start. Whoa. Now I can hear it. Jeez. Yeah, I got everything set right, but I just refreshed him, said reset, and it reset and worked. So whatever. That's weird. Now it's loud. But remind me about if I don't remember or it slips my mind, I'll write it down in a minute. Billy Politan. I want to watch that with you.
Number of witnesses. I'm not quite sure how long it may go.
Right, let's start again, shall we? Doing a BJ on you.
All right.
No, that is loud.
Jurors entering.
Hey, Grandma CC. Yeah, let me get that Vinipolitan thing up while I'm... Oh, that's loud now. Ooh.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. But, state the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus LINDSAY CLANCY. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice, cool weekend as best you could, and were able to kind of recharge the batteries a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the case. So first, let me ask the questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Next, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. Thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, we've got a number of witnesses. I'm not quite sure how long it may go. So we may break a little bit early today, just kind of depending on the way the case comes in. And then in regards to where we are right now, we're going to, if you remember, when we broke on Friday, there was a witness at Dr. Tufts. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination. We're now going to have that witness return to the stand, and the cross-examination by the defendant will begin. All right, and so with that, if we could recall that witness.
One of your songs read the testimony of the you should get to collect the insurance and have now claimed in the Commonwealth of the tax budget. Thank you. You can have a seat.
Just watch yourself, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
All right. Ms. Reddington?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Do you have your record in front of you, your notes?
I do.
And you can look at that anytime you want, just to refresh your memory.
Can you hear him? I can hear him all right. Can you hear him all right?
Dr. Tufts, you are presently a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me where you went to med school?
University of Vermont.
And what were the years that you were at University of Vermont?
2014 to 2018.
Beautiful country up there, great place to visit, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
And when you graduated from med school, you then did your residency?
Correct.
And where was
So it's very loud to you, is it? Because for me, it's really loud. He's loud, but I'm good. See if I can boost it. I don't know if this booster will work. Oh, we don't need that one either, do we? Don't need the chat on. See if this does anything.
the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell
That's
me,
boosted her.
what is it exactly that you do as a psychiatric
Did that go any louder?
resident or a psychiatrist resident? What do you do?
You do a lot of different things. You rotate in all the different aspects of psychiatry, as well as internal medicine, so that you have a foundational knowledge of broad medical topics. You admit patients into the inpatient hospital.
There's no captions coming up either. Did it boost it? Because when I boosted it, it got really loud, even louder for me on my headset. Not really, but I can deal with it, yeah. Okay, there's nothing I can do then. And until it was the whole stream ends, then you can boost it, but then we'd have to wait till the end of it.
You
captions
manage emergencies in the hospital and in the emergency room,
Basically
decide
boost-
whether patients need to be
Yeah, so it's boosted her, but not him. Well, it.
admitted psychiatrically or not, and also carry a panel of outpatients.
And is this a hospital that you're working in, or is it Boston University? Is it a medical center?
So yes, it's the Boston University program located at the hospital, Boston Medical Center, with also a lot of time spent at the various Boston VA locations.
And what were the years, I'm sorry, that you did your residency?
2018 to 2022.
So you basically were working as either a person studying to be a doctor, graduating, and then becoming a resident
Okay,
for
Jacqueline.
the entire pandemic.
For the first part of the pandemic, yes.
The pandemic ended when Joe Biden said it ended. I think it was July of 2022, right?
I'm not sure exactly when he said that.
Would you agree with me that when the pandemic started, around 2019, when you began your residency, 2020, 21, into 22, it was a large portion, if you will, of the pandemic timeframe.
Yes.
All right. And we all had to walk around with masks and have no contact with people and make sure you have 6-foot radius before you touch anybody, all of that, right?
Yes.
How did that impact your residency?
Well, I still went into the hospital most of the time, wearing the proper protective equipment, but I absolutely still provided the necessary medical care that was needed. And some of the outpatient experiences were done via telemedicine.
Telemedicine?
Yes,
That's like a television screen. Like a Zoom or something?
it's Zoom or something similar.
Did you touch people, shake their hand, give them a hug, anything like that while you were working in your residency during the pandemic?
Sometimes, not, I think everybody had to keep their distance at certain times. I began my program before the pandemic. So, of course, there was a lot more handshaking and things like that then.
You can't really keep your distance, though, when you're working as a labor and delivery nurse with a woman who's having a baby directly in front of you.
I imagine not.
So, when you finished, do you graduate from a residency, or is it like you get a certificate or something?
Yes, there is a certificate for completing it.
And then, at that point, you are now a licensed doctor. Is that how it works?
Well, you're actually a licensed doctor the entire time that you're in residency. But upon the completion of that, you can obtain a full, unrestricted Massachusetts license and also become board certified.
And the board certification, for example, you have a board certification in general psychiatry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you got that certification?
When was it?
Yes.
It was September 12th, 2022.
When was it that you actually started working as a physician, as a psychiatrist?
I started working as a physician and as a psychiatrist during the residency training program, but I started practicing completely independently at Astor Mental Health in August of 2022.
August of 2022.
Yes.
Now, prior to working with or at Astor, is that ASTOR or ER?
ASTER, like the flower.
And what is Astor? What is it, like a group of doctors? Is it a medical center? What is it?
It is a outpatient practice that is owned by a psychiatrist. It has a number of psychiatrists as well as therapists.
And where is it located? Is it a brick and mortar type place where you have offices?
Yes, the original offices were in Braintree, Massachusetts, and now there's an office in Peabody as well.
Your office, where do you work?
So at the time I saw the patient, I was working in the Braintree office. I currently work in Peabody.
I'm sorry.
Currently in Peabody, Massachusetts.
So when you start working at Astor, obviously like anybody else, you submit a resume, an application, you perhaps even hired, right?
It's a fairly lengthy process and a number of interviews with different staff at the practice, and some recommendations, letters of reference, verification of credentials, all of that. But yes, it can be comparable to another profession in that process.
Now, in August of 22, when you, congratulations, obviously you were hired by Astor, how many women had you treated in your residency that were postpartum?
With postpartum depression? Or just in the postpartum period?
How many women that were in the postpartum period did you treat prior to August of 22?
Many. It's hard to give an exact number, but I did have specific training in that population.
In that population. And where did you have the training in that population?
At Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell us in that 2-year period approximately how many that were in the postpartum period that you treated as a resident?
Okay, so it's really hard to give an exact number, but if I had to say, at least 50.
So in the 2-year period, you treated 50 people in the residency that had postpartum. And can you tell me, what is postpartum? What is that?
Well, I just want to address that it was a 4-year period, not a 2-year period.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So
And sorry, what was your question?
Hold on. You saw 50 people in a 4-year period that had postpartum. In other words, they had them after having a baby, right?
Possibly, yeah, more or less. I saw a number of other patients. I saw much more than 50, but yes.
So after you had your residency and after you were hired by Astor, is that when you began in August of 22 your practice as a practicing psychiatrist?
Yes.
And when was it that you actually got your DEA license that authorizes you to prescribe medication to citizens?
So during residency, I had a DEA license, but it was affiliated with the with Boston Medical Center. And then when I started at Astor, I had my own DEA number. I don't know exactly when, maybe sometime around August.
So August of 22, you start working at Astor. August of 22, you got your DEA license individually that authorized you to prescribe medication, correct?
Yes.
And it was when that you saw Lindsay Clancy?
I believe our first visit was September 15th,
Of
2022.
So you were practicing as a psychiatrist for a little more than a month.
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month, but the training is just immense that goes on before that.
Absolutely, it must be. But that's a residency that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you know, in a residency, I mean, all I know is Grey's Anatomy, but I mean, working under a doctor, the doctors are supervising you and they tell you what to do and then you report to them, correct?
They don't really tell you what to do. They're there as a resource if you need additional support. But I followed many of my own patients. I was the only person in the room with them. And, my notes were signed off by an attending physician, and that attending was available for any support I needed.
So in August of 22, when you started working at Astor, you actually filled out a form for your advertising. Is that correct?
I believe that was handled by other people at the practice.
And who would that be?
Well, we have non-clinical staff that handle the administrative matters.
Okay, but you're a doctor and you're out there to the public. You're advertising yourself and your services to the public. Is that fair?
I believe yes. I'm not directing the marketing of our office, but yes.
Okay, never mind your office. I'm talking about you. You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't think there was an ad. I think we have a website that had some information about myself.
Oh. Now, in August of 22, up until when you saw Lindsay, how many patients in that month or so had you treated for postpartum psychosis?
How many patients in a month up until that month?
I'm asking you about when you started working in August of 22 for Astor, and you are now on your own as an employee. How many patients had you treated before you saw Lindsay Clancy for postpartum psychosis?
Well, in the span of 1 month, I would say none because it's a very rare disorder.
Okay. But it exists, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things would be the voices that people hear, right?
That is a symptom of psychosis. Absolutely.
And that's legitimate, isn't it?
It is a legitimate diagnosis. Absolutely.
It's not the diagnosis. People that have postpartum psychosis hear voices, do they not?
Many do. The disorder can manifest differently in different people, but yes, many people do hear voices.
How about postpartum depression? How many people in that month or so before you met Lindsay did you treat for postpartum depression?
In the span of 1 month, it's really hard to pinpoint that. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a couple? And do you recall how long you treated them for?
Again, it's hard to really pin down the individuals in a short span of time.
Can you tell the jury what you put in your ad or in the Aster website that you indicated that described you?
I don't recall.
Well, one of the things you did is that you said that you basically were a specialist in postpartum, people that have postpartum psychiatry. You indicated that on the website, didn't you?
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly the wording.
You've been working now for how many years now? 3 since you saw Lindsay? Or more?
Almost 4, yes.
You haven't changed your ad on the website, have you?
I have not personally, no.
And you've read it probably a bunch of times, right?
I've read it a couple times, but I don't spend a lot of time on my website.
Okay. Do you recall that you indicated that you were specializing in any particular aspect
So
of psychiatry?
yes, it probably includes a special interest in women's health, in perinatal psychiatry, in trauma-related disorders, anxiety, and there may be some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah, like women that have babies and they're suffering from postpartum depression. Right?
Absolutely.
You advertised that after a month in working for Aster, right?
That's listed as one of my interests, definitely.
And again, forgive me, how many women did you treat for postpartum depression in that month and a half before you met Lindsay?
I don't know, maybe a couple. But I've treated many of them in the residency, which was just immediately before.
So when a person needs to see a psychiatrist, generally they're not well. Is that fair?
Some are not well. It really can vary.
So when someone comes to see a psychiatrist like you, it's because they need help, right?
Yes.
And when they come to you because they need help, for example, with Lindsay CLANCY, she came to you because of your ad, right? Or your website for Aster, what you said about yourself.
I don't know exactly how she found us.
Well, do you know why she came to see you?
I'm not sure exactly.
Friday, we spent a long period of time going through your initial,
She's not sure.
intake.
She's not sure why she came to her in the first place. That's not a good sign, is it? I mean, it might be because she's just in court, but I look at her and I just see dead eyes. I don't even feel like she's someone that I feel drawn to.
That she had to fill up. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes, we did.
And the district attorney kept asking you. and this
For a
is-
young woman in her, mid-30s, she looks very, but then she's getting sued as well. She looks very stressed.
In September, is it September 12th? Is that when that form was filled out?
I believe she completed the form on the 12th. The appointment was on the 15th.
So what does a person do? Do they call you or do they talk to somebody in administration? How do you get the form to fill out?
Yes, our administration handles that.
And what do they do? How does that happen?
They send them the documents, probably by email, and the patient fills them out. It might be all within the portal that we use,
Within the portal?
the patient portal, yes.
Okay, and that means that you go online and you can access Astor Mental Health, and then all these little drop-down boxes would come up?
Something like that.
Are you aware, is it something like that, or are you aware of what it does?
So because I don't handle the scheduling and the sending of forms, I don't know exactly what it looks like.
Well, this is the form that you're giving a person that needs help because they're possibly mentally ill, is that right?
Yes, and what's important is that I review the forms and we go through them in the appointment. Absolutely, yes.
Now, understand that your records, Exhibit 219, I believe, the jury will have access to the Tufts records, okay? You're aware of that, right? You know it's an exhibit,
Yes,
because you have talked to the prosecution about what an exhibit is, and you know that your records are now in evidence before this jury, right?
if that's what you say, yes.
I wouldn't take what I said.
Well, I
If you
don't
know,
really,
that's fine.
I don't know the details of how this works, but
Have you talked to them prior to your testimony?
no,
You haven't talked to the DA's office?
no, not at all.
You're a defendant in a very large lawsuit, are you not?
Yes,
You wouldn't happen to be represented by an attorney, would you?
I am.
And the fact that you had an attorney, it's your right under the Constitution. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this case is very, very major to the outcome of your lawsuit. Is that right? Okay.
I don't actually know that.
So you understand that if in fact it's determined that you advertised as an expert in postpartum and in postpartum psychiatry, and you've had a month experience plus a residency, would you consider that to be negligent or misrepresentation?
I do not believe that I have been negligent.
Do you understand what misrepresentation means?
Yes.
With a month under your belt plus your residency, do you really want this jury to believe that you were an expert? Can you advertise that?
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
You were what?
No, go ahead. Good, answer.
I just think the wording was that it's an interest of mine. I don't believe I called myself an expert.
Are you an expert in postpartum?
I may be. I don't know. I think it depends on what you define an expert as.
I may be. I bet he's got a screenshot of her or a copy of what it said on a website or whatever.
Well, when a patient comes to you and they fill out the form, you agree with me that your records reflect that form that she filled out on
Are you
September
serious, Casey?
12th,
Are you serious? You've met this lady?
2022, right?
Yes.
And the form that the district attorney went through painstakingly with you is basically, it looks something like this, right? That's one of the forms that you have people fill out, right? Right?
Yes.
You see the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark in there?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages yet, how many pages does a patient, or how many pages did Lindsay go through to check the boxes for Astor?
There were a lot of pages.
What's a lot, 10, 20?
Yeah, maybe between 10 and 20.
Okay. And basically, they're all little checks in boxes, correct?
Not just checks.
No? So does the person then answer questions by typing in an answer such as, do you have any pending legal problems? No. Have you ever been arrested? No. Things of that nature, right?
Those are some of the questions.
And the questions also, do they ask the patient what medications they were on
Yes.
before seeing you?
Yes.
And Lindsay told you that she was on SSRIs in the past, right?
Yes.
And SSRI means what?
A selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
And that's pretty powerful stuff.
It's an effective treatment for depression and anxiety.
Well, it affects the serotonin levels in the brain, doesn't it?
Yes.
It rewires the brain, doesn't it?
It doesn't rewire the brain. It increases the serotonin, and many individuals with depression have low levels of serotonin.
So Lindsay told you that she had been prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing.
Casey, so did you honestly get treated by this lady? There's a banner going across the top. It's the Lindsay Clancy trial, and she basically is on trial. She they're not denying she murdered her 3 children while her husband was out getting takeout and medicine, but she tried to kill herself allegedly afterwards, and they're deciding whether she was criminally responsible for the actions, or was she in psychosis at the time. So the trial is to decide, was she in psychosis or not, basically. And then obviously the judge would give a sentence depending on the jury's decisions. That's a brief synopsis in a few minutes.
Yes.
What was the SSRI?
Prozac.
And this is Dr. Tufts, Jennifer Tufts, who's getting sued by Lindsay Clancy and her ex-husband, Patrick Clancy. They're both separately suing her for malpractice.
And how long was she on the Prozac?
That's a quick
I'm not sure.
synopsis for you.
Never asked.
I probably asked.
Probably asked. Isn't it true? Don't you
Hey,
guys
Tammy.
have a saying that if it's not written, it didn't happen? You take copious notes, do you not?
It's impossible to write down every single thing that's said, so I write down what is clinically relevant, clinically necessary, but there's a lot that is discussed over an hour that is not able to be written down.
Such as the fact that a person was on an SSRI when they were in nursing school was not an important fact to find out.
Oh, no, that's important. Sorry.
No problem. I'm not doing, the Sophie Cunningham act. I'm just asking a question. That's all. And you can answer it, okay? How about if she had a reaction to Prozac?
I asked her about the Prozac.
Is that written in your notes?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that she took it for a period of time. She didn't mention any side effects.
Oh, she didn't tell you that she had side effects. I see. So when a patient comes to see you with a month under your belt and they're sick and they're looking for help, you wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was and was able to provide that for me.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes,
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you, wasn't she, in answering these questions, right?
I believe that she was.
We all spent some time talking about the fact that she declared that she had consumed alcohol, that she felt guilty about it. You recall that on Friday? We dwelled on that for a while, didn't we?
Yes, that was a component, yes.
I mean, that's something that's important, right?
Yes,
What was her drink of choice?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask her?
I'm not sure. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use
Well, the DA
was.
certainly was Friday, right?
Right, it is, Doctor, wait for the question, all right? And then same thing, I'll have counsel wait until you finish your answer, all right? Go ahead, Ms. Reddington.
So is it important, doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes,
And you knew that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
yes,
You knew that she graduated obviously from college, right?
yes.
Is she a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall
Did you
that
ask her?
specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you knew that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct?
He
Or did you?
Sorry?
Or did you?
He attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
Ah. And did you say, hi, how are you? Give him a handshake when we came to your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from September till January? 14 appointments?
Yes.
Every single one of them were by telemedicine, weren't they?
Yes.
Until you came in this courtroom Friday, you never saw this woman in person, did you?
Correct.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but that's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
I imagine. Now, I'm looking at you, and you've got the witness stand cutting you off in half, right? So I can't see from your waist down, your legs, your feet, your hands, anything. That's the same view that you have on the telemedicine, right?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you've studied and that you've learned that there are objective manifestations that patients may have that would be a tell, like if you're playing poker, you have a tell, that would be an indicia of the fact that they're stressed or emotionally disturbed, right?
Yes.
Like hand wringing, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see the hands wringing when you were on telemedicine?
I don't recall seeing her hands.
Recall, you know how people sit there and they do this with their leg and the leg bounces because they're going through some type of emotional stress? You couldn't even see her legs, could you?
I couldn't see her legs, but I knew that she was under stress.
So when she came to you, September 15th, I believe, is the first time that you all actually discussed her condition, correct?
Yes.
And looking at medical records, which the jury will be able to look at, it says visit date September 15th, 2022, and you can look along with me if you wish. Indicates why she came to see you, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she come to see you? According to, not guessing and speculating, never mind the TV, you just look at your notes. Tell me what brought Lindsay Clancy to your office.
Postpartum anxiety.
Is that it? Is that what you noted in the records?
Well, those were her words when asked, what are the problems for which you are seeking help?
I see. Postpartum anxiety. Now, as a psychiatrist, meeting with this young woman after a month or so of working as a psychiatrist for Astor, there are tests that you administer to a woman who's in postpartum to find out what type of anxiety they have, right?
Well, there are some screening tests, but the most important thing is what the patient tells you and what my assessment is in the session.
I see. And that would carry through the Tufts evaluations for all 14 of those meetings, is what the patient tells you, right?
Okay, I just have to pause quickly. So if I'm remembering correctly, when the doctors have been asked, what did she come to you for? So she said postpartum anxiety. One of the other doctors said she couldn't sleep. So it was like this, I can't remember whether it was, there's been 3 different versions. So there's been sleep, anxiety, postpartum, and there was another one. I should have written this down. Was it just general anxiety? Going back to work? I mean, don't get me wrong, she could have had all of them, but they're all giving different reasons why they're treating her. Yeah, endless blooms. I guess in America, I mean, in the UK they do, but America, I guess it's bigger. They push meds, and if one doesn't work, they raise the dose or change the med, and only one thing. See, I've had doctors say to when I was diagnosed, I was actually diagnosed twice, but in 2 different places. One was early 2000, the second was 2007 for PTSD. And but if you ask them, can you help me find a cure or a trauma therapy? They don't know what to say to you. I like to work, if I can, on more holistic or EFT helps. I'm not saying this is diagnosis or anything or treatment. EFT helps. I've had some trauma therapy that I paid for privately, and that did more for me than anything I've ever tried. That was very niche, and it was no drugs involved, no medication, and it was one-on-one. Depression, maybe she said, or anxiety about going to work. Yes, we've had sleep. Now she's saying postpartum anxiety. I just love to hear from people if they've got things that they do or use for PTSD or CPTSD. I'd love to hear from you, because when I asked my GP, my general practitioner, when I last spoke to them, like, can you recommend anything? They couldn't recommend anything. But that was just my general doctor.
Yes, and what I observed from the session
Through the television.
through the computer.
Same here.
What, if you can
Endless
tell me,
blooms.
is the
I'm
Edinburgh
with you there.
test?
It is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PPD?
I wouldn't say it's a major
It's
test.
a pretty big one, though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
So what?
Commonly used.
All right, so when you used it on Lindsay, when was that administered to her?
I did not use it on Lindsay.
Why?
We used the PHQ-9, which is
PHQ-9.
it's a depression screening form.
That's like generalized anxiety disorder, general depression. It's got nothing to do with a woman suffering from postpartum depression, does it?
I disagree.
Well, do you agree that people perhaps that may know a little more than you determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman?
To state as a form.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me how it's graded?
No, I cannot.
There are 30 questions in it, are there not?
I don't use this scale, so I don't know how many questions there are.
So the Edinburgh scale, do you even know that the cutoff for someone that is depressed in their condition of postpartum would be 15? Anything over that, they're in severe depression.
Okay.
You know that her first Edinburgh test that was administered to her put her at a 23
Objection. No rule.
severe depression.
I was not aware of this test. I was not aware that this had been administered to her.
Well, you know that except for the Prozac that she had when she was a nurse, what, 23 years old, she hadn't, other than seeing her own doctor for having the baby, she hadn't seen any doctors. You knew that, right?
I didn't know exactly which doctor she sees. I think we ask about your primary care doctor, but she did not report any other medical issues that she was under treatment for.
So is it important for Dr. Jennifer Tufts to know whether or not a patient who is coming to you for help has a prior medical history other than what they might tell you?
Well, when patients are able to advocate for themselves and share their medical history, we rely on what they tell us.
Was she able to advocate for herself, in your opinion, when she came to see you, when you evaluated her in September?
Absolutely.
How about October?
Yes.
How about November?
Yes.
How about December?
Yes.
And your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating, was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So
No, so. You used the word deteriorating on Friday, did you not?
she was a little bit worse at certain appointments, and the deteriorating word, which is not my word choice, is what is in the note because I had to select that.
Because why? You have some kind of a program that you have to check the box and you have to bring down the drop box. You can't take a pen and write something down about a patient.
There are certain parts of the note where I can write whatever I feel is necessary, but that specific aspect of the note is a button where you have to click one of three choices.
So when the jury's going through your medical records, one of the things that they're going to see is that when you meet with the patient, you have a form that you fill out where it says, if you feel like you're going to harm yourself or somebody else, make sure you go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
If you have any urges to harm yourself or others, go to the nearest emergency room. That's in every single time that you meet with a patient, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that if there's any, call the suicide prevention and crisis hotline. If you feel that you're in crisis, you may text home to a particular number anytime. What's a suicide hotline?
It's a phone number that patients in crisis can call and speak to a trained counselor.
Now, a psychiatrist, you'd agree with me, is not a counselor, that's for sure, right?
Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
Like
but
what?
we did
Like what?
providing emotional support, listening to her.
Hold on, no, please.
Hold on, everybody. She can. You ask the question.
Uh-oh.
We'll let her finish, and then you can follow up with any questions you want. Go ahead, Doc.
Anything else you want to say?
So her sessions were largely focused on the medication management, but there was an aspect of therapy including those items.
Okay, and the sessions were for what, 17 minutes?
No.
How long were they?
25 to 30 minutes.
So 25 to 30 minutes on the television, and were you face the TV screen with her for the full 25 minutes?
Yes.
And that's not noted in your records. It says 17 minutes on all your records, doesn't it?
So if you look closely, it says the therapy component was for 17 minutes. It doesn't say the entire duration is 17 minutes.
So what do you do when you're trying to give therapy as a psychiatrist to a patient that came to see you? What do you do? What do you do for therapy?
It depends on the person.
Well, how about Lindsay Clancy? What did you do for therapy with her?
I listened to her. I listened to her concerns and provided support. I tried to provide her with hope that eventually things would improve.
So you listen to her, you listen to her concerns, and you'd agree with me that her concerns were, for example, that she actually was unable to sleep. It's one of her concerns, right?
She was having a lot of difficulty with sleep.
On the September 15th meeting, you indicate that her mood was okay, but her affect was anxious, and you called it incongruent. What does that mean?
So she said she was feeling okay. She appeared anxious, and she also stated that she was anxious.
So one of the things that you talked about Friday is when a patient presents with an incongruent something like that, I don't remember, appearance perhaps, that would mean that they're saying, I'm okay, but they don't look like they're okay, right?
Well, it could. I don't think her affect and her mood were really that incongruent at that time. I think that she didn't appear terribly depressed. I didn't say she was terribly depressed in that initial visit, but she said she was anxious and she appeared anxious. That's pretty congruent.
Okay, so did you put in the report that she was congruent or incongruent?
So that is not an option for me to indicate in that section, but
So-
it was congruent.
You're like a robot, you can't take a pen and write something down, you have to do the drop box and the X's on the computer?
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up
Why,
there
you're a doctor, why are you limited?
because of the technology.
What technology? The fact that there's a form on a computer? You're trying to treat a human being who comes to you for help.
And that's what's most important. What's most important was the treatment, not what is checked off on a box.
Makes sense. So you were unable to make a note as to whether or not her affect and her mood appeared to be in conflict and that she would have been incongruent and that she had poor insight. You couldn't write that down. Is that right? Because the box doesn't let you.
Correct.
So basically, she's telling you that I'm okay. Well, actually, when she came, do you know that she never saw, other than when she was in nursing school, would it surprise you, a psychiatrist? And that was only for like a week when she got the Prozac in nursing school because she was afraid of public speaking. Did you know that?
I was aware that she did not have a significant past psychiatric history. I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were the first psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think it was.
And isn't that important for you as a doctor to take a history?
I did take a history.
So can you tell us? You're testifying here for the government. Tell us whether or not she had any past psychiatric history other than in nursing school for a week for the Prozac.
She did not report any other past psychiatric history other than the Prozac and Wellbutrin.
So when a patient comes to see you and you're treating to help that patient, if they don't report something to you, you don't know about it apparently, right?
Well, I think it depends. There are certainly things I can assess, but if it's related to their history, I do need them to tell me.
Well, you can't assess it unless you ask, right?
Unless I ask or they volunteer it or they
Of
fill
course,
it
we
out in
already
the
talked
forms.
about the volunteering. How about you as a doctor, when you're evaluating a patient coming to you for help, do you ask them questions?
Yes,
You didn't ask her prior history.
I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that her prior history was what we discussed about the Prozac in the nursing school.
So basically, other than hoping to give her hope, is what you said, for the therapy. How do you give someone hope for therapy, the other doctor?
Try to encourage them and.
What did you encourage her on September 15th?
Sorry?
What did you encourage her to give her hope on September 15th?
What did I encourage her?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly the words. It was
Did you write
almost
it
4
down in
years
your
ago.
records?
No, we don't write those, details of everything that
Well,
was
that's the
said.
therapy you're talking about, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you don't write down the therapy you give the patient in the records, right?
Well, I write something about it.
You write it
I
down,
mentioned
not
that.
excuse me.
Hold on.
Say yes
You
or
let
no.
her- Hold on, you gotta let her finish the question. If you listen to the question and answer just what they asked, okay? Go ahead. You could rephrase that question, Counsel.
No, there it is.
I mentioned that I provided supportive therapy.
What is supportive therapy?
It's listening to the patient's concerns and providing emotional support and validation.
So emotional support and validation all sounds good. Here's a young woman who was what, 20, 29, 30 years old, came to see you?
Yes.
And came to see you for help, right?
Yes.
Told you she couldn't sleep and she was anxious, correct?
Yes.
You know that she was postpartum, correct?
Yes.
You know that as a patient who was postpartum. By the way, what is your opinion of the period of postpartum wherein one could have postpartum depression or, more importantly, postpartum psychosis? What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
So she was well within that time frame, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to provide therapy by giving her hope. And how long do you figure did that take? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it was different in each session.
So the only thing that you diagnosed Lindsay with on September 15th was GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, correct?
It was generalized anxiety disorder as well as an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
And you prescribed medications to her, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you provided to her was the sertraline, right?
Yes.
And the sertraline would be Zola, right?
Yes.
Now, this is a little chart that shows the prescriptions that Lindsay was on. And you are the yellow columns. They're the tops. Okay? You can see that. Would you agree with me that on September 15th, you prescribed sertraline, Zoloft, 30 count on September 15th, 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
Have you ever read the website for sertraline?
The website for sertraline?
I mean, sertraline, Zoloft is a chemical that is marketed as a pharmaceutical, right?
Yes.
Right? It's a pill, right?
Yes.
And as we said, it's an SSRI pill, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that Zoloft is not indicated for generalized anxiety? Why'd you give her Zoloft?
It is a very effective medication for generalized anxiety disorder.
So you're familiar with the drug labeling for Zoloft, is that correct?
Generally.
Generally. Are you aware of what the manufacturer of Zoloft indicates it can be used for, to treat?
I'm aware that it's used to treat various forms of anxiety disorders as well as major depression.
So when Lindsay came to see you, you know that she had stopped breastfeeding her son, right?
Not at the time of the first appointment.
When did she stop breastfeeding? In October?
Something around then.
You know that she had little or no psychiatric history other than seeing you, correct?
And the Prozac, yes.
You know that, in fact, that she had stopped drinking whatever it was that she was drinking, because you never asked, right?
I was not concerned about her level of drinking.
Well, it's in your form, right?
That was at the intake, but
Did you know that she wasn't drinking when you were meeting with her, correct?
yeah, that's what she told me.
Okay, and you believe what she told you, right?
Yes,
So when she sees you, she's not on any psychiatric, anti-tropics, or whatever they're called, medications, correct? She wasn't on any medication.
correct.
And she had stopped drinking, anything, whatever it may have been, right?
I'm not sure when she completely stopped drinking, but yes.
You don't know when she started, when she stopped, what she drank, do you?
Well, I was not concerned that she was an alcoholic.
It's a yes or no. Did you have any idea? Because we spent a long time on Friday talking about her guilt and having, that she drank alcohol. You don't know what she drank, when she started, when she stopped, do you?
I know some details about her alcohol use, but it was overall minimal.
What were the details then? Tell me what the details were. There was that one little box that was checked off. What are the details with it?
That she drank 1 to 2 times a week, 1 to 2 servings 5 times a week.
And you don't know what it was? You have no idea, right?
I think she had mentioned at some point that it was calming. It was something that was
what? I'm
helpful.
sorry.
Calming.
Calming. Okay,
Calming.
so it was numbing. It was like trying to numb something, I guess, right?
That's one way of saying it.
I mean, I imagine you've treated veterans that have post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that many times when people have an anxiety disorder or PTSD, whatever the case may be, they try to numb their feelings? Is that fair?
Sometimes they do.
And sometimes they use alcohol, right?
Sometimes they do.
But we don't know what alcohol she didn't even know if it was a beer, do we?
I didn't think that was relevant for her.
So, with all of that, with that information, you then prescribed Zoloft to her, correct?
Yes.
You went over the side effects of Zoloft, sertraline, I imagine, with her, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that one of the known side effects is suicidal thoughts and actions and ideation?
Well, that's specifically in children, so I don't think I mentioned that because it wasn't relevant.
Not really. Suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation is a black box warning on Zoloft along with other SSRIs, right?
Under
Yes
age,
or no?
for children and adults younger than Lindsay.
Excuse me, Doctor, I apologize. Can you just listen to my question and answer it yes or no? Is there a black box warning on Zoloft?
Yes.
All right. And a black box warning is required or prescribed by what? The FDA?
Probably.
Probably. And it basically warns that, especially with young people or young adults, that it may cause suicidal or, God forbid, homicidal ideation. Yes?
Yes.
And you're aware that, in fact, the FDA has determined that that goes up possibly to a 23, 24, 25-year-old. You know that, right?
I think 24 is what they
Yeah,
said.
I'll give you 24. It's possible, is it not, that the SSRIs that get into a person's brain affect a person that's 3 or 4 years older than the FDA cutoff with suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation? It's possible?
There's a lot of development that happens in the brain between ages like up to 24 and closer to 30. The brain is fully matured at past age 24, and so it's less vulnerable than in a younger individual.
So with 24, you're suggesting as a cutoff, are you suggesting to the jury that a drug that increases the risk of suicide in a 24-year-old patient cannot increase the risk of suicide in a 29 or 30-year-old patient? Just a little bit.
I don't believe there's evidence that it causes that at all in individuals over 24.
So, as a psychiatrist who had the ability to issue these types of medications to patients and citizens, what research did you do on Zoloft and suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation?
I was taught extensively about SSRIs and suicidal ideation in my training.
Right?
In Vermont, in Boston, yes.
Okay, so in Vermont was when you get your medical degree, right?
Yes,
And in Boston would be when you were a resident, right?
yes,
And then you had board certification on general psychiatry, right?
yes.
You can have a certification on a subspecialty, right?
There are certain subspecialties, yes.
Right, and some of the subspecialties deal with postpartum or women that are pregnant and have babies and have psychiatric symptomology.
There's no board certification for perinatal or reproductive psychiatry.
Well, there are plenty of classes that are recognized as, for example, at Harvard Medical School, there's an annual class or symposium, if you will, for postpartum. Have you ever been to that?
No, sir.
What have you done to research or to improve your education? I understand you went to med school and you were a resident. What programs, continuing education, symposiums have you attended since you got the ability to prescribe these medicines to people?
I have not attended a symposium.
Have you attended anything?
I have not, but I have done a lot of reading on my own, of research and guidelines about this area in psychiatry.
Did you tell Lindsay when you were going, one of the things that you guys are always concerned about is what's called informed consent, right?
Yes,
And what is informed consent? What does that
it
mean? In a
means
medical sense, not just like out in the street or something.
explaining to a patient the risks and benefits of treatment and possible alternatives, and making sure that the patient understands what you're saying.
Now, when you were going over the symptomology or when you were going over the side effects of Zoloft, one of the side effects of Zoloft is, and I quote, severe trouble sleeping, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that?
Well, insomnia is listed as a side effect.
No. You already said yes, you know it. Did you tell her that Zoloft has a side effect of giving the patient severe trouble sleeping? That's all.
So I didn't use the word severe because it typically doesn't cause severe trouble sleeping, but I thought you were referring to when she told me that she did have severe trouble sleeping, and that
that's
was
what
true.
you told her, right? That she had severe trouble sleeping, right?
She told me, yes.
And you know that one of the side effects of Zoloft is, let's say, trouble sleeping. You know that, right?
Yes.
Your answer is yes. The jury has to be able to hear you.
Yes.
And why would you prescribe Zoloft to a young woman who's postpartum, who's coming to you with anxiety, who's telling you she can't sleep, she's got all of these symptoms, and you prescribe a medication that would have a side effect of trouble sleeping?
So individuals have very varied responses to medications. Some have no side effects, some have one or two. It's impossible to predict, but Zoloft is a top choice, a first-line medication for
Says
her.
who?
It was
Says who?
says it's the general consensus
Well, we know
among
about the lawsuits
psychiatrists.
against
Hold on,
Zoloft, right?
again, you can't have both of you talking at the same time. So let her finish her answer, and then I'll give you plenty of time to follow up any questions regarding her answer. So, you finish your answer on that?
There's extensive research supporting the use of sertraline in this instance, and the general consensus among psychiatrists is that it's a first-line safe medication for individuals, including postpartum women.
How about the kids that shoot other kids in high schools and the lawsuits that come out of that against Zoloft? You ever read about them?
Overruled.
Sorry?
You didn't hear me?
I wasn't sure what the question was.
Question was, in response to your observation about how all the psychiatrists and psychiatrists think it's a very, very safe, wonderful first-line drug, and you researched it. How about the kids that kill other kids in schools with the lawsuits that arise out of the use of SSRIs? Have you ever researched that?
I don't know much about that.
You know about the SSRIs and messing with someone's brain, they go out and they shoot people for no reason, right?
I'm not aware that that's linked to SSRIs.
So you didn't really talk to her about increased risk of suicide in 24-year-olds or down because she's 4 or 5 years older than that. You didn't talk to her about the trouble sleeping that can be a side effect. But you described there's other drugs that you could have given her that would be perfectly safe and calming and allow someone with no psychiatric history to sleep better, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you prescribed her with the Zoloft. It was 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And when you prescribed her with the Zoloft, 25 milligrams, was that increased up to 0.05 milligrams, or did you increase it at some point?
The instructions were to increase it to 50 after 1 week.
After 1 week.
Yes.
And you expected that she would listen to your instructions, right?
Yes.
And she did, right?
She waited about a month, but then yes, she did.
Why did she wait a month?
I think it took her some time to decide whether that was truly what she wanted to do.
Right, she was afraid of the drugs, wasn't she?
She was afraid of side effects.
And she didn't want to take the pills, did she?
She eventually did want to take the pills because she wanted to feel better.
A month later, right?
Yes.
So you prescribe the Zoloft, SSRI, and then you tell her after a week to increase it, and she doesn't take that medication for a month, correct?
Correct.
And then she did take the medication, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with her or talk to her before she actually started to implement that particular regimen?
I had met with her beforehand, but I was not aware of when she made the decision to go ahead and take it.
So you met her on the 15th of September, right?
Yes.
When was the next time you met her?
Can I check?
Sure, of course, absolutely. You can look anything you want.
September 28th.
And on September 28th, did you discuss with her the fact that she was afraid to take Zoloft?
Yes.
And did you recommend that she do that?
Well, she said that she was feeling better at that point and
It's
wasn't
a
sure.
real easy question. When you
Okay.
talked with her, did you recommend that she increase or take the Zoloft?
At that visit, I don't think that I did.
Okay, so when did she actually take the Zoloft?
She told me in her October 20th visit that she had taken it 1 week prior.
And she told you that when she increased it in accordance with your instructions, she went off the rails, right?
I don't think she used those words, but she had
What words did
side
she use
effects.
for you as her doctor?
She felt awful.
Awful. Why did she feel awful? Did she have a stomach ache? Did she have a headache? Why did she feel awful?
She did have some stomach aches. She had some diarrhea and had a difficult time eating. She also had increased anxiety. She had some more depressed feelings. She had more difficulty sleeping.
And what was your advice to her as her doctor on the 28th of October, after she told you about the effect the Zoloft had on her?
I told her to stop it, stop the medication.
Okay. Now, Zoloft being an SSRI, and a patient that is taking the Zoloft, from 0.05, we spent Friday afternoon going over the drugs, and 0.05 milligrams is the lowest dose and all that. That's the dose that is prescribed to people invariably, correct?
It goes up to 200, but that is a starting dose.
For pretty much all of you psychiatrists would agree with that, right? 0.05, right?
50.
50, okay. And you then told her to stop.
Yes.
What does it mean to titrate something?
To slowly increase the amount.
What do you tell patients when they run an SSRI as to weaning them off the SSRIs?
Depends what the dose is. If it's a high dose, you need to slowly decrease the dose, so kind of the opposite of titration. But if it's a low dose to begin with, you can stop it.
Are you supposed to tell a person that's on an SSRI to stop immediately or to slowly withdraw from it?
At 50 milligrams, it is perfectly fine to stop it immediately.
So you didn't have any concerns at all about telling her to immediately stop taking the Zoloft? And what did you do, put her on another drug?
Not immediately.
Okay. So did she relate to you on that October 28th meeting that you had? Was it the 28th or the 26th?
I met with her the 21st and then the 26th.
Okay. Now, on the 26th of October, what did she tell you her condition was?
So she was feeling back to how she was before the Zoloft, which is not great still, and that she was considering a new medication.
So she was considering it. Did she do research on medication as to what medication she wanted to take? Is that what you're telling this jury?
She didn't specify exactly what medication she wanted to take, but that she wanted to try something else because she was still having significant anxiety.
So when you say she wanted to try something else, I'm just asking, did you tell her what you recommended she try, or is that something that she decided she'd do on her own?
No, I gave her my recommendation.
Okay. The only reason why I ask that is that, you know, a lot of times people might think that she's a psychopharmacologist, that she's a heart surgeon, that she's a vascular surgeon, that she knows everything about medicine. That's not true, is it?
No.
Would you agree with me that prior to telling her to stop the Zoloft, that one of the concerns that you had is that Zoloft affects anxiety and affects sleep, and you hope that it treats the underlying anxiety by balancing brain chemistry and increasing serotonin, right?
Yes.
Is that fair? And you'd agree with me that it does, as a side effect, have an impact on a person's falling asleep or staying asleep. That's a common side effect, right?
It can happen. It doesn't happen to everyone, but it certainly happens to some. But it is temporary. That's the important distinction. Is that there are many side effects that disappear entirely, and then the medicine is quite helpful for those certain conditions.
So
Yes.
she had problems sleeping, didn't she?
Yes.
Even after the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
So you, not her, you recommended a particular drug that she should take, right?
Yes.
And again, as it relates to what one would expect a young woman who's a labor and delivery nurse to know about psychiatric medication. What is methadone? Do you know?
I'm sorry.
Methadone.
I'm not sure.
How about hermababate? B-A-T-E. H-E-R-M-A-B-A-T-E. How about that? You ever heard of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
That's what's used to administer to a woman who's going through birth. You don't have an obligation to know that, do you?
No.
You have an obligation to know about psychiatric medications, though, right?
Yes.
There's a difference between what's known as nescience, which is not knowing what you had no duty to know, and ignorance, which is you don't know what you should know. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, did you ever gauge Lindsay's knowledge or ability to judge what medication would be good for her?
So that was my role.
Right.
I didn't expect her to know significantly the details about different psychiatric medications.
Is it important to know that a woman that's coming to you because of postpartum issues, shall we say, had prior problems in prior deliveries?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're on the front line of healthcare for pregnant women when someone comes to see you, either pregnant or after having a baby, right?
They're usually referred by a therapist or an OB, but yes.
Okay. So being on the front line and dealing with these people, and you advertise that you deal with pregnant people before they have babies, right?
Yes.
If you're just coming in and you're new, there is a synopsis, just a quick synopsis running at the top of the stream on the banner.
And after, correct?
Yes.
Did she have any prior issues with her prior babies?
I knew that she had some anxiety symptoms with her prior, after her second child was born.
And that would be Dawson?
Yes.
And when she saw you after having Callan, how old was Dawson? Did you know?
A few years old, maybe 2 or 3.
Did she tell you what the side effects were after she had Dawson?
She did. I did not list them because,
Excuse me, that means you didn't write it down?
yes.
So what is it, a memory that we'll go by that, right?
Sorry?
We'll go by your memory?
Go by memory about what? I don't recall exactly which side effects she said, but I recall that they were some of the very common ones, the ones that are temporary.
Hold on. You're telling this jury that you don't recall what the side effects were that she told you, but your memory is that they were general, common? Is that what you said?
Yes, because if they were anything else, I would have documented it.
Well, how about
And
she took Zoloft?
No, Goose, the patient is in the court. She's on trial for murdering her 3 children, then trying to. That's not an alleged, that is fact. What she's on trial for is whether she was criminally responsible or was she in psychosis at the time. So she is a paraplegic now. She is from the sternum down, she is paralyzed. Hela Chingona.
Did she take Zoloft, SSRI, after having Dawson?
I think she took it for about a week.
You think? Or she did?
She did.
So isn't that something that would be indicative of the fact that there was some psychiatric issues after she had her second child?
Says here from the waist down. Some reports say the sternum, but the waist at least.
Yes, but she did not describe them as being severe.
Well, as a psychiatrist, can you ask her whether or not they're severe, or you just wait for them to tell you?
Based on her description, they did not sound severe.
Tell me about bipolar. What's bipolar?
Bipolar is a mood disorder that has both depressive episodes as well as episodes of mania.
Is it your understanding that if a person has a difficult birth and in fact has some psychiatric attributes as a result of that difficult birth, that you should not prescribe SSRIs to that person? because they could be bipolar?
Having a difficult birth does not, it's not a contraindication to an SSRI.
So after she had her second child, she took Zoloft, and you did not detail any side effects, and you don't remember any side effects. Do you agree that Lindsay had, at this point, a history of mental problems during postpartum?
She had a history of anxiety postpartum.
Anxiety to the point that it was prescribed an SSRI?
Yes.
And she also had mental problems when she came to see you, right?
Yes.
So she had mental problems after she had the second child, mental problems after she had the third child, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this is not easy stuff for somebody to be talking about. People get embarrassed in our society if they had mental problems, don't they?
Some do.
She did, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
So, not documenting any of the side effects, did you think it would be important to document the side effects of the drug before you prescribed Zoloft a second time? She's telling you she had. You don't know, but she had side effects with Zoloft. Was it important for you to document the second time that you're giving her Zoloft?
I did not feel that it was necessary to document the specific side effects.
So if someone comes to you as a person who is in postpartum and is all the symptomology that she had related to you, that if she told you that she was on Zoloft after her second child and had side effects, you don't think it's important to document the side effects, number one, right?
It depends what the side effects are.
Which we don't know because you didn't write them down, you don't remember it.
I would have written them down if
No,
they
not
were.
what you would have done, what did you do?
No, go ahead.
I would have written them down if
What did you do?
I wrote that she had side effects.
What are they?
I'm not sure.
And then you prescribed Zoloft again, didn't you, in 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall in the period of September of 22, October of 22, into November of 22, that she used the
Yes, Ivan Moss, because they were changing one of her medications so she could breastfeed. They were reducing or putting on, I can't remember which one, a certain medication so she could breastfeed, which I wouldn't have thought you should be breastfeeding and taking any medication.
word overwhelmed? Told you that
Baby
she
gets
was
it then.
overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Sorry, which visit are we looking at?
Well, the period of time
This
is
woman's,
September, October, November.
this doctor is terrible. Look at her. Oh, I don't like her at all. Not just because she's on trial as a witness, but I don't
She
like
used
her.
the terminology that
Ugh.
she was overwhelmed.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were treating her, you didn't think that she was just merely overwhelmed with 3 children. You knew she was really struggling, didn't you?
I did.
And it was at that point that you just diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition and you prescribed psychiatric meds. Isn't that right?
I prescribed psychiatric medications. Yes.
So when you prescribed the Zoloft and told her to increase it, she told you that she was having all these difficulties. You told her to stop. Did you give her therapy when you saw her?
Yes.
What did you do?
I think that I
No,
provided
again, I
reassurance.
apologize, but not what you think. I want to know what you did. And that's why you write stuff down. So take your time and look at your notes. What did you do with this young woman for therapy?
On which day?
On what?
Which day are we talking about
When
specifically?
she came to you and told you that she was overwhelmed and you diagnosed her with a mental illness and prescribed psychiatric condition for psychiatric meds. What therapy did you give her? Because you told us that when you're on the television, you still give them therapy too, right?
I do.
What did you do?
Well, I'm having trouble identifying exactly when she said the words overwhelmed. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what I said in a span of, a number of different visits.
Did you indicate that there's information on the website that if a person has an emergency, that they should do something?
I did, and I advised her the same.
So basically, if one of your patients becomes suicidal, and on that note, did she tell you at that point, up to November of 22, that she was dwelling on suicidal thoughts?
It was a while before she mentioned anything about suicidal thoughts.
Tell us when.
I might need to look through the records
right
to see
ahead.
when she first did. December 1st.
So on December 1st, what did she tell you?
That she denied feeling suicidal, but that she was close to feeling suicidal.
It's kind of like being a fisherman out in the ocean who's worried about the possibility of a storm and is thinking about the storm and is dwelling on the storm, almost in fear of the storm, right?
Objection. No rule.
Isn't it?
I guess.
So when she tells you that she's, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did she say? She's having suicidal thoughts, or what did she say? How close to it?
She denied having suicidal thoughts, but felt that she was getting close to it.
Okay. So she was dwelling on it or thinking about it, right? Is that fair?
She was fearful of eventually having those kinds of thoughts.
To kill herself.
Yes.
And how frequently were the thoughts?
I'm not sure exactly how frequent they were.
Did you ask her?
It's
Sorry?
very likely that I did ask her the frequency.
Not being in medical records? I mean, you see some patients, you have some patients other than Lindsay Clancy at that point, right?
Yes.
Well, this isn't her lawyer. She's a witness. She's going to be sued by both Patrick and Lindsay. Then she will have her own lawyer, but she doesn't have a lawyer here. She's being cross-examined by the lawyer.
You document when a patient, my God, when a patient comes in and tells you that she's in postpartum distress and she's close to having suicide thoughts to kill herself, that's important, isn't it?
It's important that I am aware that she's having these thoughts,
What thoughts?
that she is fearful she could become suicidal.
And she told you, I imagine, or you asked, how frequently these thoughts were.
I don't have it documented how frequently they were, but that is a question that I usually ask when we're talking about suicidal
When we're
thoughts.
usually testifying in a murder case, we usually have facts that we can tell the jury, not speculation.
Objection. Yeah. Sustained.
Did she tell you when you asked about suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What did she tell you? If you don't know, tell us.
No, I know, sorry, but it's what I said before, that she denied having them and she wasn't having them, we were meeting, but she felt close to it, close to having those thoughts.
Okay. So would you agree with me that many times patients, especially psychiatric patients, may minimize their symptomology?
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman has just had a child and has other little kids at home, that they're worried about the government taking kids away from them because you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Objection. The overall.
You're a mandated reporter, right?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm close to it, homicidal, you'd report that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. I think it really depends on the context, but having suicidal thoughts alone is not a reportable condition.
All right, so basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Okay. So as a result of that, you then gave her therapy, I imagine, right? Through the television.
Yes,
And what therapy did you give her in November of 22?
I gave her supportive psychotherapy.
And what does that mean? It sounds great. What do you do?
It's listening to the patient and providing.
Sorry. Listening to the patient, like when they say they're having.
Hold on. Good. Sustain. Next question.
So,
She could finish the answer.
Right. Next question.
thank you, Dan. Listening to the patient, that would be when, for example, one of your patients tells you, after all the treatment that you had provided prior to that, all the symptomology that she had, insomnia, anxiety, and all of that she's close to having suicidal thoughts. That would, I imagine, impact on you.
Yes.
So what did you do with this psychotherapy?
So I provided emotional support and validation
What
and
does that mean? Validation?
encouragement.
What does that mean?
Something like, I understand this is a very difficult time. It really, it varies on the individual.
Sure. How about Lindsay?
I don't remember the exact therapeutic words that I used.
Okay. How long did you give the therapy? Validation and all that stuff.
I don't remember exactly the duration.
Be about 10 minutes.
Maybe
Through the television, right?
through the
So,
computer.
as we pointed out, you tell the people that come to see you, when I say you, I mean collectively Astor Medical, that you would expect that if a person is in crisis, as you guys say, or is suicidal, that they would have to go to a computer or their cell phone, right? They would have to punch in your office, right? Look up the number.
We advise them to call 911 or go to the emergency room as quickly as possible.
How about suicide hotlines? Do you give them advice to call them?
That's an option as well. Yes.
Sure. Did she call suicide hotlines?
I was not aware that she did.
Did you ever ask her?
I don't think I specifically asked that
How about not
question.
specifically? Did you ask her anything? Did you beat around the bush maybe? You ask her anything about suicide hotlines?
I don't think I asked her about suicide hotlines.
Would it surprise you to know that she called suicide hotline in that time frame, not once, but twice, and was turned away? You guys were in the front line of this, aren't you?
No.
It does surprise me. Yes.
It does what?
It surprises me that she called them twice.
And you never asked her if she had ever called the suicide hotline, did you?
I don't think that I did.
Well, I understand. You're a doctor. You're trying to do the right thing. You obviously, this is just horrible, isn't it?
Yes.
She continued on with her treatment with you, correct?
Yes.
What was the next medication that you put her on? Let's say we're up to, I guess would be the October 26th date. Is that right?
October 26th.
Is that when you prescribed Ativan?
I prescribed that on the 21st.
Sorry?
I prescribed the Ativan on the 21st.
All right. Did you prescribe anything on the October 26th appointment?
Yes,
And what was that?
buspirone.
Buspirone. And would you agree with me that, is that also Vanspar?
Buspar or buspirone are the common names for it.
Okay. You ever heard of Vanspar? V-A-N, V as in Victor, A-N-S-P-A-R? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of buspirone?
Every medication has side effects, but
Okay, so my question is pretty simple. Buspirone, you mentioned it. I'm asking, any side effects?
yes,
What are the side effects?
they could be tiredness or dizziness or rarely some upset stomach, but it's generally a very, very well tolerated mild medicine.
And do you recall, was she taking any other medication at that point, if you know?
Yeah, she was taking some of the Ativan.
Some Ativan, right? Did you prescribe that to her?
Yes,
When did you prescribe the Ativan to her?
the 21st.
And she was compliant with your recommendations, right?
Yes,
Was she also reporting to you that she was taking Benadryl, it's like over-the-counter stuff?
it was being used as needed. Yes,
So that's PRN on the records, PRN or whatever, you take it as required, right?
yes,
And she reported to you that she was taking Benadryl, right?
she reported that. Yes,
And you didn't document how much she was taking, right?
it's only available as one dose over the counter.
Okay. Did she re-up the dose over the counter? Do you know?
She didn't tell me that she did.
Did you ask her?
I don't remember asking her about if she increased it. I think she was just taking one of them.
You think? Did you know that Ativan and Benadryl are contraindicated, that they can have a serious impact to the central nervous system and depressant effects?
Yes, but can I explain that when they say depressant?
Excuse me. The answer is yes, right? Is the answer yes?
Yeah, if the answer is yeah, if that's the question, the Commonwealth may be able to ask you further questions if you'd
Okay.
like.
Well, I can't say yes to that entire statement.
All right. Next
Did
question.
you discuss anything about Benadryl combined with Ativan on October 26th?
I don't recall.
On October 26th, was she still worried about suicidal thoughts?
She denied that.
And on October 26th, how did she deny that? Do you have that noted in your record?
I do.
And what does it say?
Patient denies suicidal ideation.
Okay. So there's a huge difference between suicidal ideation and somebody having thoughts of suicide or being close to it, right?
Not exactly.
Well, you knew that the last time you spoke to the woman, she told you that she was close to having thoughts of killing herself, right?
Yes.
And you're her doctor, right?
Yes.
So what do? You just say, do you have, and check the box and say, do you have any suicidal ideation? And she says no, and you check the box?
No, it's not that simple.
Do you ask her, like, well, gee, the last time I spoke to you, you told me that you were close to having suicidal thoughts of killing yourself. Did you pursue that on the 26th of October?
Yes,
And what did she say?
that she wasn't.
Now, how long was that appointment, if you recall? Would you agree it was 17 minutes and then there was some therapy?
The entire appointment was something between 25 and 30 minutes.
And that was again through the television, right?
The computer, yes.
Computer. Did you also add a drug called hydroxyzine?
Yes.
When was that?
So that was the same visit as an alternative to the Benadryl.
Okay, so on October 26th, when she told you that she was taking over-the-counter Benadryl, I asked you what you prescribed to her, and you said Ativan, right? Right?
Yes.
And then I asked you about the contraindication of Ativan and Benadryl, right?
You asked me about that, yes.
And then you, on October 26th, started her on Buspar, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Buspar? Is that for anxiety?
Yes.
And what kind of drug is Buspar?
It doesn't really fall into a class, but it does act on serotonin.
So it's another, similar to an SSRI, right?
It's kind of like a more mild version of an SSRI.
Okay. So she's on Benadryl over the counter, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, Buspar, which is an SSRI, and then you prescribe hydroxyzine on the same day, right?
They weren't all to be taken at the same time.
What's hydroxyzine?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine.
Okay. Is that over the counter, or is that, can you just buy that over the counter, or do you have to go to the back where the pharmacist is?
You have to go to the pharmacist.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, she was taking the medications as she was required, right?
That's what I was told.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Did you, by her?
Yes.
And did you at any time tell her that she should keep a diary of her medications and keep a diary of any side effects that she has?
I didn't instruct her to do that.
You don't have to instruct somebody to do anything, but did you recommend it? Like say, hey, you're on all these meds. If you're having an effect, you should write it down. When, time, date, anything like that?
I didn't tell her to do that.
Would that be helpful?
Just going to pause quickly. I'm getting like key moments from today, and obviously we're behind in the trial, so we can skip all the breaks. Thank you too much, Kick. How do you pronounce your name? Ale Torner? Alette Werner? I agree. Poorly handled psychiatric case by a young psychiatrist. I don't know if we've got to this bit yet, but he tells her that this attorney, Reddington, revealed Clancy told her husband, Patrick, in mid-December she had thoughts of harming the kids. Tuff said if she'd known, she'd have contacted child services. I don't even know if she said this, but yeah, I don't remember hearing her say that. Welcome in, everybody. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe. I'm not going to say it very often, but you know what to do.
Maybe, but
You'll be here every day for the trial.
usually we go through all of that in the appointments, and we met very frequently.
Now, you'd agree with me that at this point, prior to the next appointment, which was November 2nd, she had gotten significantly worse, even after all this medication that you had been prescribed.
Oh, Valerie, I know. The 3 children are not here to live their life, are they? This is why it's so difficult. I'm finding it hard to have any empathy for her, which is... Well, he can't have done Crimson.
Prescribing, right?
The thing is, she had the online calls with her, these what do they call her? A telemedicine psychiatrist, so it was like through Zoom and whatever. So Patrick didn't get to speak to her really. I think he said in his yeah, I think they call it telemedicine.
Did you make a note that she was telling you that she had depression and that she was crying? had more anxiety, insomnia had increased, brain fog, and worrying about suicide.
In the couple weeks after starting those medicines, I don't recall that the symptoms were significantly exacerbated.
Okay. Friday afternoon, you answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay, what is brain fog?
It's a very subjective feeling that someone might have where maybe it's, hard to think of a word that you're trying to think of, or maybe it feels like, maybe you're thinking of things a little bit more slowly than you normally would.
And how often was she dwelling on suicide?
At what point?
At the point she told you that she had anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, crying inconsolably.
Objection, if we could have a date.
I think he's going to get to that. Good.
October 26th, heading into November 2nd. Do you recall, I'll rephrase it, do you recall going into the November month, meeting with her, and she told you that she had brain fog?
It was mentioned at some point. I
Okay.
don't see that on the 26th specifically.
All right, so let's talk about brain fog. Did you ask her what that meant? Because when you say subjective, that means that's her interpretation. That's in her head. She's telling you, right?
Yes.
As opposed to objective, which would be what people in general would think, right?
Yes.
So when she's telling you, in addition to the anxiety, in addition to the crying, in addition to the stress that she was undergoing, she was worrying about suicide, she talked about brain fog. So you must have asked her, what does that mean? Subjectively, what does that mean?
Subjectively means in the patient's, own opinion. That's what their experience is.
Okay, so she's the one that's inside her head, right?
Yes.
So what were the symptoms? What is it? When a patient tells you that they have brain fog, is that something you would consider as being a potential side effect of the medications that you would put her on?
It depends.
On what?
I mean, sometimes it could be, and sometimes it could be unrelated. It's a symptom of depression as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell what it's attributed to.
So at this point, heading into November, your answer was to prescribe more medication, 3 more drugs, right? You prescribed Ativan, or increased the Ativan. What was her load for Ativan at this point? Do you remember?
Sorry?
What was her milligrams, if that's right, or nanograms, whatever it is, on the Ativan, on the script that you had provided her?
Objection, if we could just have a date.
I think she said, if you can answer that, go ahead.
Which date are we referring to for the Ativan? Because there were. I'm sorry.
She already objected. He already said you can answer it. When did you increase her Ativan and to what level?
So she was prescribed Ativan 0.5 milligrams.
Right.
And then when I next saw her, she said it was a little bit helpful. So I said you could increase it and see if 1 milligram is more helpful.
Did she increase it?
Yes.
And when was the next time you saw her to talk to her on the television or on the computer?
Well, I saw her on the 26th, and then I saw her on the 31st. I'm sorry.
How was she on the 31st? Halloween.
Sorry.
How was she?
That's not my note. That's her therapy note.
Okay. So how about this November 2nd? Was that the next time you saw her?
I saw her on November 2nd.
And she told you that she was hesitant to use the medications, the Buspar and the hydroxyzine, right?
She said she was hesitant to try the Buspar.
She was scared of the drug. She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drugs and told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the buspirone.
Did you advise her or counsel her or give her therapy about that? Validations?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
Well, I advised her of, the risks.
What were the risks?
Well, the risks of medicine, like we had said, sedation or dizziness.
Okay. How about interfering with sleep?
Buspirone doesn't usually interfere with sleep.
Not usually. Did you ask her about any thoughts of suicide or being close to having thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she had any thoughts of suicide at all?
Not at that date.
Did she use those words, or is that a box that you checked off?
I don't remember her exact words, but we talked about suicide or, thoughts of hurting yourself.
Right. And there's a distinction between, in your records and the notation, between suicidal ideation and I quote, worrying about, thinking about suicide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what did she mean when she told you, as her doctor, that she was worrying about, thinking about suicide?
You mean in the prior appointment?
I'm talking about a woman that's sitting in front of you on your television or your computer telling you that she was worried about thinking about suicide.
Well, on the second, she didn't say that.
Okay. When was the next time that she told you that she was worried about or thinking about or suicidal ideation?
That was the December 1st visit.
Okay. So go back to the November 2nd visit. Would you agree with me that she, after you talked with her for that period, however long it was, that you then brought up 4 medications to her, recommending that they might be safer, and I quote, safer alternatives? Would you agree with that?
I see the word alternatives, not safer alternatives.
Do you remember talking to her about Remeron?
Yes.
Did you recommend that she take Remeron?
No.
Did you ever prescribe Remeron?
No.
And is that mirtazapine, as far as its generic name?
Yes.
And Remeron is an antidepressant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you did not feel that that would be an appropriate medication for her to take at that time?
It was a very reasonable option, but we didn't decide to start it.
So is this a collaboration? In other words, you and the patient, you would both make a decision as to when to start a drug? Or is it your decision and advice to the patient?
Well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd appointment, right?
Yes.
And it was at that time that she told you that she had been to see South Shore Perinatal Clinic, right?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was seeing someone from the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I think she told me that it was because they were exclusively focused on treating perinatal conditions.
Yeah, but so were you, right?
Not exclusively. I'm a general psychiatrist.
I see. And did she mention the name of any doctor or nurse practitioner that she was seeing at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
Who'd she mention?
I think she said something about Julie.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And a woman by the name of Nurse Gelada?
I heard her name a little bit later, but
Okay.
yes.
Did she advise that, in fact, by script she was using Ativan and Benadryl, and you told her to taper off the Ativan at that appointment, right? Had she tapered off the Ativan?
I think I told her to, I gave her a prescribed taper prior to that appointment.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You gave her a prescribed taper?
So I told her that she should reduce her dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until the medication was stopped.
Did she do that?
I mean, I don't believe that she completely stopped it, no.
No? You don't believe, or she didn't?
Well,
Trying to give the jury
she-
facts.
Yeah, she said she was taking Ativan, so no, she didn't completely stop it.
Had she tapered?
I'm not sure how much she had reduced the dose because I wasn't prescribing it again.
Right. So did you know that she had been, or had she been, to any emergency wards between that period of time that you last saw her and when you were seeing her on this meeting?
I know she went to the ER, but I think it was after that.
Okay, which ER did she go to? Do you know?
I think she went to Mass General
Do you know why she went to the ER?
because of depression.
So was she treated at the ER? Did they make any, to your knowledge, as her doctor, make any recommendations?
I'm not sure what they told her, but they ultimately
Go ahead.
discharged her. They didn't admit her.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. Was she put on any medication?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records
None.
because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Objection.
She's visiting with you as a patient and you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA form?
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records,
Yes.
but you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know? She's got mental disease and she's seeing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days. She provided a lot of incredibly detailed information. So it showed me she was capable of doing that.
So when you talked to her husband, Pat, how many times did you talk to her husband, Pat?
I think
The
it
guy
was
was living with her.
I think it was once.
And he came to your office, right? No, he didn't.
There you go. Once. He saw the husband
He
once.
got on the television on the computer screen, right?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was the
Once.
December 16th visit.
So let's,
Reddington, before we get to that,
okay.
probably a good spot to stop. We're going to take the morning recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all right. Juror, please close your notebooks, place them on your chairs. Next wait, please.
Okay, we're going to skip the break because we're behind. Hello, Carly Story. Everyone let her down. If you need a minute to stretch your legs, we can skip the break. But if you want a minute to stretch your legs, get a drink, whatever, we can skip this bit.
Exit outside, chiefs.
Mm.
Plug back in on the phone back.
Just blows my mind how many medications she was given. And is there any questions so far before we skip to the next bit on the trial, if I can answer them? But this is the bit, I don't know if we've got to it yet, because my AI will obviously be telling us that the trial summary, but we're behind. And it said he reveals her husband Patrick in mid-December that she had thoughts of harming the kids. Tuff said if she'd known, she'd have contacted child services. Well, I would hope so. At the end of the day, 3 children are that life unscripted, Southern Gal. Yeah, red flags everywhere. The bit I can't decide, if I was like a juror at this moment, is did she plan it or was it truly psychosis? But in a bit, we're going to go over. Vinnie Politan did a live stream about there's a lot of social media, are trying to put blame on Patrick as if he actually did it. I don't know if he's going to talk about that, but some people are trying to even infer that he did it and she didn't. That he swapped his shoes and he did it, not her, and she can't remember. That's where some people are going with this. Yeah. Well, the thing is, some of this was post-COVID, so my doctor's surgery to this day are still talking to you on the phone first before seeing you in person. Unless it's an absolute emergency. To this very day. I don't believe Patrick did it. That's the problem, isn't it? Them 3. Yeah, to this day, like if I do want to speak to my doctor or see my doctor first, I've got to ring up and speak to the doctor. And then they'll decide if I have to, if I need to go in. And that's 2026. Wild. I mean, sometimes if it's nothing new and it's an ongoing thing, a phone call suffices, but right? Exactly. So yeah, that's what I mean. That's why some people, there's a lot of people pushing that. Right, Bobo Brown, sorry. Just think all the things she went through and she still survived. This is the bit, well, I guess this is what the trial's for, and to see if she was criminally responsible. But she said that a man told her with a commanding voice that she was running out of time, she had to kill the children, then herself. Well, I think definitely the bit about the children. But yeah, they said she was hearing voices before, but she reckons she only heard this commanding voice on the day. Yeah. I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm still on the fence. I really don't know. I want to hear the expert witnesses. In the UK, it's 6 months at least to get an appointment. It could be even longer now. I don't know. Years ago, it was 6 months. And I've heard other people say, unless you go private and pay, it's 6 months before you'll even be seen. 6 months. Could be too late then.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Yeah, we've got the NHS, which they say it's free, but we do pay through our taxes and our national insurance. So we pay into the NHS from our national insurance. But to get seen quicker, like sometimes you can pay, like I did this years ago. I paid £100 back in the early 2000s to see a private doctor. I was seen really, really quickly because I've been going to my doctor and not getting any help with such a certain thing. Went to see a private doctor. She knew straight away. It was after I had my son. She knew straight away what something was. It was nothing like, wasn't something that new mothers or menopausal women can get. And she knew straight away. But then, bizarrely, I was put to the top of the list on the NHS and got surgery done, a minor surgery done really quick on the NHS. So I just paid £100, but boy, it was worth it. But back then, £100 would be worth a lot more now. You know, you're talking 20 odd years ago. It was just something that can happen. It was a hormonal thing that can happen. And it just needed a little treatment. Rebel yell. Some people say I'm boring. Usually the crazy people say I'm boring.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus LINDSAY CLANCY. All parties are
Just curious, if you're having bad thoughts, would they let you go to hospital right away? Oh God, I don't know. I don't know because I've never been there. Probably not. Yeah, it was just a minor thing, Sarah. It was nothing. It wasn't cancer or anything. It was a hormone. Apparently, after having a baby or in menopause, you can get a certain thing. I'm not going to go into detail because it's, you know, women's things and you don't know if men are listening or whatever. It's just something that can happen. It's a hormonal thing that can cause it. And I'd never heard of it before, and they just treated it really quickly. But I've been going back and forth to my doctor. I went and got myself checked out in every way possible, and nobody could give me the answers. This private doctor, female, took one look and said straight away she knew what it was. And it got treated and was sorted. I've never had a problem since. Hey, Nicole. Well, I've been told. Well, I appreciate that you could listen to me all day because some people say I'm boring. I don't know. Like, if you said you're having bad thoughts, I don't know what they'd do. I've never been in that position, luckily. Oh, I'm sorry, as long as it's a Corvette. It is hard. You got your hoodie, Bo? That was quick. Is it good? Are you happy? I haven't even got mine yet. I've got my Clue Crew hoodie with me today. Although I've took it off now, it's too warm. The PMDD, which is very extreme. You felt the best when you were pregnant after birth. It got really bad. Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other day about it. And I said, we just really still don't fully understand how sensitive hormones can affect us. You know, the increase or decrease one way or another of certain hormones, how badly it can affect us. Oh, I know. I wouldn't want her as my
present,
psychiatrist.
including the defendant.
She's got this dark look in her. I don't know. I'm not going to sound like BJ now, but she's got that
and 18 jurors.
something I
Alright,
don't like
thank you.
about her.
Mr.
Dark. Thank you,
If
Sarah.
would
Mum.
just please look at your medical records that you get.
Runs a little big, does it? Sorry, before we move on, what size did you get, Bo? But then I don't know if you're big or little. What size did you get?
Just go back to the October 20th, where you have, I believe, it's interval history.
I had trouble hearing the date. Can you repeat that?
Sure, October 20th? Sorry. So looking at the interview history, that's when that you decided to start Zoloft. It says a week ago, right?
That's when the patient started it, yes.
Okay, and she then increased the dose, and it says last night, right?
Yes.
And what was she telling you on the computer screen when you were talking to her? What did she say about increasing the dose of the Zoloft?
That she felt awful. She couldn't sleep, had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
So you gave her some therapy, did you?
I gave her some therapy in conjunction with discussing all of her symptoms and assessing her and managing the medication.
Okay, and again, I apologize. You have to keep your voice up so people can hear you way down here. So when you say you were talking about the symptoms, and what did you do? Just talk about the same thing that we had just gone over, the symptoms?
There were a number of them to discuss in more detail. That's the summary of them.
Okay. So did she discuss it in detail?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her symptomology at this point on October 20th was so bad that she had to have her mother come and stay with her?
Her mom was coming to provide support, yes.
She wasn't coming to provide support. She was coming to stay with them, to live with them, wasn't she?
Yes, I don't know for how long, but yes.
Did you bother to ask her? Why is her mother having to stay with her?
Because she needed some help.
Do you know how long her mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you decided that you'd stop the Zoloft and you would monitor closely, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, monitor closely?
Well, I saw her the next day, so that's monitoring, an example of
Okay.
monitoring closely.
So this would be on October 21st that you saw her the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 20th, you made reference to the fact that you also recommended that she try fish oil and things of that nature, natural remedies.
Yes.
You also wanted to look into what's called Zulresso, Zuresso.
Yes.
What's Zulresso?
It is a treatment for postpartum depression.
And when you say that you were looking into it, what did you do? Did you find out if it was available and if she could participate in the program?
I did some digging online to see where it is done and how to do it. I hadn't officially recommended it, so I had not started that for her. It's not really an easy medicine that I can just start
It's not
because
what? I'm sorry.
sorry, it's not a medication I can start on my own. It is it's infused through an IV in a hospital, so it's a bit difficult to coordinate.
It's a 60-hour infusion, right?
It's a long infusion. That sounds right.
And it's about 2.5 days of infusion, and it has to be under hospital circumstance. And the only hospital around here is in Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And did you ever recommend that she do that?
It was something to consider. I
Me
couldn't
too,
make the
Raphael.
official recommendation because that's not something I prescribe.
Why?
Because you can't pick that up at the pharmacy.
Well, no, obviously you have to go to a hospital setting, and basically you have an infusion through your veins for 60 hours or 2.5 days, but why didn't you look into it and recommend that she do that?
Well, I did look into it.
So what happened?
She ended up actually going to a partial hospitalization program at the hospital that does it. I don't believe the program was completed, but she went, and I advised her to discuss it with them because they have access to that medicine. I don't have access to it.
Of course. Is this Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island that you're talking about?
Yes.
So when you looked at the medical records for Women and Infants Hospital, did they make reference to your inquiry for Zulresso?
I never received records from women and infants.
Did you ever look at them or even online?
Online?
Yeah, like online, like you do when you talk to patients.
No, I never got access to them.
Why?
It's similar to South Shore. It's a completely separate hospital that I don't have access to. I don't work there.
Well, of course you don't work there, but you're a doctor and you're treating a patient who's got medical records that you could access through a HIPAA release, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, she didn't ultimately end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary.
She didn't end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary. You can't just walk into that place and say, hey, I'd like some Zulresso, can you?
I don't exactly know how it works.
And then again, on that date, which would be October 20, the jurors are looking at the records, you checked off the boxes again on objective findings, mental status exam, appearance, speech, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 minute, Judge, jurors. So when she was telling you on that date that she was in quoting your records, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts and something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone, what did she mean by that?
Well, those were a lot of her words.
Right, isn't that a concern? If the patient is telling you she doesn't want to be alone, why didn't she want to be alone?
Because she was very anxious and had the feeling like something bad might happen.
Okay, did her mother ultimately and dad come to stay with them?
Yes.
How long did they stay with them?
I don't know.
When you talked to the mother and the father, did you say to them, what is she doing? How does she appear? Is she in bed all day? What did they tell you?
They never called my office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So that's their fault, but they didn't call you, the doctor, right?
Sustained. Next question.
So, do you think maybe it would be reasonable if you're the doctor and you're investigating your patient's symptomology that you might, when you know that the parents are staying with her, that you would make a phone call yourself?
It's not typical when you have an adult who is able to advocate for themselves to speak with their parents.
So while she is telling you about her symptomology and tearfulness and crying and unable to get up and anxiety and the medications and the mental illness that she had, you felt that she could advocate for herself?
Yes.
Okay, on the television, on the computer.
Yes.
The next time you saw her was on October 26th, is that correct? And you can pull up your record.
Yes.
Now, and if you look again at the interval history where you put down what's going on in the patient's life that time, This is when she indicated that she's back to where she felt that she was before Zoloft, which was not great, and that you guys were considering a new medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you started her on Ativan, as we talked about, right?
Yes.
And then you started her on the Buspirone, right?
Well, she had already been started on the Ativan, and then we added the Buspirone.
So my question was, you started her on Buspirone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And also you added hydroxyline as needed, right?
Yes.
And you continued the Ativan, correct?
Yes.
Did you discuss side effects with her at that point?
Yes.
Did you also discuss starting Remeron or pregabalin?
Yes.
What did you tell her about Remeron and pregabalin?
I don't think I went into any detail about those medicines, just that those might be things to consider in the future.
And then you saw her on October 31st, right?
That was her. I think that was just a therapy appointment with a different provider.
Would that be Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So it's a different provider in the sense that she works for Aston, right?
Well, yes, it just wasn't myself.
Right. So on October 31st, they did a suicide assessment, or she did, right, McAllister?
I wasn't there.
Well, I know you weren't there, but these are medical records that have been introduced into evidence that the jury's going to have in the jury room.
Objection, is that a question?
No, good. Next question.
McAllister did a suicide assessment apparently, right?
I'm sure she assessed
No,
for
no, no, look
suicide.
at the record, please,
Where do you see it? Sorry.
where it says suicide assessment. There's only 4 pages for October 31st.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there would be 8 because it's 2 sites.
So that is the assessment that you go through. If somebody reports any thoughts of suicide, then you ask those questions, which go into a lot more detail about them.
So here you have a patient who's already reported to you as a psychiatrist that she's got suicidal ideation, worried about suicide, worried about killing herself days before October 31st. And a suicide assessment was done by McAllister, right?
I wasn't there. You would have to ask her.
Oh, maybe I will, if she
Okay.
comes in.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me what the record shows? Did they do a suicide assessment? Did she check off the little boxes?
I'm looking for that section. It says that patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation at this time.
Okay, so again, this is on October 31st, right?
Yes.
The patient, within a period of a couple of days and meetings with you, that McAllister has access to because the records are within your business, right?
It's not my business, but yes.
Has reported suicidal ideation and fear and dwelling about killing herself and afraid of those thoughts, right?
I just want to be absolutely clear. So yes, a little
Yes,
while
that's exactly-
earlier, she had voiced those concerns.
Right. So as a result of voicing those concerns, is it your understanding that McAllister did not do any of the suicide assessment questions because Lindsay reported that she wasn't suicidal?
It appears that she asked about
You already
suicidality.
told us that. I'm asking you about, excuse me.
Hold on. Ask the next question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not asking you, you told us 3 times now that she said she was not suicidal when she spoke to McAllister. I'm asking you about the suicide assessment for the 3rd time. You see it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, did Lindsay answer any of the questions that were asked over the 2 pages, possibly 3, of the suicide assessment? Yeah, 3, done by McAllister.
I don't see anything written here.
So was there a suicide assessment?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know what the
And you don't know
conversation
from looking
was.
at the records, right?
From looking at the records, I don't see evidence of additional suicidal questions beyond asking if it was there or not.
So, a suicidal assessment, doctor, is in the medical records. It consumes almost 4 pages, does it not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the questions, like asking, have you felt life is not worth living? Is that something you thought about recently? Are you dwelling on that? What leads up to the thoughts? What are the thoughts? All those questions, right? For 4 pages, right?
Yes.
And there is not one notation indicating that that test was ever administered to her on October 31st, correct?
Correct. But it looks like it was asked in other ways.
Okay. November 2nd. Oh, it was asked in other ways? Is that what the little checkbox where it says deny suicidal ideation?
Can I read something that she wrote in the
You have
note?
indicated repeatedly that she denied suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The suicidal assessment was not administered according to the record that's in front of you by McAllister, yes?
The additional suicidal assessment, yes.
November 2nd. And by the way, as a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, you have the ability to prescribe medication, obviously, right?
Yes.
And that's what we talked about, the DEA number and all of that, correct, which you had for about a month, other than when you were a resident, right?
Yes.
So you're prescribing these SSRIs and antipsychotics and antitropics or whatever they are. And it's important as to the metabolism of your patient with those drugs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, what is it? What does metabolism mean?
The body breaking down the medication.
So how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
It's not done for that.
It's not done for that, meaning the blood test is not done to determine the metabolism of your patient, of your medications?
Are you referring to genetic testing?
No, I'm asking
Okay.
about the metabolism. I'm not
Okay.
talking about genetics. I'm talking about the metabolism of the SSRIs in her body.
Okay.
You can tell that metabolism rate through blood testing, right?
Not in the way that you're describing.
Okay, what way would it be?
There is genetic testing that can give information about metabolism.
Like what?
It can talk about different enzymes that a person might have to suggest it provides information about the enzymes that a person might have the genes for.
Okay, so it provides the enzymes that a person might have the genes for. Forgive me, I'm having difficulty with that. What does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No,
Did you guys do the enzyme test?
they are not typically done
Why?
because, again, it's genetics
Does
and
insurance cover it?
Objections, just in the middle of answering.
Good. You finish that answer and I'll allow a follow-up. Go ahead, Doug.
So it's not as simple as testing for an enzyme or not. You can test someone's genome, like we have the ability to test the entire human genome now, but which is great, but the clinical use of that is not there yet. So while we can test these things, it does not yield meaningful clinical information. So it's not commonly done.
What is the Cytopro P4-50 system?
That's one of the enzymes that I'm talking about.
So the Cytopro P450 system talks about and tests for the breakdown of psychiatric meds in the blood, right?
It's not in the way that you're describing. It doesn't tell you what medicines to take.
Again, one at a time. Finish the answer and then you can ask follow-up. Go ahead, Doug.
It just, yes, this is a test that is done, but it doesn't tell you what medications a patient will do better on. It's not useful in that way.
So what's it useful for?
I mean, I don't find it terribly useful.
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field?
I'm sorry?
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field, psychiatry?
Well, it's an enzyme in the body.
Well, I know what it is. I'm asking you about the system, the testing. How long have they been using that?
The genetic testing, maybe a few
whatever it is.
years. It's very new,
Very new. Does insurance cover it?
sometimes.
Sometimes. So it is nevertheless a legitimate test to determine the breakdown of psychiatric meds in a patient's blood, correct?
It exists, yes.
It exists. Well, it exists, but you didn't use it, right?
It would not have made a difference
In what? In your opinion?
in her treatment.
Because you go by the checks in the checkbox and what she self-reports, right?
No, not just the checks in the checkbox.
Oh. In any event, tell me about the thyroid.
The
Tell me
thyroid,
about the thyroid.
it's an organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
And what, if any, import and impact do thyroid levels have on your evaluation of a woman who is in the throes of postpartum depression?
They don't.
What is the purpose of a test to determine the thyroid levels?
Well, you can test something like the TSH.
Well, I don't know what a TSH is. I'm sorry. What is a TSH?
Thyroid stimulating hormone.
Okay, thank you.
That's something that can be tested typically by maybe a PCP, primary care, or endocrinologist if they have concerns about someone's thyroid function.
Were you aware of a study that was a major study that was peer-reviewed? What does peer-reviewed mean in your business?
That it was reviewed by other researchers in a similar field.
And the report or the article or whatever it may be has to be approved by the peers that are reviewing it before it can be published, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in the medical field, it's a big deal to have publishing articles on your resume, right?
Yes.
And how many articles have you published about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, anything?
I have published something, but it's not a full article. It's just a small thing.
Okay. Are you aware of the psychiatry magazine article dealing with, in 2021, thyroid function in postpartum psychosis, an exploratory study? Have you ever heard of anything about that, let alone read an article about it?
No.
Are you aware that there are studies that have compared thyroid function between psychosis with postpartum onset, PPO, psychosis without postpartum onset, PWPO, and normal postpartum. You aware of that?
No.
Well, you're supposed to be an expert, or you specialize, or you have an interest in treating women that have suffered from postpartum, correct?
Yes.
Have you written any articles at all about postpartum? Depression, anxiety, psychosis?
No, I'm not a researcher. I'm a clinician.
Have you read any of the articles, such as thyroid function and postpartum psychosis?
I've read many articles. There are thousands. I have not read that specific article.
Thousands? Thousands of articles on postpartum psychosis and the thyroid?
No, not on that specific topic.
So when the Astor doctors are treating a person like Lindsay, it's your testimony to this jury that testing.
Southern Girl, I'm going to play Vinnie Politan after this, who's done a live stream about all these people pointing fingers at Patrick, saying he changed his shoes and everything. It's not something I'd even noticed, but apparently he did, but we'll see. But Vinnie Politan has done a stream about all these people now trying to make out he did it or is more involved.
Whether it's blood testing or whether it's the Cytopro P4 testing is not necessary because Jennifer Tufts doesn't think it's necessary, right?
It does not yield information that would influence treatment.
No, so if there was elevation in the thyroid, that wouldn't impact on your treatment at all, your evaluation, your investigation?
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned the cytochrome issue. Are we talking about that one or are we talking about the thyroid?
Talking about the thyroid.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Can
there
you
were
repeat?
tests that revealed elevation in the thyroid level. Is it your testimony that you wouldn't care?
If I somehow found out that a patient had elevated thyroid levels, I would advise them to talk to their primary care or maybe get an endocrinologist to discuss it.
Did you ever recommend that Lindsay get an endocrinologist?
No, she
And the
did
reason-
not.
The answer is no. And you basically did not have any information that you could use to even realize that there might have been a thyroid issue with this woman that was postpartum, right? Because you didn't do any blood tests.
There was no clinical reason to obtain a blood test.
All right. So
I'm
you
surprised they
continue
didn't
on
do.
with your
I'm surprised they didn't do blood
your
tests.
meetings by the computer, correct?
Yes.
November 2nd. You can get November 2nd though. You got it?
November 22nd?
No, it looks like November 2nd. I apologize. That's what I'm looking at. Tufts, Jennifer, MD, Clancy, Lindsay. Follow-up note, November 2nd.
Yes.
And you're still diagnosing her with generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, right?
Yes.
You add in there an adjustment disorder with depressed mood, I guess, because of what she had been telling you, right?
Yes.
Okay, looking at the psychiatric condition, you note that it's improving. Right?
Yes.
And then you determine that you will decrease the Ativan.
Well, isn't he talking about if her thyroid function was out, or am I missing it? That could be affecting her mental health. Because obviously your thyroid is very, very important if it's overactive, underactive. That's what I'm picking up, unless I'm missing something.
To 0.75 milligrams for 2 weeks, and then decrease it to 0.5 milligrams for 2 weeks, and consider alternatives for sleep anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you note if she's having urges to harm herself or others, to to go to the nearest emergency room and call 911 and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
So is that a form that you basically press a button and because it seems to be kind of like a generic advice, call 911 if you're feeling suicidal and things of that nature?
Well, that's advice that we provide for every single patient.
Okay. And then you note that half the encounter was on counseling or coordination of care on November 2nd, right?
Yes, that's a
Yeah, but beautiful disaster, I don't mean at the I mean before. The thyroid wasn't crushed before, was it? So was it out of whack?
typical statement. It's just a part of documentation that doctors use.
All right. Now, on November 2nd, you were suggesting the 4 drugs that she would start would be Remeron, Trazodone, Pregabalin, and hydroxyzine, right?
Those are just things we were considering.
Oh.
I wasn't starting all of those
I
medicines.
see. On November 22nd, now that would be almost 3 weeks later, right? You saw her, right? And did you ask her about whether or not she was still having suicidal thoughts or worrying about suicidal thoughts, for example? Did you ask her that?
Yes,
And how do you know that? Because the box is checked.
it's written in my note.
What does it say?
Patient denies SI.
Okay. What did you ask her about that?
I don't remember the exact words, but I know that I asked about that.
Did you ask her about how things were going at home with the mother and father staying there?
That I don't remember. I didn't document how her parents were doing.
Okay. Well, I don't really care about how her parents are doing. I'm asking about whether or not you asked her how it was working out while the parents were there helping out. If you did, fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
Yeah, I don't think that I did. In this
Okay.
appointment,
Okay. So, that's fine. December 1st was the next appointment, correct? And you can look at the medical history.
yes,
Now, on that December 1st appointment, this is after she had transferred to South Shore.
yes,
She disclosed to you that she had been seeing South Shore, right?
yes.
We already talked about the fact that you never got the records from South Shore, so you don't know, other than what Lindsay reported to you, what medications she was on, right?
I knew what she was telling me.
Right, and she told you that she was doing the Ativan taper, right?
Well, she said she had tried doing that, but that then she was having more sleep.
Having difficulty sleeping is what she indicated to you, right?
Yes.
And she tried other meds that you had suggested, but stated that she was having difficulty with those meds, including trazodone, right?
Well, the trazodone she didn't have a problem with. It just didn't seem like it was particularly helpful.
Okay. Did you prescribe the trazodone or somebody else?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
She said that she did.
Did you suggest in your discussions that she tried Remeron?
No, I did not.
Did she indicate to you that she had rebound anxiety and intrusive thoughts, that she was going to die? Recall that.
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Okay. Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Did she then have a script for Prozac, 10 milligrams?
That's what she said.
And she said that she couldn't sleep and had worse sleep, so that had to be stopped, right?
Yes.
Then she was on Klonopin, right?
Yes.
And what is Klonopin?
It's a benzodiazepine.
And on December 1st is when she told you, again, that she was close to having suicidal ideation, feeling hopeless. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, on the interval history, on that date, you indicated that she can't sleep, she's panicking, she had worse depression, intrusive thoughts, she was numb, nothing mattered, I feel like I'm gonna die, denies suicidal ideation, but, quote, yesterday, close to it, feeling hopeless. Did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
What did you do? You got a woman that's telling you that she's hopeless. She doesn't care if she dies. Can't sleep. What did you do to validate on your therapy?
Well, I told her that this was something that we could address, that there was hope, that there were treatments, and there are different types of treatment programs that are more supportive, like partial hospitalization programs. So she knew that she still had options and a reason to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in and see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
Now, you agree with me that in December of 2022, COVID was all done, right?
It wasn't completely all done.
Were you still nervous about dealing with people and wearing masks and stuff, or were you able to sit down and talk to somebody face to face?
We were definitely feeling more comfortable about being face to face with people, but I think, it was still something that we thought about.
You discussed trying Seroquel with her at that point, right?
I didn't really discuss it. She had told me that was something that she had discussed with her other provider.
So looking at your notes, does it say also discussed trying Seroquel alone tonight? Did your notes say that?
It says yes, but I wasn't making a recommendation about the Seroquel. It was just a medicine I was providing her more information on.
So you were telling her about the Seroquel? You're providing information?
Yes, we were talking about the Seroquel
Right. Why?
because her other provider had recommended that she started it.
What is Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic.
You also discussed with her the possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder.
Yeah, but, I mean, we've shown the medications before, but obviously I think you're new here today. So what I'm going to do is screenshot the table and then stick it up pin it up so you can read it. So it means she didn't even think to see her in person. Hey, Judy, good to see you, love. Good to see anybody that's new here. Think about subscribing if you want to follow us. We're going to do the whole trial.
Did you not?
It was discussed.
And
Stream the whole
undiagnosed
trial.
bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRI.
Hold on. I'm just going to pause there and just share the screen because the list's too long. Let me show you this. We'll go back to that in a minute. I was going to screenshot it, but look how, I guess this is all the medication, and then we'll go back. You stated a lot of misinformation about downright things in the thread. Do you want to do with it? Well, let's please not attack each other in chat, and also be careful about putting misinformation out there as well. We could say in our opinion, but let's not attack people. It can be toxic. What does extreme reaction to SSRI mean? Well, it could be toxic to the body. Some of these medications, you can have a toxic reaction. I think that's what it means, which would then exacerbate. We'll go back and find out what it means in a minute. Let's try not to attack each other in chat. We're going to have difference of opinions and also try not to put out misinformation if you can. Or just put in your opinion if you don't know. That'll be helpful. So I'll just quickly go through this. So on the 15th September, sertraline, 25 milligrams. So Dr. Jennifer Tufts is on the stand right now, okay? So she gave her 25 of sertraline on the 25th. It's a lot to follow. This is why I have to keep referring back. I've got a good memory, but not this good. And a lot of these drugs I've never heard of. 21st of October. So what, 3 weeks? No, 5 weeks later. Lorazepam, 0.5 milligram by the same doctor. 26th of October, hydroxyzine, 25 milligram. So these are all by her. 26th of October, lorazepam, Ativan, 1 milligram. So she's doubled it. October the 26th, buspirone, 5 milligram. November the 2nd, this is all in 2022. And she killed the children 24th of January, 2023. Lorazepam is now reduced to 0.5 milligrams. 9th of November, buspirone, 5 milligrams. 16th of November, trazodone, 50 milligrams by a different Kavon, Azadapar, MD, South Shore ER. So she went to emergency room. 21st November, fluoxetine or Prozac by Julie Paul, RNCMP. So it's a completely different lady now. 10 milligram. 25th of November, Zolpidem or Ambien, 5 milligram by this Julie. So I'm just going to say Julie. November the 25th, Remeron, 7.5 milligram by Julie. November the 25th, Clonopin, 0.5 milligram by Julie Paul. Then now we're on to Rebecca Gelata that was on the stand the other day. She, on the 30th of November, gives us Seroquel, 25 milligrams. 6th of December, diazepam, 5 milligram. Jesus, all this mixture. 7th of December, diazepam, 5 milligrams. 7th of December, Seroquel, 100 milligrams. 9th of December, Valium, 5 milligrams. 13th of December, Valium, 2 milligrams. So why? Okay, maybe she's changing the dose each week. December 16th, Lamictal, 25 milligram by Jennifer Tufts. We're back to now this one. Then we're back to Rebecca Gelata. 19th of December, Valium, 2 milligram. 19th of December, Seroquel, 300 milligrams by Rebecca Gelata. Oh, God, this list. December the 22nd, Seroquel, 25 milligrams. 5th of January, Trazodone, 50 milligrams. Now by Elia Goodhart, which was the lady that was on the stand that was really quiet spoken with the glasses and short hair. That was her. January the 5th, Ativan, which is lorazepam, 1 milligram by Dr. Goodhart. Back to Jennifer Tufts, diazepam, 5 milligram, trazodone, 150 milligram. Back to Rebecca Gelata, Valium, 2 milligrams. This is January the 13th. January the 16th, Valium, 2 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. 16th of Jan, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. Diazepam on the 19th of Jan, Rebecca Gelata. 23rd of Jan, diazepam, 2 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. I thought they upped it to 400 milligrams. The Seroquel. I mean, that's a lot of, what's that? Jennifer, Julie, and Dr. Goodhart. 3 different doctors giving her medication. Wasn't that when she was inpatient? Let me double check that. So I wasn't looking at chat while I was doing that. $200 200 milligrams could have been taken, written to take 1 to 2 at bedtime. That's, yeah, maybe that was it. Okay. So Dr. Goodhart was the doctor, 5th of January. That was McLean Hospital. So that's when she was an inpatient. Let me double check. Overlay 'em. Looking for an image that is that doesn't fit the whole screen. But I can make it fit the full screen. Maybe not. Just so we're checking. So the last recorded prescription was the day before. "13 drugs," to put it. She was over-medicated across 13 drugs in 4 months, to answer the question that was asked. I mean, that's a lot of chopping and changing and right, here we go. So 16th of November 2022, South Shore Hospital ER, visited after 48 hours without sleep, reporting insomnia. Right, these are good ones to take screenshots of, aren't they? Well, I can refer back to this now. I've got it in my AI. Anxiety, heart palpitations. December the 22nd, ER visit number 2, same South Shore ER, 16 days after the first per testimony. December the 22nd, 2022, Women and Infants Hospital, Providence, partial hospitalization day program, admitted to a postpartum depression day program, stayed only 1 day after. Whatever that says. Late December 22, General Hospital, Massachusetts, admitted for suicidal thoughts before being transferred to McLean. So late December. 1st of Jan to the 5th, McLean Hospital, Belmont, inpatient psychiatric, transferred to MGH on December the 31st / January 1st. Voluntary inpatient, says she asked to be discharged. Oh, there you go. If I'd gone like that. What does that say? So the postpartum depression day program stayed only 1 day after providers felt the program wasn't right for her. I'll put that in a banner because we get new people coming and going and asking. She asked to be discharged early on January the 5th, ahead of daughter Cora's birthday. I'll save that. So is there any other questions before we go back about medication, inpatient? Well, that's it. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert, so I just try and stick to the facts. That's what it's saying. The providers didn't think it was for her. Yeah, Lindsay Clancy Flower, yeah. So yeah. That's what we're hearing from a lot of people, Kathy, that Seroquel has badly affected a lot of people. Okay, so let's take that down. We all happy with that? Any other questions before we go back to the trial I can answer? Yeah, I know, Flower. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I hear you. Right, let's drop this because I think we've probably share screen. Is the internet, people have an opinion, just if we can try and keep it factual as possible? Well, I have to anyway, as a creator.
That's right.
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that react.
Does your note say, and I quote, also discussed possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder given extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia, period. Does it say that?
Yes.
Those are your notes, right?
Yes, the way you were saying it made it sound a little bit different before, but that's exactly what I wrote.
I read it directly from your note, right? How did
That
I make
time-
it sound different?
I don't know. It sounded different the first time you said it than the second.
So did she have bipolar?
No.
Did you make that decision that night, that day?
I assessed that with her pretty much every time that I saw her, and she never had mania.
What about mood stabilizer like Lamictal? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
It's an anticonvulsant, but it's used in treating mood disorders.
So what was the end result of your meeting with her on December 1st? What did you guys do? Did you any recommendations, advice, anything?
Yeah, well, so at this time,
Just want to jump in that so she's saying she didn't think she was bipolar. Now, she was formally diagnosed with severe bipolar disorder in September 2024. Well over a year and a half after the killings, according to a medical malpractice lawsuit.
I was not prescribing her medications, but I was still concerned, not concerned enough that she was at imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said.
But according to these notes, she raised the possibility, but then she's saying she didn't think she was.
But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
And where was that?
Well, the one that I had recommended was HRI.
What is that, HRI?
It's a hospital in Brookline.
And did she ultimately go to another hospital?
She ultimately went to the Women and Infants Hospital for one day.
And those are the records that you didn't get, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided that she did not have bipolar disorder because, in your opinion, she did not meet, and I quote, the criteria, right? That would be the criteria in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And the DSM, of course, is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Roman numeral 5R, meaning text revision, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were using back then? Would be this thing here, DSM-5, TR, just the DSM, right? It's like a cookbook, right?
It's more of a guideline that we use to to help us in our treatment, but it's not It's not the psychiatry Bible that people sometimes think that it is.
Right. Hypomanic bipolar disorder. How many days does that require under the DSM?
A hypomanic episode lasts for at least 4 days.
And is that per the DSM?
Yes.
Remember on Friday, you said that the most important criteria is 7 days with continued high energy levels?
Yes.
So is it 7 days or is it 4 days? And who says?
Well, mania is 7 days. Hypomania is 4.
Discussed again, how did that occur on December 1st, and that would be the Lamont sheet, right?
Yes.
And do you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling? And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, right?
Yes.
You agree that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental disturbance at that point that was manifesting itself?
She had a maybe moderate heading towards severe.
Moderate heading towards severe mental issue, okay? You agree with me that she had increased anxiety, right?
Yes.
She had very, very increased depression, right?
Well, she did. She said
Okay, so as you
since
answer
the
this,
Ramadan.
just answer yes or no.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to check the record.
Okay, you can check the record all you want, but if I ask you a question, respectfully, can you just not go on and ramble? Answer yes or no, that's all.
He's really not happy, is he? But I don't get it. You know, he's doing his job, right?
Sometimes impossible to do that.
Listen, here, if you can't answer yes or no, just say you can't answer yes or no. If you can answer yes or no, answer yes or no. That's how we do it, all right?
Even the judge is getting a bit, yeah, but the judge is even getting a bit fed up with her.
Okay.
Or him, I'm not sure which.
Now, mental issues
Hey,
like
Amy.
anxiety that was diagnosed, the depression that was
I
diagnosed,
must
and the
like
fact
jerk.
that she indicated yet again that she was close to suicidal ideation, quote, worried about suicidal thoughts, but you indicated that she wasn't suffering from suicidal ideation on that day. Is that fair?
She denied it.
But she told you that she was worried about suicidal ideation and having suicidal thoughts, right?
Well, this was the time she said she was worried that she was close to having suicidal thoughts.
So did you ask her, what does that mean? Does that mean that she's standing at the edge of the stairs and she's thinking about falling down the stairs, or what? What does that mean? I'm close to suicidal ideation.
So I asked about that, and that's when she said she described it further as using the word hopeless.
So did you prescribe the lamotrigine on that occasion or no?
No.
On December 16th, that's the next appointment you had, right?
Yes.
That's 2 weeks later, right?
Yes.
She was still not well, correct? She told you she was having a really rough time.
She was sleeping, but she was still feeling very poorly.
In your notes, does it say that she was having a really rough time?
Yes.
So when I asked you, if your notes reflected that she said she was having a really rough time, why do you feel compelled to say she was sleeping?
Objection.
No.
It's an important detail.
Yeah, I guess. How about the rough time? What did that mean? What were the symptoms of having a really rough time for this kid?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that.
So finally works, referring to the Valium but very depressed during the day, no motivation, some SI. Do you want me to continue?
Sure.
Went to MGH emergency room for SI, declined inpatient, feeling hopeless, no intent or plan, and feels like depression related to Seroquel.
Okay. Now that's the question on Friday that, strike that. So what was the SI, suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And can you read that back to me again? What did she say about SI?
So that when she went to the hospital, she went because she had no motivation, some SI.
Some SI meaning that she had some suicidal ideation, right?
Yes,
Yes?
in her words, yes.
Yeah, in her words. As opposed to thinking about having suicidal ideation or worrying about suicidal ideation. She actually indicated that she had suicidal ideation, right?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
Well, it's in your notes that she said that, right? Yes?
What is in my note?
Do you understand my question?
I'm a little bit confused right now. Can you repeat what your question is?
Sure, of course. We spent some time talking about thinking about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicidal ideation. Now, saying she had suicidal ideation, right?
She said it, yes.
Well, this is the only source of information that you're getting, apparently, is what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
So what suicidal ideation did she have? Was she thinking of cutting her throat? Was she thinking of throwing herself off a building, running up in front of the car? What?
No.
What was she thinking of?
So I asked her those important follow-up questions, and
Like
that's so what do you mean when you say I'm feeling suicidal?
Okay.
And that's when she said it means I'm feeling hopeless. And then I asked you, do you have intention of hurting yourself? Do you have a plan for hurting yourself? And she denied those.
And that's where you left it?
I mean, I'm sure more was said, but that's the most important part of that clinical encounter.
And did you give a therapy by the computer on that date too?
Yes.
What did you do for therapy about her suicidal ideation and saying she wanted to kill herself?
Well, we explored what that meant, and what to do if you're feeling that way.
To do what? Call 911?
To go to the emergency room.
Did you discuss prescribing Seroquel to her? Or was she getting Seroquel? Did Seroquel enter into your discussion at all?
We talked about it. I was not prescribing it for her.
What is Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic.
So, at the conclusion of your meeting on December 16th, basically what you took away is that she had now increased the suicidal ideation, was feeling hopeless, all the rest of the things that we've talked about, and then she just moved on, went home?
Well, she was assessed in the emergency room, and was not admitted. And I assessed her on that day again, and while she was certainly struggling, she did not require hospitalization at that moment. So she was planning on going to the Women and Infants program, and I supported that.
Did you know that around that time, she confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming children?
No.
With that,
Boom. That's the bit that we hadn't got to yet. Listen to that again. Ready?
had been something around that time.
Listen to this.
She confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming children.
No.
Would that have been something you were concerned about?
If I heard that, I would have been very concerned.
You would have called DCF, right?
I might have.
And did
You might have.
when you spoke to Pat, did you ever ask him what his observations were of her spiraling into November and December? Not that one time that he stuck his face on the computer and talked to you. Did you ever talk to him?
He never called me again, or he never called at all. I never spoke with him again.
So he is a husband.
So she never spoke with the husband again apart from him popping his head in.
Of a woman. Just had a baby. She was
Well, I tell you what, when I was 36, I didn't have bloody big bags like that, and I've been through a lot at that age.
postpartum with all of these
Jeez.
symptoms that we talked about, all of the drugs that you were prescribing and that she was dealing with trying to get help. You never talked to her husband about what he observed because he didn't call you?
Well, we did speak on that visit,
Which is,
the 16th. Or I think that's the one that he
I
was at.
think.
I think it was. It's not noted in the record.
It's not noted, but I remember some of what we talked about. And so in
Horrible.
reading that record, it seems like that's the likely one that he was at.
December 16th, on your objective findings, you note that her mood was depressed, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Did she just say I'm depressed, or did she give you symptoms? I mean, you check the little box.
Yeah. Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor, you check the little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
She said she was having a really tough time.
Her affect was flat, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed, you check it off twice. One under mood and one under affect, right?
Yes.
And then the next page, it says recent lab work. That wouldn't be blood testing, would it? We'd asked her, do blood testing?
We don't have a phlebotomist or a lab, no.
Well, why does it say recent lab work typed into your form when you check off the little boxes?
And that's something that auto-populates. It's a template that,
It's a what?
many different, it's a template. The whole note is something that psychiatrists or at, probably all across the country use.
Probably. You can't diagnose someone's illness by a template, can you?
No,
You filled in, no lab results were found, right?
there were none in the computer. Yes, I didn't type that in though. It
So who typed it in?
auto-populated. It was auto-populated.
So on the next page where it talks about symptom goals, treatment goals, I'm sorry, symptom reduction and improved functioning. What does that mean?
Symptom reduction is to have fewer mental health symptoms, and improved functioning means improved day-to-day life functioning, things that she's doing in her daily life.
Really? Did you tell her all that? You get a
Yes.
young woman that's obviously mentally ill, very sick. She's deteriorating, whether you like that word or it's automatically imported. What, on that date, did you do? Never mind all those words you just said. What did you tell her on the telephone or the computer?
I told her to go to the partial hospitalization program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts again, or felt like she was at risk of hurting herself or anybody else, that she should go immediately to the emergency room.
How long did that meeting take?
Probably about 30 minutes.
And was that the therapy that you provided, telling her to go to the emergency room?
That was probably a component.
So the plan, excuse me, on December 16th was to follow up with women and infants, right?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I don't know exactly the day. Shortly after.
Then you were considering a brexanolone infusion, right?
That's the Zulresso.
That's the same thing in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't go anywhere, right? That's
No.
that. says start Lamictal, 25 milligrams daily, right?
Yes.
Continue Seroquel, right? What was the milligram for the Seroquel up to at this point?
Well, she had told me it was 200.
Well,
That was that.
it?
I did not write that prescription, so that's what her provider had prescribed her.
Okay, so
That's true, Jacqueline. She could have allergies. But are you the same age as her? That I'm just shocked. For like when I was 36, I luckily didn't have bags like that.
you can ask somebody to show me the bottle. Pill
But
bottle.
the job, see, is very stressful.
You can ask somebody to show me the
Taking on
CVS
everybody's
receipt. You can ask
problems,
somebody you can
unless you're a
call
psychopath.
to verify, right?
I could.
Yeah. But you, anyway,
I
she
agree,
said that she
Melinda.
was on Seroquel,
Terrible.
200 milligrams, right? And had stopped with the Valium, right?
Yes.
And then you go on with that form thing saying if you have urges to harm yourself or others, you gotta call 911, crisis hotlines and everything else, right? That's the next two paragraphs that are in that report, right?
Yes.
Was her mother and father still staying with her on December 16th, if you know, with Pat and the kids?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody other than her how she was doing?
I asked her husband when he was at the appointment.
Yeah, that's the other point. How about now, we're talking December 16th into the month of December, but you never asked anyone how she was doing?
Well, I think he was at that visit.
You think he was at the visit? How did he tell, what did he say to you about how she was doing?
He said she wasn't doing well.
She's got an objection, Judge.
Right.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He said she wasn't doing well.
Anything else?
Yeah. He felt that what might have been, his opinion was that it was related to when she started the Seroquel.
He basically said you guys are turning her into a zombie.
Objection.
Those are words?
Overruled.
I don't have that written. He may have said that.
Does that kind of hit you though? You might remember that. You might have been, as some people worry about suicide, you might be thinking in your brain that he did say, you're turning her into a zombie. Possible.
It's very possible.
Next meeting, after the December 16th, was it? Is it
Yes.
December 16th? Is that what we just started?
Yes.
Okay. The next meeting was January 6th.
Yes.
Okay. And how does this happen? Does the patient call? I know you don't set up these appointments. Somebody has to deal with somebody in administration or whatever. But do you, like, on December 16th, say to Lindsay, call me or set up an appointment for January 6th, or do they have to do it themselves?
So at the end of an appointment, I typically will schedule their next appointment.
So did you schedule January 6th?
I think that one she scheduled herself.
Yeah, that was the day after she got out of McLean, right?
Yeah, usually the hospital coordinates the discharge appointment.
Well, if I tell you that, in fact, the hospital told her to set up the appointment, and that within an hour, she set up the appointment. Is that in your notes?
It's not in my notes. No.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal that she was in McLean locked wards for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
And she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
No, she wasn't doing well.
And she admitted herself to the locked wards at McLean, right?
Yes.
What was the diagnosis at McLean?
I believe they diagnosed her with major depression.
Did they recommend any medication?
They took her off of the Seroquel.
They took her
All of it.
off. Okay. So did you look at the McLean records?
Yes, definitely.
And those were imported easily because you're part of the same structure or whatever?
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
All right, so if I tell you that the McLean records are really pretty voluminous, that's not what they fax. They fax you like a 2-page discharge summary, right?
Yes.
You didn't get that by fax, right?
No.
So what did McLean tell you? Look in the notes.
Which part do you want me to read?
Did you ever have her sign a release from McLean? Did you ever get access to the McLean records?
I had access to the discharge summary.
Okay, so put the discharge summary aside, because that's what they faxed in a couple of pages. What about the records?
No, but that's typically not
No,
done.
never mind typically. The answer is no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
Know what?
No one called me. I wasn't notified about the hospitalization until she was discharged.
So you just sit there behind your computer and wait for people, Patrick, wait for the doctor from McLean, wait for the sick person who's the patient to call you? And if these people don't call you, it doesn't exist apparently, right?
No, not exactly. I had no way of knowing she was even at McLean.
Well, you did once she got discharged, right?
Yeah, but that was after the fact.
Right. So did you care why she was in McLean?
Of course,
And why was she in McLean?
because she was depressed.
And what was the, does your record indicate that she was discharged yesterday? Under interval discharge?
Yes.
And discharged from where?
Well, I said MGH.
Is that Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And she was currently on trazodone?
Yes.
And she indicated that the goal was to come off Seroquel?
Yes.
And she described herself as still being very numb?
Yes.
She couldn't sleep, right?
That's not entirely true.
Am I lying? I'm reading the medical records here. Sleep, taking Ativan and trazodone, slept 5 hours broken, wondering about increasing trazodone and switching to Valium. What does that mean?
Well, it means she was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't that she wasn't sleeping at all.
I see. So was the trazodone increased at that point?
Yes. Yes.
How about on January 9th? Did you see her through the computer or whatever then?
Yes.
And did you prescribe medication to her on that date?
Yes.
And was that diazepam?
Yes.
14 count, 1 milligram? No, I'm sorry, 14 count, 5 milligrams.
That sounds right.
Okay. Did you also, on January 12th, 3 days after January 9th meeting, prescribe additional medication to her?
I'm not sure. I don't have a record from January 12th.
Do you recall on January 12th that in fact you prescribed trazodone 150 milligrams, 30 count?
Yes.
3 days later, or a couple of days later, January 16th, do you recall prescribing amitriptyline?
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
She's
A
getting very
tricyclic
stressed now.
antidepressant.
What does a
Hey, Shelley.
antidepressant mean?
Well, it's an older antidepressant. It's called a tricyclic because it has 3 rings. If you look at the chemical itself, like a tricycle, but it's an older but efficacious medicine for depression and anxiety as well as insomnia.
On January 16th, look at your interval history. She indicated to you that her mood was very low, no motivation,
Yes,
numb,
yes,
able to force herself out of bed, taking care of basics, eating, concentration, fine, caring for baby, bonding feels forced. Is that what she told you?
yes,
Through the computer, right?
yes.
What did that tell you? Were you concerned about this woman postpartum well within the year from the CDC at that point with these symptoms that she's telling you about?
I was concerned that she was depressed.
And in all of the times that you spoke to her, you'd agree with me that she appeared to be honest and forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No,
Diazepam taper on January 16th, 5 milligrams last 2 nights, slept for 4 hours, and then a light sleep, maybe 2 hours stretches. Did she express that she was still having concerns about side effects from medications?
not at that point.
So what does ROS mean under interval history that we're looking at?
Review of symptoms.
Okay. And then it says patient denies SIHI, that'd be suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, correct?
Yes,
Denies other questions or concerns, and you recommend a low dose of amitriptyline for depression, correct?
yes,
Patient agrees with the treatment, and you guys were also going to explore ketamine treatment. Is that right? Esketamine.
yes,
Now, did you know that she was on her computer looking up medication after medication after medication after medication, treatments, ketamine treatments, and all that? Did you know that?
no,
Did you ever ask her whether or not she was looking up the symptomology of pharmacology and having interactions between drugs?
no,
January 23rd, you had that meeting, correct, with her?
yes,
And this is after, obviously, excuse me, the January 16th appointment. And in the January 16th appointment, she told you that her mood was very low, and that's the worst that she ever reported her mood to you. Isn't that right?
on the 16th.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the worst it was ever reported, but it was certainly bad.
And we didn't recommend that she have a hospital evaluation, did you? This is the day before she killed the kids, right?
The 23rd?
Yeah.
It was the day before.
You didn't recommend a hospital evaluation, did you?
No, there were no,
The answer is no.
no?
Don't ask me all the questions there.
Okay.
The answer is no. January 23rd, Friday, you testified that she said her mood was depressed, and you noted that her affect was depressed and flat, right?
Yes,
She also reported that her heart was racing, right?
yes,
She had no motivation, is what she told you, right?
yes,
She told you that she had been feeling, numb and no emotion for 17 days straight, is what she told you, right?
I'm not sure about 17 days straight, but that's how she was feeling.
You didn't reach out to her mother and father at that point? They didn't call you, I guess, right? And Patrick didn't call you at that point, right?
No.
So she's sitting in front of her computer, getting help from her doctor on January 23rd. And what did you do?
Well, I thought about how I could best help her, the medicines that she'd tried and what her current symptoms were. And it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
But you increased the amitriptyline.
Yes,
That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
So,
All right, Mr. the Chair, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this time, all right?
Court, all rise. Jurors, please sign your closing notebook. This way.
Right, we can skip this break because we're way behind. Hey, Mary. Mary from Florida. Bougie water. What water have they got? Right, we can skip this.
The court is put in session.
Doc, you may take off and stand. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break?
no, you don't, thank you.
All right, so we'll be recessed on this matter.
Oh, Fiji. It's nice in the fridge. I bought some Fiji water and it's really nice if it's really cold. But room temperature, it tastes a bit weird. I've got some of that pH 9 water. I think it's called pH 9 water at the minute. What's it called? It's right in front of me. Active. It's called ACTIPH pH 9 plus. Alkaline ionized water. Now you can taste a difference in that, but it's supposed to be good for you. Right, here we go. We'll skip this. I do prefer the Fiji water's nice. Nice bottle, and I guess it's not cheap, as in if you're on a budget, but if you can afford it. Nice to drink out the fridge.
Now in session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus LINDSAY CLANCY. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commonwealth redirect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. I apologize for my voice. If you can't hear me, just let me know.
Okay.
You were asked on cross-examination about your residency. At that point, you were already a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And during your residency, that was a 4-year period, correct?
Yes.
And you were saying that you treated patients during that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there someone with you while you treated these patients telling you what to do and how to handle them?
No.
Were you alone responsible for the evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of your patients?
For the most part, but if I had questions or needed to talk it through, I had help.
And approximately how many patients did you treat during those 4 years?
Thousands?
And those were all psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
You said approximately 50 of those patients were patients dealing with postpartum depression or some postpartum issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also said you had some specialized or specific training in that area. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, I did a specialized elective with a specifically perinatal psychiatrist where I worked in an obstetrics clinic and I saw patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
Yes,
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
it's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to postpartum issues?
Yes, it wasn't every single day, but it was continuing the same patients for about a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you were asked about postpartum psychosis, and you said it was rare. How rare is it?
I'm not sure of the statistic, but low.
Well, have you dealt with patients in your 4 years of residency that had other types of psychosis?
Yes, many.
And psychosis, whether it's from postpartum or some other mental illness, does it present the same, or does it matter what the underlying illness is?
I mean, it can present different based on the individual, but it's the same general disorder.
And so what are the symptoms or signs that you look for to determine whether someone has psychosis?
So you look at them, you assess their appearance, are they disheveled, and then you look at how cooperative they are, how they're engaging in your interview, are they answering your questions, or maybe refusing to answer your questions, maybe being very aggressive. You look at their speech, whether they're speaking very fast, very loud, or the opposite, like maybe not really even speaking much at all. You look at what their thoughts are like, and we assess thoughts by what they're saying. That's how we know what people are thinking, and whether what they say makes sense linearly, or whether someone's jumping around and you can't follow them. We also assess the thoughts for their content. If someone is speaking about things that are very bizarre, things that are very paranoid, if someone is talking or making noises, or it seems like they're communicating with somebody that's not in the room, those are all things, behaviors that we assess for.
So although you'd never treated someone with postpartum psychosis, you had evaluated, diagnosed, and treated people with other types of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any signs of psychosis in any of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
Defense counsel mentioned that part of your residency was during COVID. Did mental health issues just stop during COVID?
Of course not. They often got worse.
And so it's fair to say you still kept busy seeing patients on a daily basis?
Yes.
You also mentioned that some of the patients you saw in your residency, it was outpatient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that similar to the care you were providing to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And was that all 4 years you were providing outpatient care to psychiatric patients?
For 3 of the 4.
You were also asked about telehealth. Is telehealth appointments in psychiatric care standard in the industry?
Yes.
And how long has that been standard?
Since COVID.
And is it a fairly common and accepted practice at this point?
Yes.
Most of the session, for a psychiatric session, you're talking to someone, right?
Yes.
Does looking at someone through a computer screen somehow inhibit how you hear the answers?
No, it does not.
Or inhibit the way you ask your questions?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about, not being able to see below the waist someone's shaking or moving, but if someone's sitting and they're bouncing, can you see it elsewhere? Can you see other movement?
Yeah, sometimes it can reverberate in different parts of the body.
You were also asked about the Edinburgh scale. You said you don't use it, right?
Yes.
You said you use the PHQ-9. Why do you use that instead of the Edinburgh scale?
It's not my choice. That's the practice at Astor of what we use.
And the PHQ-9, what does that look for?
It assesses various symptoms of depression.
And postpartum depression, are there questions on the PHQ-9 that look for the signs and symptoms of postpartum depression?
Not specifically postpartum depression, but the symptoms of postpartum depression are symptoms of depression that occur during postpartum. It's the same symptoms.
So the PHQ-9 is asking the patient questions that would reveal whether or not they might be depressed, but not whether or not they just had a baby.
Correct.
And then with your interaction with the patient, you're able to know whether or not they are in the postpartum phase.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that you take the PHQ-9 plus the information you learn from the patient, put it together and come up with a diagnosis?
Yes.
When you take a history from a patient, you were asked about taking history from Ms. Clancy. How important is it that the patient give you accurate information?
It's very important.
And why is that?
Well, that information is being used to make treatment decisions. And a lot of things can be assessed, you know, the things that I described before. That's very helpful, but we can't see what someone else's thoughts exactly are. So the person does have to tell them to us.
And would you agree that people in the medical field, such as nurses, are acutely aware of the necessity of an accurate medical history and symptom presentation?
Yes.
You mentioned that the defendant was able to advocate for herself. In what ways did she show you that?
In scheduling her own appointments, in presenting herself to the emergency room when things were really not going well, in communicating her concerns to myself, and sharing about a lot of detailed information about all of the different medications, doses, times they were tried, what the reactions were, all of that information.
If a patient is clearly advocating for themselves and can communicate in that way, would you typically reach out to family and friends to let them know, hi, I'm her psychiatrist and I'd like to talk to you about her treatment?
No, in fact, we don't have HIPAA permission to do that.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked about therapy in your sessions. Do you keep a recording or a transcript of everything you say in your therapy sessions?
No.
Is your therapy conversation or what you say to a patient the same for every patient?
No.
Is it a script or a conversation?
It's a conversation.
So if I'm your patient and I'm telling you certain things, is your response dependent on what I'm telling you?
Yes.
And so when you're providing therapy to someone like Ms. Clancy, is that dependent on what she's telling you and then how she's responding to what you're saying? Basically a conversation.
Yes. Therapy is a lot of listening.
Would you say it's more important in therapy for the psychiatrist or therapist to talk or listen?
Listen.
And why is that?
Because that's how you really understand what a person is feeling.
Now, is it accurate to state that in every one of your sessions with Ms. Clancy, you told her about individual therapy and encouraged her to attend individual therapy?
That was the treatment recommendation each time. I'm not sure if I explicitly mentioned it each time, but I did many times.
And you, in fact, wrote it on the work form that we talked about previously on page 104 of the records. It lists, was the patient referred to other healthcare providers for evaluation or treatment? It says yes. If yes, state the nature of such treatments and expected duration of treatment. And it says individual weekly therapy, correct?
Yes.
And this is the form that the defendant asked you to fill out, correct?
Yes.
And you sent it back to her. And the first version, she wanted you to make some corrections on, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't ask you to change that portion, correct?
No.
And in fact, on the second version, on page 107 of the record, it still says individual weekly therapy recommended, correct, for follow-up?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant only saw Jennifer McAllister twice the entire time that she was with your practice for therapy?
Yes.
You were asked about Zoloft being used for general anxiety disorder. Is that a common drug used for general anxiety disorder?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's effective and it's safe.
You were also asked about the suicide warning on it, that there is a suicide warning. Is that for all ages?
No.
What ages or groups is that suicide warning for?
It's really for children and adolescents. They do say up to 24 years, but it's really children and adolescents.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant was 32 years old when she saw you?
That sounds right.
Well, if you want to check the records,
I can
to be
check.
sure.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 32 years old is not 3 to 4 years older than 24, correct?
No.
Why didn't you have to titrate the 50 milligrams of Zoloft?
You mean to stop it?
Yes.
Because it's still a very low dose. So
She's definitely different with this this lawyer, isn't she? She did not like
it can be stopped
Reddington.
right away.
So it wasn't necessary?
Not necessary.
The defendant waited about a month.
Maybe Jennifer Lynn, depends what time we get finished. I might do, because we reviewed Brittany live last night. I'll see how I feel time-wise, because I've been doing too long a stream, so I might and I might not. I'll see how I feel. If Brittany comes on too late, then I'll wait till tomorrow.
After receiving the
See how we
prescription
go.
before taking the medication, correct?
Yes.
And she only took the medication when she decided she was ready to take it, correct?
Yes.
So she was taking in the information you gave her, correct?
Yes.
She was making her own decisions, correct?
Yes.
She was not forced to, correct?
Yes.
She actually had an appointment in between when you first prescribed it and when she started taking it, where she was still discussing with you whether or not she wanted to take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the advocating for herself that you were talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the medical sophistication that she possessed that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at some point, in light of the fact this is direct, I have to object.
Sure. Yeah, if you could just not ask the leading question.
Sure. I want to direct your attention to the September 12th, 2022 form that the defendant filled out. On page 16 of the record, we have different page numbers,
We
right?
do, but if you just tell me what you're looking at, I can find it.
The past psychiatric history.
Okay.
What did she tell you, Ms. Clancy, tell you about the, where it says, if yes, list the reason and dates? What did she tell you?
She said anxiety, September 2013 to September 2014, postpartum anxiety.
The replay's not up, AV, it's privated. So sometimes if you're not there, you miss out. I privated the one last night for personal reasons. But I try and stream. What I'm going to try and do moving forward is stream Brittany live. Then we don't have to review it the next day.
May.
Oh, and Courtney Clenny, just quickly sidebar. She got 6 years in state prison. She took a plea deal with credit for time served, 5 years probation. Just so we got the facts. Followed by 5 years of reporting probation. Her sentencing Gallo score, had she gone to trial and lost, she'd have got 124.5 months up to 30 years. The plea significantly reduced her exposure. So how long has she done them? If she violates probation at any point, she waives extradition back to Florida and would face the full up to 30 years. How long has she been in? I'll find out.
2020.
And on the following page, under the past or current psychiatric medications, which ones did she list?
Prozac, 50 milligrams,
That's
and
wild.
Wellbutrin, 100 milligrams.
Is there a column there that says effective yes or no?
Yes.
What was the defendant's answer with whether or not Prozac was effective?
Yes.
What was her answer as to whether or not Wellbutrin was effective?
Yes.
Is there another column there that said experienced side effects?
Yes.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Prozac?
No.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Wellbutrin?
No.
Going to the October 20th, 2022 appointment. You were asked about this on cross-examination about documenting side effects in your notes. Did you document the side effects that the defendant reported from the Zoloft on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what did you document?
Well, I checked the box for GI, but I also talked about the side effects in the interval history.
And so what does GI mean?
Gastrointestinal.
So would that mean stomach issues?
Yeah.
And what did you put in your notes?
Couldn't sleep, insomnia, worse on increased dose, doesn't want to eat, diarrhea, food really unappealing, was more depressed on it, crying all day, yesterday, not normal, mental fog, terrified to start something new.
And so you did document the side effects that she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You also documented in the interval history, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Was that the defendant's phrasing?
Yes.
And is there a difference between someone being worried about having suicidal thoughts and someone actually having suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And what's the difference in terms of how a psychiatrist sees it?
So that's the difference between what a patient might answer and then what the psychiatrist actually assesses. So say a patient might say they're having suicidal thoughts, but when they describe them, they're not actual suicidal thoughts. They're fears of suicidal thoughts. So that's the difference there. And I'm sorry, I think I forgot exactly what your question was.
So what's the difference in your training and experience between someone having fears of suicidal thoughts and actually having suicidal thoughts?
Well, so if it's a fear, then it means that they're not actually having suicidal thoughts. It's a negative.
And does that affect the way you proceed with treatment?
Yes, in some ways, yes.
How?
Well, you still proceed with treatment. It's still concerning, but it is a level of concern that can be managed on an outpatient basis, not requiring hospitalization.
And so, according to the defendant, she was not yet having suicidal thoughts at that time.
Yes.
So when defense counsel asked you repeatedly why you didn't document how many times she had those thoughts, she hadn't had those actual thoughts yet, correct?
Correct.
That was later in December, is that right?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that she was worried about something, that something bad might happen, so she arranged for her mother to stay. Is that correct?
Well, she arranged for her mother to stay. I'm not sure if that was because she was afraid something bad was happening, or it just seemed like they needed more help.
Okay. So you don't recall the two being together as a thought?
Correct.
And the fact that she was struggling and arranged to have her mother stay, got support, advocated for herself, would those be protective factors?
Yes.
How so?
So if someone demonstrates that they can advocate for themselves, that they can seek help if symptoms worsen, then that shows that they have good judgment. They can be trusted to present for care if serious safety concerns were to arise.
So based on your training and experience with Ms. Clancy, where she says she's worried about getting suicidal thoughts and she has her mom come stay with her, do you see that as a positive decision?
Yes.
You were asked about not asking the defendant if she had called the suicide hotline. If a patient denies suicidal ideation, would you typically ask them if they had called a suicide hotline?
No.
And why not?
Because I wouldn't think that they would have. If a patient were to call a suicide hotline, I would think that they would be telling me they're having suicidal thoughts as well.
You were asked about prescribing hydroxyzine, Ativan, and Buspar. Did you tell the defendant how to take those medications?
Yes.
What were your instructions?
So the Ativan was to take as needed for severe anxiety. The Buspar was to be an everyday medicine. And the hydroxyzine, we had started that to see if she could use that as an alternative to the Ativan. So to take it instead of the Ativan. But if the if the hydroxyzine wasn't working, she still had the Ativan to use, it's stronger.
So was there ever an instruction for her to take all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about the contraindications of Ativan and Benadryl. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there contraindications for taking the two together?
It's not an absolute contraindication. You have to be careful that the person is not excessively sedated, meaning like they're so sleepy that it's hard for them to, engage in normal activities because they're so sleepy, or maybe they might feel a little bit dizzy. But it's not an absolute contraindication. You just have to monitor them.
And is that one of the reasons that you prescribed the hydroxyzine?
I'm sorry, is what one of the reasons?
It's the fact that the two of them together, Ativan and Benadryl. Well, let me strike that question. Why did you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
So she had been taking Benadryl, which is not a prescription medication. It's not classically within the scope of psychiatry, but it's very similar to hydroxyzine. So I thought that, hydroxyzine might be a better alternative than the Benadryl.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct you to your November 2nd, 2022 interval history. Now, would it be fair to say that on the November 2nd date, the defendant reported she was fine all day, evenings, bedtime, get anxious, Ativan helps, sleeping great on it, afraid to try something else, but knows it's not a long-term solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of that did the defendant tell you was not a long-term solution?
Taking the Ativan.
And why is that?
Because it was indicated for short-term use only. The people can struggle more with dependence if they're taking it for a very long period of time.
And was there a plan developed based on that concern?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan?
To reduce the dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until she was off it.
So the defendant was able to express to you a concern she had about the medication, you had a conversation about it, and you addressed that with her and came up with a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
Did she tell you that they had prescribed trazodone to her at that time?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that she was trying some alternative methods like weed gummies?
No.
Do you have any way of knowing these things if the patient doesn't tell you?
No.
Now, on December 1st, 2022, defense asked you about that date. That's the date that she again said she had the fear of thoughts of suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, had she consistently denied suicidal ideation or intent or a plan?
Yes.
Had she consistently denied homicidal ideation, intent, or a plan?
Yes.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. When you talk to a patient, do you ask them, do you have suicidal ideation?
Not usually.
What do you,
Not in that way.
how do you get that information from them? What types of questions do you ask?
It depends how the course of the conversation is going. I might ask if they're having thoughts of hurting themselves, if they, sometimes wish that they weren't alive. It can be a lot of different words, and sometimes I use, the patient's own words, but things like that.
And is there a difference between having thoughts of suicide versus having the intent and a plan to do it?
Yes.
And are there different types of treatment or things that you would do if someone has intent or plan to do it?
Yes, that would generally require hospitalization.
And so if Ms. Clancy had told you she had thoughts of hurting herself, or actually, if she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
And that would be a Section 12?
Yes.
You were asked about the October 31st therapy session with Jennifer McAllister. And I know you weren't present from that. You're just going from the records. But you did say that in that session, the defendant denied suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason, based on your training and experience, to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny every other detail about suicide.
But that further evaluation, is that very specific questions about planning for suicide, how you do it, all of those things?
Yes.
You were also asked about evaluating the defendant for bipolar, and you said that she, based on your conversations with her, there were no signs of mania, correct?
Correct.
What are the types of questions you ask a patient to determine if they've experienced an episode of mania?
Well, a lot of it is what I can see in the session. I might also ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or racing thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose that.
And what would you see physically?
So I might see that the person is talking very fast, and it's almost impossible to interrupt their rate of speech. And it might also be very loud. They might be hyperactive, not able to sit still. They might be yelling and jumping from one thought to another without any linear connection between the thoughts. They might, I guess that's probably what I would observe in terms of behaviors.
Did you observe any of those behaviors with Lindsay Clancy?
No, it was the opposite.
What do you mean it was the opposite?
So, the opposite of euphoria is dysphoria or depression. The opposite of hyperactivity is tiredness and fatigue. So, in a way, it was the opposite of mania that I observed.
And in terms of the questions you asked about her past behavior, were any of the answers that she gave indicative of mania?
No.
You were asked about discussing Seroquel with the defendant, even though you weren't the prescriber. Why did you discuss that medication with her?
Because the patient was asking about it, and her husband was also asking me about it. They really wanted my opinions about it. It wasn't necessarily that I was prompting this line of conversation.
And what did you tell them about it?
Well, I shared that it has very good evidence for treating depression, and I may have shared that Seroquel does different things at different doses, right? So sometimes people are concerned that it is called an antipsychotic, but it actually doesn't function as an antipsychotic until you get up to really high doses, like 800 milligrams. So in low doses, it's more of a sleep medicine or an antidepressant. So I think that I explained that to them, and it's obviously a very
Yeah, the people that keep saying Patrick's done it and he emailed work and he's got her watch. Where's your proof? Where are you getting this from? Where's your factual information to say he had her watch and he called himself and pretended to take Lindsay's call? I need your proof of that because that's wild. If you can send me and email me the proof of all that, then I'll listen. Or is it just gossip from a TikToker or Facebooker? Probably.
very important part of it. But they were also concerned about that causing the depression that she was experiencing.
Yeah, I mean, what's it say? I'm not going to pin it, but I've saved it. She isn't guilty. Her husband did it. Well, you can't say he did it. That's alleged. You can't say someone did it without them being found guilty. He claimed he was out. He's photographed with her Apple Watch at CVS to make a call. Well, how do you know he had her Apple Watch? How the hell does anybody know? If he had an Apple Watch on, how do you know it's her Apple Watch? Nobody could know that. That's crazy. Changed his clothes and shoes. You proved to me how he had her Apple Watch, and you know that he emailed work at 5:24 from home. He worked from home. How do you know that? Where's the proof of that?
So we
Respectfully, I need proof of that because you're not the only lady to come in and say that, but I need proof. You can't go around accusing somebody without factual. He'd be on trial now.
talked a bit about
The police aren't going to overlook all that. They'd have him on trial.
how you would tell. It kind of can be hard
Yeah,
to
Megan.
tell whether a medicine is causing that or it's just occurring because of depression.
What did you tell them in terms of how to tell?
That it's really based on the timing. If you were to notice a significant decline after starting or increasing the medication.
And prior to Ms. Clancy taking the Seroquel, had you noticed signs of depression in her?
Yes.
And after she was off of the Seroquel in January, did you see signs of depression in her?
Yes.
So that was completely off of Seroquel both before and after, still showing signs of depression?
Yes.
During January, the defendant told you she had trouble getting out of bed.
Is there a specific visit?
I think it was right after she got out of the hospital. Maybe your first or second visit with her.
I see that on the 16th, she did say that she was able to force herself out of bed and take care of basics, so on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few hours there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on January 15th, the day before that session, she had been to the Cape Codder down in Hyannis with the family, interacting with the kids and going down little water slides and all of that?
No.
Were you aware that on January 14th, she watched all three kids while Pat went to a brunch and was fine?
No.
Were you aware that on January 16th, her husband took Cora skiing and she was alone with the boys all day and had no issues?
No.
You were asked about the thyroid and how that can affect mental health and postpartum. Were you aware that at both South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital, her thyroid limits were in normal range?
No, I was not.
You received a discharge from summary from McLean Hospital.
Thing is, whenever I ask anybody that comes and says that, they can't bring the proof. They accuse it, but they can't show me the proof.
Yes.
What's contained in the discharge summary?
So it includes information about how the patient initially presented, what they said when they first came to the hospital.
I'm sorry, but it'll probably be some TikToker or Facebooker putting false information out.
And their initial assessment from the psychiatrist that they spoke with. It talks a bit about their course, their treatment course, how things progressed, any changes that were made, and then it talks about how the patient appears on the day of discharge.
Does it also include what medications they were prescribed and what the diagnosis might have been?
Yes.
And was that
Okay,
sufficient in terms of your review of the information that you needed for you to know about your patient at that time?
Yes, that was a very helpful amount of information that I would typically review that amount of information for a patient after the hospital.
Now, you were asked about your January 23rd, 2023 session with the defendant. Defense counsel asked if you had, recommended a hospital evaluation for her on that day, and you said no. Why not?
Because she was completely denying any suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation. There were no signs of psychosis or mania. So there were no serious signs that her safety or that anyone else's safety was at risk.
And during that session, did she ever tell you that she planned to harm herself or the children?
No.
If she had done that, what would you have done?
I would have, it depends exactly how it would have played out. It would definitely include hospitalization. If the children were in immediate harm, it might include enlisting help from my staff so that they could call the police while I'm on the phone with her. I think it depends, but I would address it promptly.
You were asked by defense counsel about the amitriptyline that you prescribed on January 16th, 2023. That initial prescription was for 10 milligrams, correct?
Yes.
Explain the bottle from exhibit 155 of amitriptyline. Would you agree with me that this shows that the prescription was filled on that same day, January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
And out of this pill bottle here, there were 30 pills in this prescription, correct?
Yes.
And there are 8 pills missing from this bottle. So filled on January 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd would be 8 days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 23rd is when you said she could raise it to 20 milligrams?
Yes.
So if there are only 8 pills missing, she never took that additional dose, correct?
That's what I would think based on what you just said.
So the amitriptyline, increasing it from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams, wouldn't have pushed her over the edge, correct?
Well, if she didn't take 20 milligrams, then that's correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right. Can we cross
Briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you pertained to whether or not you could reach out to a third party. You recall that question, like mother, father, husband?
Yes.
And we already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes. That was an additional detail.
All right. So what does that mean?
Well, HIPAA is the privacy law for patients, which we have to respect and honor very diligently. So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother, father, and husband, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell her, ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't
Ever ask her to sign a form?
a release, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I did not ask her to sign a release.
And if she did sign a release, even though her mother, her father, her husband didn't call you, you could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for themselves.
My God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she? Because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? She was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the woman and infants hospital records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection. Didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
Beyond
records.
the scope.
Overall, you can ask that question.
She asked you about marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the woman.
Jennifer, when you asked about kick earlier, what I might do is when we get to the end of this, I'm going to review Vinnie Politan and the husband. So lots of people asking about the husband thing. So I'm going to review Vinnie Politan showing why people are talking about the husband, and I'm going to add kick on to that. So like do a multi-stream for a little bit. I don't do that very often. There's a reason why I don't, but I'm going to add that on just as little because just so do something. That's something I can share on Kick. So I think I'll do that for now and then see what happens later. Yeah. So we'll be multi-stream. We'll stay on YouTube and we'll do Kick as well.
And infants hospital records
After
from
this bit.
Rhode Island dealing with LINDSAY CLANCY.
No objection.
Okay, they may be admitted.
I just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy.
Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
And it's important for it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
And you always, your opinion, found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
If I could approach you with exhibit 220, excuse me, and see the second paragraph, it begins in the middle of November. Could you read that first sentence?
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
So the records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
then you told us that there's a difference between a thought of suicide versus a plan of suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
What do you mean, Jacqueline? Any YouTube reports today? About what? Until I come live on air, I didn't watch anything. So I don't know if you mean in drama or the drama community, or which do you mean, love?
A suicidal plan means that they are.
Oh, yeah. No, nothing. Thank you for reminding me. Let me get a screenshot of that email. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, let me
They
check.
know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it. They've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
District Attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed. Is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Oh, I thought she said low, but normal or low. MGH, Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District Attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
The question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, because jurors it counts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said that it was normal or within normal limits.
Almost fine. We'll go with normal. So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
I don't remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay. Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Do you know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it, pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you...
Objection is writing on this.
Oh, all right. You know what? I'll ask you to just look at it.
Might take a look at it, and if you want to get the actual exhibit, we could do that.
All right. So forget all about my sloppy writing. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yeah, the word is the word not is right before not hyper, comma, pressured speech. The
Right, so
two
what
are
does it-
following
what
the
does a comma mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have
Did you
pressured
write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
am I reading
Uh-oh.
this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech? Did I read that right?
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
That's not what you're there for, lady.
As opposed to yours?
That's not what he asked you.
Go ahead.
Just in regards to what was raised there.
Yes, just too brief.
No, she's not.
Continue with
She's supposed to answer the question, not add in what she thinks she should.
your records from October 21st, 2022. The section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
And defense asked you about the thyroid levels. Would it be accurate to state that I asked you if you were aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Thank you.
But she's like, thank God for that. I bet she can't wait to get out of there. Look at her face. You're gonna get your ass sued though. Two more trials.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to submit the
She don't like him, does she?
certified copy of the Spalding
Ooh.
rehabilitation records.
No objection, that's by agreement.
Okay. By agreement of counsel, the Spalding records will be introduced.
221.
Can I call the next witness?
Please, counsel.
Commonwealth would call Julie Paul.
Uh-oh. So this is the other doctor or nurse that prescribed, would it be a doctor, wouldn't it? That prescribed medication.
Good afternoon. Right there, raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you should give to the court and the jury will never know having reached the Commonwealth of Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yes, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Julie Paul.
And what do you do for work?
I am a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, board certified.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I graduated in 1991 from St. Anselm College with my nursing degree, worked as a labor and delivery nurse for 17 years, and then graduated in 2006 from Frontier Nursing University with my midwifery degree. And then in 2018, I graduated from Frontier Nursing University with my psychiatric nurse practitioner degree. I also have a perinatal mental health certification from Postpartum Support International from 2018.
Okay. Are you also a certified midwife?
Yes, I am.
And are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Yes, I am.
And what is required in order for you to become certified to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner in Massachusetts?
I attended a certified program, did 2 years additional training, and then took the certification exam through the ANCC.
And can you tell us a little bit about your work history, your work background?
Sure. Like I said, in New Hampshire, I worked as a labor and delivery nurse before transferring to Massachusetts in 2006 to work as a certified nurse midwife. And then in 2018, I started the perinatal behavioral health program at South Shore Hospital as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And so the perinatal behavioral health clinic, explain to us a little bit about how that came about.
Sure. There's a lack of resources on the South Shore for perinatal for pregnant and postpartum people with mood disorders. So I really felt compelled because I had a couple clients that really struggled with mental health issues as a nurse midwife and really wanted additional education and being able to prescribe for them and take care of them in a proper way. So I went back, got my Psych NP, and then worked with South Shore Hospital to establish the program.
And where was the program actually located?
It was located right in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And you said you worked with the South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
So the clinic is tied to South Shore Hospital in the South Shore Health System.
Yes, it is.
Now, when did you start that program specifically? When was it up and running?
2018 is when I started, in October of 2018.
And what, did you do that by yourself, or did you have other practitioners that were doing that with you?
Initially, it was just me. I started doing it 2 days a week and then grew the program gradually over the next year or two.
And what makes up this program other than you?
So at the time, when it was just me, I just saw patients 2 days a week and then gradually built up to 5 days a week. And we included a therapist in the team, 2 additional prescribers. We also worked with women with substance use disorders as well. So we had additional support that way. And then when the building grew, we also had the Bridge Clinic on the other side. And then we were on the other side of that program.
And what's the Bridge Clinic?
The Bridge Clinic works with people with substance use disorders.
And all of this is kind of under that umbrella of what's classified as South Shore Behavioral Health, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the clinic grew, did your role there change?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As the clinic grew to what you described as having additional therapists and other prescribers on staff, did your role there change at all?
I became the director of the program.
And as director of the program, did you still see patients?
Yes, I did.
And was that at the same level as it had before, or did it decrease because of your administrative roles?
It actually increased because I increased my hours to 5 days a week. I did have a little bit of administrative time.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how the clinic would work for a woman who is coming in either during the birth period or prior to birth and after birth? What kinds of things would they be offered at the clinic?
So I'd receive a referral and then the client would come in. We would do a 90-minute intake. When they left, when it was just me, I was using outside therapists, that sort of thing. But as the program grew, we had moms groups run by doulas. We had therapists that was brought in from Aspire, but part of our program embedded within our program. And I brought in 2 additional prescribers as well as nursing staff.
And when you talk about people as prescribers and your role as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who could prescribe, what were you offering to patients as part of this clinic as a prescriber?
We were offering the proper medication for anxiety, depression, mood disorders, really any psychiatric disorder that came in, mostly for pregnant people up to 2 years postpartum. We also offered therapy focused on sleep hygiene, really not just medication management.
Oh, what's happened? Sorry, it all just froze then. Does she mean pregnant people? What's going on? It did this before, didn't it? Right, let me just close it out and come back in. Did this to me before. What am I using? Microsoft Edge. Been awful. I got super fast internet, a really powerful. Look. Oh, you can't see it now. But try coming back later. This page is having problems. So Google Chrome used to crash a lot. So we started using Microsoft Edge, and now that's crashing a lot. It's not even letting me use the page. Hold on. Let's see what's going on. Then there's not enough storage. I've got 1 terabyte of storage on this computer. What is going on? Maybe I've got open. Not that I ain't got that many tabs open. I've had more. Bear with me a minute. Google Chrome's really bad. That's why I stopped using Google Chrome a lot of the time. Sometimes I use it. I was just checking because I downloaded a load of videos onto my external hard drive, which is 12 terabytes. Safari, I might try. I tried using that Brave, but it wasn't letting me share the audio. And I tried everything, and I mean everything. I downloaded like a few terabytes of information, but I downloaded it to my external hard drive, which is 12 terabytes. And I thought it'd gone downloaded it to the computer, but it's not that. Let's open. My husband always use Safari. I'll test out Safari later on. Let's close some of these tabs. I've had more tabs than this open before, and it's not crashed, but whatever. Right, let's try again. Where did we go up to?
During the
I have
Pediatric mental health nurse practitioner, board certified.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I graduated in 1991 from St. Anselm College with my nursing degree, worked as a labor and delivery nurse for 17 years, and then graduated in 2006 from Frontier Nursing University with my midwifery degree.
to me.
In 2018, I graduated from Frontier Nursing University with my psychiatric nurse practitioner degree. I also have a perinatal mental health certification from Postpartum Support International from 2018.
Okay. Are you also a certified midwife?
Yes, I am.
And are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts to be a psych?
This is a computer. It's a liquid cooled, like it's like this would cook your dinner for you. On the laptops there, I'm on my proper PC, but I just used a different headset so I could walk about a bit more if I needed to. I'm on my the StreamYard crashed just as I'm not on the laptop, no. Okay, hold on. What is going on? StreamYard is awful. Everything's freezing. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me now? I've swapped over and I've swapped to the original. I've put my Shure mic on. I don't know if the dongle was interfering with it, but I've used it loads of times and it never does this. I don't know. I've just rebooted the whole PC just in case it's that. What's that? Another California mother of 7 found dead. What is going on? Sorry, we'll get back to it in a minute. A missing California mother of 7 was found dead inside the garage of her ex-boyfriend's home, age 30. Oh, she had children quickly, didn't she? Oh, God. What is happening? Just closing all unnecessary tabs down. Right, let's get back to this. Now, why is that on the screen? Bear with me while I just reset the sound. Don't need that up. Right, we're on to the new woman.
Cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectic behavioral therapy that are not necessarily encompassed with the social workers that you work with at the clinic?
Our social workers primarily did cognitive behavioral therapy.
Right, we've got about 40 minutes left of her. And then I'm going to go over and possibly go over to Kick, depending on who's doing what. And I really want to review Vinny's stream.
We did group therapy for more social support. What I did mainly was just supportive therapy.
Okay. And would you oftentimes through the clinic refer clients out to other local community providers?
Yes, we would.
Now, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, does medication play an important role when you are dealing with a particular patient that came into the clinic?
Yes, it does play a role.
And how is it that you determine what's the appropriate medication track for any given patient?
We do proper screening, and then we do a complete interview with the client. And then based on what their responses are, together we work as a team to develop the best medication options or treatment options for that client.
When you say work as a team, does that include the patient themselves?
Absolutely. The patient is the most important part of the team.
And in your training and experience working with postpartum women, what is the acceptable period to determine postpartum?
Anywhere within the first year.
Did you know a nurse, or do you know a nurse named Susan Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
I worked with her off and on throughout my years as a nurse midwife.
And What's the nature of your relationship with her, other than the working with her?
Essentially, we just worked together. When we did births together, we worked well as a team.
Okay. And do you know where she worked?
She worked at Telshire Hospital.
On November 20th of 2022, did you have a conversation or did you get a call from Sue Clancy?
I did. She was referred to me through Nanette Landry, another midwife that I work with.
Okay. And so as a result of the phone call that you had with her, did you get in contact with a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Was that the same day or a different day?
It was the same day.
And your contact with Lindsay Clancy, was it by phone or virtual or in person?
It was by phone.
And so what was the purpose of calling Lindsay Clancy?
I just wanted to get her side of what had been going on with her history. Sue had alluded that she was struggling in the postpartum period, so I wanted to know exactly what she was struggling with to see if she'd be a good candidate for our program.
So did you initiate the call to Lindsay Clancy?
With the permission, I asked Sue Clancy if Lindsay had given permission, and she said she had.
Okay. And in the conversation that you had with her, do you know approximately how long that phone conversation lasted?
I don't recall.
Okay. But were you able to get all the pertinent information from her during that phone call?
I got enough data to determine that she would be a good candidate for the program.
So she would have met criteria for a referral from any other resource?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that in this conversation, in order to determine whether she qualified, you had to ask her some background questions?
I did.
And so were you able to identify whether she was in that postpartum period?
Yes, I asked when the birth of Callan was, and she said it was May 26th, 2022.
Sorry. And so after determining that she was in fact postpartum with a baby at home, did you ask her any questions or did you learn any information about how the experience was earlier in the postpartum, right after birth?
I did. She said she did really well for the first 12 weeks. She was excited, really happy. And then when Patrick went back to work, she said she started to struggle with some anxiety.
And you knew Patrick to be her husband, Patrick Clancy?
Correct.
And do you recall her indicating that she was having difficulty leaving the baby, that she was feeling overwhelmed and having racing thoughts?
Yes.
Okay. And so in your training and experience, are those things that you would hear from new moms?
It was very typical of what I'd hear.
Did you learn from her whether she had engaged with any other treatment prior to contacting or prior to you having this conversation with her?
She did say that she had met with a psychiatrist. She didn't give the name. And then she had also said that she had been in the emergency room a few days prior to.
Okay. And were you able to determine that was actually the South Shore emergency room?
Yes, it was.
And that would have been on November 16th of 2022?
Correct.
Now, in addition to seeing a psychiatrist, did she identify to you some medications that she had been taking up to that point?
She did. She said she had trialed Zoloft for 1 week. She also said that she'd been trialing Ativan and Benadryl, which worked the best to help her sleep. She identified she had questions about Buspar, didn't say specifically whether she had been prescribed that or not, but that she had questions about Buspar.
Okay. And did she mention anything about that combination of Ativan and Benadryl in her treatment history that was of concern to her?
Just that she had been taking it for 2 weeks. It worked really well, but then she was getting concerned about dependence, so she weaned herself off of that.
And were you aware, did she tell you that she had been prescribed trazodone after that?
Yes, after she went to the emergency room, she was prescribed trazodone.
Did she indicate whether the trazodone gave her any relief to her sleep issues?
She said she was able to fall asleep, but it was having difficulty staying asleep.
Did she also indicate to you that one of her goals was not to be on long-term medications?
Yes, she did.
And based on this initial phone conversation, did you recommend that she come in for an intake appointment?
I did.
Okay. How about the immediate need for sleep? Did you address that with her in the phone
I just encouraged her to take the medication that she already had on hand, that if the Benadryl and the Ativan were working, she should take that to help her sleep that night. And we talked the next morning about different options.
And also in this initial phone call, did you have a conversation with her about options and risks of various types of SSRIs or continued use of benzodiazepines?
Yes, we reviewed that being on SSRI most of the time is preferable than being on benzodiazepines for long periods of time, especially to address her concern about addiction or dependency on the medication.
Okay. And is this kind of a normal conversation you would have with somebody to screen them and determine whether the clinic, the Self-Shore Perinatal Clinic, was an appropriate fit?
Yes, it's more to establish rapport and get a basic understanding and make sure that she was safe.
Okay.
And she did indicate that she was safe.
And so that's kind of my follow-up to that. So in the course of that phone call, you were able to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And what she was telling you about her reported history, did that seem to make sense to you?
Yes, it did.
And did you identify, or were you addressing or assessing during the whole course of this conversation whether there was any immediate safety risk or need for her?
Yes, I was.
And did you find that there was any?
There was no immediate need.
Now, as a result of this conversation, did you determine whether she was having any suicidal ideations?
Yes, I asked her specifically if she felt like she wanted to harm herself or her children, and she said no.
And how about asking her about homicidal ideations?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she had any?
She did not.
Did you also ask her whether she had experienced any auditory hallucinations?
I did.
And did she experience any?
Not at the time, no.
And did she indicate to you whether she'd ever experienced any?
No.
How about visual hallucinations? Did you ask her about those?
I did.
And did she indicate that she had experienced any?
No.
And delusions, did you ask her whether she had any delusions?
I didn't ask specifically about delusions, I believe.
Okay. And in the course of talking with an individual, do you kind of constantly keep that in mind with what they're telling you, whether they're having any ideas or of delusion?
Yes, I do.
In the conversation you had with her on November 20th, did you identify, based on your conversation with her, whether she was experiencing delusions?
No, I did not.
And fair to say, a standard set of questions that you also ask have to do with drug use or tobacco or alcohol. Did you ask those questions as well?
I don't recall.
If I were to show you your note, would that refresh your memory?
I have my notes right here. I could look at it.
Okay. I draw your attention to the note from November 20th of 2022.
Yes, I did ask her apparently. And she said no to illicit drug use, tobacco or marijuana or alcohol at that time.
Okay. And she also indicated to you that at this time on November 20th that she had stopped breastfeeding.
That's correct.
Now, did she schedule or did you schedule with her an intake for the next day, November 21st?
We did.
And at the clinic, what generally is the practice for whether a person appears in person or on a telehealth visit or virtually?
Generally speaking, we like to do the intake in person as long as it's feasible. And for her, it was.
Okay. And just kind of while we're on that topic, going forward with a patient who's being seen at the clinic, what are the criteria to determine an in-person visit or a telehealth visit?
They're given the option about what works best for them.
And are there instances where you as a provider might insist a person comes in person?
If somebody needs to do like a urine drug screen or laboratory work, we'll have them come in. Or if they seem to be not making sense or having more difficulties, we'll have them come in person.
And if a person is scheduled for an in-person visit and there are no observed issues on your end, can they opt to change it to a virtual appointment at any point?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just the normal course of business at the clinic?
Correct.
Now, in this particular instance, you said the intake was in person, right?
Yes.
And during the course of the intake, are there particular types of questions that are asked of the person to get to know them and get to know their situation?
Yes, generally we do a full intake. The first thing they do is meet with the nurse who does all the screenings.
And one of the things that is asked of an individual when they come in is to tell you why they are there, right?
Correct.
What their complaint is.
Yes.
And so for this patient, for Lindsay Clancy, what did she identify as the reason for the visit?
Would it be okay if I refer to my note?
Sure.
So she said pretty much I cannot sleep was her major concern.
And is that something that you've seen in your experience with new moms that come through the clinic and are postpartum?
It's very typical.
Now, even with that report or that reason, do you do a full history to try to identify kind of what's going on in the present and what has happened in the past?
Yes, I do.
And generally, is it fair to say that that's kind of the goal of an intake, right?
I do that with every client. I have a standard set of questions.
Is that just for the intake or any follow-up?
Any follow-up, I have a basic kind of script, but I always adjust it based on what they're saying.
But fair to say, once a person gives kind of that history of their background, especially if they've had prior births before, prior experiences with mental health professionals or psychiatric history, that kind of follows the patient as they go through with their subsequent visits.
Yes.
So in this instance, you had some background information from the phone call you had with her, but did you go back through those standard questions that you'd ask in an intake?
I did.
And did you learn a little bit more about her current mental status? Did you ask her some questions about currently how she was in this November 21st meeting?
I did.
And so, again, do you kind of go through in each and every instance whether the person has any thoughts of suicide or harming themselves or others?
At every visit, those are standard questions that I ask if they have any type of suicidal homicidal ideation or auditory or visual hallucinations.
Do you ask the same questions each time, or is it kind of fluid based on your rapport and conversation with the patient?
Generally, I try and touch upon the topic. Sometimes we get to that answer indirectly just by the line of questioning that we're using.
Okay. And where it had been reported to you that she had been on the Zoloft and stopped due to insomnia, that she was overwhelmed and her mind was racing, did you talk with her about intrusive thoughts?
I did.
And did she indicate whether at that point she was having any intrusive thoughts of harming herself or her babies?
She was not.
Did she report to you how she was feeling at home with having now 3 children to take care of?
She was feeling overwhelmed.
And that, again, reiterating that around 12 weeks when Patrick went back to work, that she was having increased anxiety.
Correct.
And did she indicate to you that that was something that she had experienced to some extent with her other 2 children?
At least with her second pregnancy.
And was she able to manage that with her second pregnancy without medication?
As far as what I was told, yes.
And fair to say she indicated that she would use breathing, meditation, and yoga to work through it.
Correct.
And so on this November 21st intake date, you again ask about drug use, right?
Correct.
And at this point, she had told you that she did trial one CBD gummy at some point, but that did not help.
Correct.
And you also learn about any prior psychiatric medication she had been on?
Yes, she had been on the Zoloft, the Ativan. She had been prescribed Buspar, but she didn't indicate whether she had taken that or not.
Okay, and so that was a report of her most recent course of treatment, but did she talk about having anxiety issues
yes.
further back in her history?
Yes, in college she had trialed Prozac, propranolol, and Wellbutrin.
And fair to say she indicated that to you that she did well on those medications in nursing school?
Correct, with the only side effect being sexual side effects.
Did you talk to her at this point in November 21, 2022, about whether she had a plan to go back to work?
I don't know if that was a specific day. I know that we talked about work at a different date.
Okay. If you have your note in front of you, I just draw your attention to maybe the last paragraph of the history of present illness.
Oh, I'm sorry. And you're talking about the day of the intake.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you said the 22nd. So yeah, she had planned to go back to work in October, but it got delayed. She pushed it forward to November because she was having anxiety.
Okay. And during the course of this intake, again, you did those same mental status screens for any concerns, right?
Correct.
Did you know any in this face-to-face in-person meeting with her?
No, she was goal-directed linear. She was a great historian, actively participated in the care plan.
And as far as some of the screenings that you do during these visits, for a person who is in that postpartum period, are there any specific screenings that you do?
Yes, we do the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale. We did the GAD, which is the Generalized Anxiety Depression Scale. We did the Mood Disorders Questionnaire Scale, the Colombian Suicidal Scale, as well as the 5 Ps, which assesses for substance use disorders and pregnancy and postpartum.
And so as far as in each one of those screens, what did you find as it pertained to this particular patient?
She was significantly high in the GAD-7, which is for generalized anxiety. She scored 21 out of 21, which is they're just screening, so it's not diagnostic, but it did indicate that she was experiencing extreme anxiety. And then with the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, she scored a 23 out of 30. But the one that I look for the most in that scale is number 10, and she was negative, and that's for suicidality.
Okay. And so why is it that you look at that one in particular, or why do you consider that most?
Because that shows significant depression, especially if they have thoughts of harming themselves.
Is it fair to say that that Edinburgh scale it also could fluctuate with postpartum mom depending on their situation?
Yes.
And the other screens that you performed, did you identify whether there was any substance use issues?
No, there wasn't.
Now, once you were able to kind of gather all this information from her and do these screenings, were you able to come up with an assessment and a plan for how to help her?
Yes.
And what was going to be the plan with Ms. Clancy?
So we had discussed starting Prozac.
Okay. And is that, or why Prozac? Why start there?
Because she'd had a history of being successful on it in the past. And that's a good indicator that instead of trialing multiple medications, to start with the ones that actually work. So I gave her 10 milligrams for the first 4 days to make sure there were no adverse reactions. And then I was going to increase her to 20 milligrams if she tolerated that well.
Okay. And what about some of the medications that she had already, that she was already on, the Ativan and Benadryl and the Trazodone? Did you have a plan for those?
I did. So I encouraged her to take the Ativan. So when Prozac can sometimes be very activating, it can make the anxiety worse before it gets better when you first start it. So I wanted to pair it with the Ativan just in the beginning, just to help her be more comfortable with the anxiety and to make sure that it didn't interfere with her sleep.
And as far as Prozac goes, what class of medication is it?
It's an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is it commonly prescribed to treat people with depression?
Yes, it is a first-line treatment.
You said first-line treatment?
Correct.
And the idea of pairing a particular medication like an SSRI with another medication, is that a fairly common practice with psychiatric medications?
Yes.
As far as you mentioned that sometimes symptoms could get worse before they get better. Is that also common with SSRIs?
Yes, it is.
Does it take a while for a medication to get into a person's system and stabilize them?
Generally, side effects are the first week or two, but to get to a therapeutic level, it's about 4 to 6 weeks.
And was this something that you discussed with her about the timetable it would take to reach a therapeutic level?
Yes.
And when we say therapeutic level, what's the goal of reaching therapeutic level?
Is remission in symptoms.
People start to feel better then, right?
Correct.
Now, even though you were advising that she continue with the Ativan and she had told you that she had concerns about continuing with the benzodiazepine, did you indicate that there would be a plan to taper that or reduce that?
Yes. Once the activating symptoms went away, then we would look at reducing that and moving away from the Ativan and moving more towards like a Buspar.
Okay. And as far as talking about that plan and what the risks and benefits of that plan were, did she appear to understand and engage in conversation with you about that?
Yes, she verbally understood and said that she understood the instructions.
Did she ask the appropriate questions or follow up?
Yes, she did.
And as far as kind of overall what the plan was moving forward, was medication the only recommendation that you were making, or did you have other recommendations for her?
No, I set her up with talk therapy with Letitia Dukes as well.
Sorry, when you say talk therapy, what do you mean by that?
So coming in and actually doing cognitive behavioral therapy with a clinician, someone who is trained in this.
Okay. And so you mentioned Letitia Dukes.
Correct. She was the clinician in our program at the time.
And when you make this recommendation and this intake visit, do you work with the patient to schedule something before they leave, or is it up to them to schedule the time with the social worker?
It was set up with her before she left, I believe.
Okay. And you're aware that the first scheduled appointment with Letitia was for December 2nd?
Correct. I believe because it was a holiday week that week.
Okay. Now, this time that you were with Ms. Clancy during this initial intake, fair to say there's approximately 60 minutes?
Yeah, she spent 30 minutes with my nurse and 60 minutes with myself.
So she was there for an hour and a half?
Correct.
And is that normal time period that you allot for people coming in for intakes?
Yes.
And as far as follow-up with you as the clinician and prescriber, was there a plan set for when she was going to return?
Yes, we had established a return in 2 weeks.
Now, at this point, because you had made that initial contact with her and you had done this intake, was she going to be assigned to you as a patient?
This was going to be a short-term arrangement. I was already in the process of leaving the program at the time.
Had that been communicated to her?
I don't recall.
Okay. And as far as what your plan was, how long were you remaining at the practice?
I was at the practice until mid-December.
So this was like a pre-planned...
I was moving back to New Hampshire, yes.
But as far as the preliminary care, did you continue on with Lindsay as a patient?
No, I transferred her care on November 30th. And I communicated with that to Lindsay.
Okay. So as far as after the intake, she was provided with that December 2nd intake or meeting with Letitia Dukes, the social worker. And then the next scheduled event would have been December 7th, right? For a follow-up?
She had I don't recall the actual, what her next follow-up with me was. I don't recall that date, but she did have a follow-up with Rebecca Gelada.
Okay. Prior to you communicating on November 30th that you were transferring her care, did you have further contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yeah, we had a few phone calls and my chart messages going back and forth.
Can you just explain to the jury what the My Chart messaging system is in your practice?
It's kind of a chat feature between the client. They can reach out directly to the provider. It goes right to our inbox and we can talk back and forth between visits.
And do you encourage patients when they come in and that first meeting to utilize the My Chart messaging system?
I do. Often it's the quickest way to get a hold of me if they're experiencing any major issues.
And fair to say it's just an easy way in between visits to communicate particular points of information or concerns or symptoms.
Yes.
Do you, in your practice, often use My Chart messages if you're not available to meet with the patient to make changes to their treatment plan?
Occasionally, yes.
Now, prior to your first My Chart message with Lindsay Clancy, did you get a text message from her on your personal phone?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether Sue Clancy provided your number to Lindsay?
I know I did. So she had my number because I called her from my personal phone call because it was on a Sunday when I reached out to her initially.
So that November 20th phone conversation was a communication between you and her on your personal phone?
Correct.
And so do you recall on November 22nd getting a message from her saying, "Hi, Julie, this is Lindsay Clancy. I'm sorry to contact you like this, but when you have a minute, can you please call?"
I can't recall whether that was in my chart message or if that was on my personal phone. I apologize.
That's okay. As a result of some way her contacting you, did you then have or send her a message or have a conversation with her on November 23rd?
I know we communicated on the 22nd. I sent a message saying that was the day she was getting nervous about starting the Prozac, so we encouraged her to go ahead and start the Prozac. I know we communicated on the 23rd, either by phone or by my chart message, that indicated that she had taken the medication. She had started it on the 22nd.
Okay. And were you aware at this time period that she was currently already a patient in the South Shore Health System Network with a primary care physician named Margaret Anastasia?
Yes.
And she's a nurse practitioner, right?
Correct.
Now, as far as these concerns that she relayed to you about starting the Prozac, do you know whether she did start the Prozac?
Yes, she stated that she started the Prozac on the 22nd of November.
Okay. And by November 25th of 2022, did you start having some MyChart communications with Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
And so just referring first to November 25th of 2022, fair to say that you gave her or sent her a MyChart message encouraging to kind of stick with the plan, right?
Correct. Prior to that, yes.
At that point, had you prescribed her something to help her sleep outside what you had previously provided or outside what she had?
Before November 25th, I did not.
Okay, so on November 25th, did you prescribe her some additional medications?
I did. So she wasn't tolerating the Prozac, so we had a conversation about stopping the Prozac. I gave her, she was really having a hard time sleeping, so I gave her a one-time dose of Ambien. And then I also prescribed mirtazapine, which is another antidepressant, but it works really good for sedation and anxiety. So it started that at 7.5 milligrams, told her to stop the Prozac. And I also paired it with Klonopin, but I told her explicitly not to take the Ativan, just to take the Klonopin to help. It's longer acting benzodiazepine to help her with sleep and longer acting anxiety support while we got this new medication up and running.
And so in your conversations with her about her concerns about the Prozac, fair to say she reported to you that she was feeling disconnected, out of it, a little bit spacey. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you said your recommendation at that point was to discontinue the Prozac.
Correct.
And as far as the Prozac went, she hadn't taken it for very long, had she?
She took it for 3 days.
3 days?
Correct.
And again, you had that conversation with her about kind of waiting it out for the 4 to 6 weeks. But based on what she was reporting to you, did you have any concerns about her stopping the Prozac after only 3 days?
When a client doesn't have buy-in to the medication, it's awful. It doesn't work as well. So I was working with Lindsay to try and find a medication that would make her feel more comfortable. She was feeling very uncomfortable, very anxious, and the Prozac, she just wasn't tolerating the activation from the Prozac. So mirtazapine is a little bit more calming, which I thought she would resonate with better.
Okay. And so again, this is not one of those follow-up visits on a telehealth or a face-to-face. So were you relying heavily on what she was reporting to you?
Yes.
And again, in that MyChart message, you did indicate to stop the Prozac, Benadryl, and Ativan, and don't take while taking Klonopin, right?
Correct.
And in your practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who prescribes medication, is it common that you have to kind of trial different medications to find the right one to work for any given patient?
Yes, it's pretty common practice in psychiatry.
And fair to say, there's no way to anticipate how a particular patient is going to respond to any particular treatment, medication treatment.
Correct.
So after prescribing the Klonopin, the mirtazapine, and giving her that single dose of Ambien, did you do anything or set anything up to follow up with her after changing those prescriptions?
I just told her to she can my chart message me over the weekend. It was the holiday weekend. So I made sure she knew I was available to answer her questions.
And fair to say she did, in fact, my chart, you sent you my chart messages over the course of that weekend, correct?
She did, yes.
And so starting at 7:51 on November 26th, she reported to you kind of how that night went, didn't she?
Yes.
Where she said, I did better last night. I took 7.5 mirtazapine and 0.5 Klonopin at bedtime, slept fairly well on and off until 3:45. And then she asked, do you think increasing the mirtazapine will help me stay asleep longer? I can survive like this, but would be helpful to get to sleep until at least 5. Thoughts? Thank you, Lindsay.
Yes.
Did you respond to that message?
I did.
And what did you advise her to do when she asked about increasing the mirtazapine and wanting to stay asleep longer?
I said she could trial the 15 milligrams.
And again, is that something that is common for you to do in prescribing, that maybe you have to adjust the dosage?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that increasing the mirtazapine up to 15 would have had any issues or problems?
No.
And then again, on November 27th, you had a correspondence with her starting at 9:59 a.m. where she again reports to you how she did that night. Is that something you encouraged her to do, to just give you a nightly or like a follow-up the next day, check in to let you know how she was or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms?
I do that with a lot of clients that are really anxious. I like to make myself available to them so that they have that reassurance.
Okay. So this wasn't kind of unexpected.
It wasn't out of the ordinary for me.
And so on the 27th, she indicated she slept well, taking the 15 mirtazapine and the 0.5 Klonopin, feel rested but super disconnected with myself and reality, and describes it as a scary feeling. I'm thinking of stopping Klonopin tonight and just taking the mirtazapine. Do you recall that?
I do.
Communication? And she acknowledges that I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be right, okay? Or sorry, I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be okay, right? Do you recall her asking that?
She's referring to the Klonopin, and yes, she did. She was really anxious about being dependent on benzodiazepines. So I think her goal was to not be on them. And if she was going to, the disorientation might have been because of all the sedation from the mirtazapine, which is a common side effect, which is why we chose that. And she knew that. And adding the Klonopin, maybe removing that might have helped with some of the sedative factors for it.
So did you find there to be any issues with stopping the Klonopin or her deciding not to take it after 2 days?
No, I did not.
And in fact, you indicated and told her that should help with the disorientation, right?
Yes, it might.
Okay. And so that was on November 27th. And fair to say that there was another communication via my chart on November 28th with Lindsay Clancy.
Yes, there was.
And at this point, she was asking for, or there was some back and forth about needing a note for work, correct?
Correct.
And is that something that you had talked about with her, about getting another note for work?
Yes, that's what I do that often.
And in fact, you kind of went back and forth with her, and ultimately she said never mind, that she didn't qualify for short-term disability anymore, and she's just going to be on personal leave.
Correct.
So on the 28th, there was no back and forth about her taking the medicine and the effects or how she was feeling?
She actually had a panic attack earlier in the day before those communications about work. And I recommended she take 0.5 of Ativan and go for a run. And I also recommended that she consider doing the partial hospitalization program at Women and Infants.
And what was her response to the recommendation for the partial hospitalization program?
At that time, she felt it wasn't going to work logistically for her or her family.
Okay. And why did you recommend maybe going for a run?
To get rid of some of the adrenaline from the anxiety. And running has been a really good thing for her in the past, and I thought it would help calm her down.
Okay. Now, on November 29th of 2022, that was the first day that she actually met with Rebecca Gelada, but you had some conversation with her, or she sent you a message, I should say, earlier in the day, correct?
She sent me a message earlier in the day, and at that time I wasn't working that day, and Rebecca had an opening, so I offered the appointment with Rebecca for her. So I didn't actually communicate with her that day.
Okay, but you did receive her message at 6:05 a.m. Where she reported that at that point she took 15 Remeron and CBD and it only worked slightly.
Correct.
So how did you get from what you have told us now was the mirtazapine, or that's Remeron, right?
Correct.
How do we get from just the mirtazapine with not the other, without the Klonopin or without some other?
The Klonopin was an as-needed medication, so I honored her choice to be able to decide whether she wanted to take that or not.
Okay. So after this panic attack, after the communication about the work form, she reports the next morning that she took the 15 of the mirtazapine or Remeron, and then she was having some sleep issues, right?
Correct.
And that she tried breathing meditation and muscle relaxation, but that she ended up having to take the Ativan.
Correct.
Now, had you had any conversation with her in this back and forth in these MyChart messages about whether Ativan was something that she should continue to take?
It was understood that she wouldn't take it until I had that conversation with her. I was under the understanding that she wouldn't be taking it while taking the Klonopin.
But she had told you she wanted to discontinue the Klonopin.
Correct.
And so you said as of November 30th that you had then fully transferred care.
I let her know that I would be leaving the clinic, and I thought it would be best if she saw a clinician that was working 5 days a week.
And Rebecca Gelada, is she a clinician that works at the clinic?
Correct.
And had you worked with her for quite some time?
She had been in the clinic, I think, for 2 years, I believe, at the time.
And you said that you had recommended on the day before, on the 29th, that she set up that meeting with Rebecca because she was available.
Correct.
So it just was kind of happenstance that she ended up with Rebecca, or?
I was in the process of transferring all of my patients between Rebecca and our new hire, and Rebecca was an experienced clinician, so I felt she would be a better match for Lindsay.
Okay. And as far as when you sent or communicated to Ms. Clancy that you were transferring her care, that was via MyChart message, right?
Correct.
And Lindsay then responded to you, or do you recall if she responded to you? I'm sorry.
She did respond to me saying, thank you for the care that I provided. She appreciated it and wished me luck.
Did you have any other contact with Lindsay Clancy after that point?
No, I did not.
And just to be clear, so when we were talking about moving from November 28th to the 29th in time, did you have a phone call with her outside the MyChart messages about that panic attack? Or do you recall having entering a progress note about that?
I do remember entering a progress note about that.
Okay.
And that's when I told her to go for the run. I made the recommendation for the PHP.
Did you ever have any further contact with Sue Clancy about Lindsay Clancy's care after that first contact on November 20th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
I have no further questions at this time.
Council, can I see it? Sidebar.
Okay, I think they're nearly finished now.
Break.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, well, members of the jury, just a couple minutes. So we're going to break. The Commonwealth is finished on their direct. We're going to start with the cross-examination of this witness, but we're going to start that tomorrow. All right, so we're going to break till tomorrow. Remember my instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case, or even similar cases in regards to this. Don't read anything. Don't take any field trips. Don't do any research. You kind of know what the instructions are. I'm going to ask you those questions. We'll come in. We might start. I'd ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There may be an issue I have to talk to counsel. It might cause a little bit of a delay, but we'll try and keep that minimized. We'll get you in here tomorrow. Okay, great. Thank you for all your work, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Court, all rise.
IKR. Oh, what does IKR mean? Something. I know, right? Is it that?
Sure, so
I know, right?
on this court's session, please be seated.
All right. Anything else we need to address the court? All right, thank you. So the plan will be to start tomorrow. Before we bring the jury back in, my plan would be to address the defendant's motion for that additional witness. We could
I know,
do
right?
that first thing, and then after we argue that, go right back into the presentation evidence. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Short for I know, right? What's that noise? Hold on. Sorry about that. I had an alarm going off on my other phone. And I was like, what is that noise? Right. Yeah, I want to go over that as well, the shocking plea deal. Let me just have a look what's happening over on Kick. I can remember in the past when I was younger, like having loads of blood tests. They checked me for anemia. I think I was slightly anemic at one point. They checked my hormones, they checked everything, but everything would come back normal, apart from I was slightly anemic at times. Well, I Googled it, Ord Salty. I wasn't sure. I Googled it just in case. There's a few, look, there's the Jack and Lily's mum speaks out, the Lindsay Clancy plea deal. These are the few things that I want to go over. Let's see what's happening over on Kick. Not Kickbot, Kick. Because I'm going to add Kick on and do a multi-stream for a little bit. But I'm trying to be mindful of not doing too long. Is there anyone on over Kick? No, it's quite quiet over there. Okay. Let's add, see if it'll, yeah, not Clancy. I keep saying Clancy. I apologize. Clenny. Courtney Clenny. Sorry, not Clancy. So I want to go over the Courtney Clancy. Yeah, that was my fault. Sorry. I called her Clancy. Even when I searched for it, I called her Clancy. Sorry, I keep doing that. We've got the plea deal. We've got Jack and Lily's mum. And I want to go over this Vinny. Which do you want first? We're going to go over to Kick now. I'm going to add them on if it'll let me. Do you know, I said that. I misspoke and I didn't even realise I'd said it because it's... which do you want first? No, it was me. Courtney Clancy. My brain wants to go to Clancy or the Jack and Lily or go over Patrick Clancy. Which one first? Vinny. Okay, we'll start with Vinny then, which is what I was originally going to do. Let me see if it'll allow to kick on now while we do this. What's he called? Let me see what he's called, the title of it. Hold on. What's the title? Did Patrick do it? That's what the title is. Just bear with me a second. Did Patrick do it? See, I can't do too much true crime, and then it's nice to have a break from the drama, isn't it? I do like to keep updated. Did Patrick do it? And other true crime updates. Did Patrick do it? Did Patrick Clancy will do? Want landscape. Will it let me add kick on? Has anyone heard our truth? There's no why. He was live twice yesterday, wasn't he? Why? What's wrong with him? He was live twice yesterday. Will it let me add it on? Yes, it's let me add it on. Right, I've got to put partner. I've got to put multi-streaming on. Let me do that now. Otherwise they'll tell me off. Plus 18 and multi-streaming. Save. Okay, so if you're coming in, we've been live on YouTube and we're just adding kick on now. So we're not doing drama, we're doing, at the minute we're doing a set a goal. I haven't got a goal. Subscription goal. 50 subs and then we'll give a hoodie away. Because people are donating numerology profiles, so we'll leave that to the donations. I'll let that run to the 13th. Start goal. So we've got a goal of 50. If we hit 50 before it runs out, I will give a Trisha Talks hoodie away. Welcome in, everybody. We are... Stop. We're not doing we're not doing drama at the minute. We're doing some. So if you want some true crime updates, something a little bit away from all the drama, Then get comfy. I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come up. So there was no intro. We just went straight into it. Right, I'll take the chat off. We don't need the chat on, do we? So make that. Let me drop the link. And if you're on YouTube and you're not following me on Kick and you haven't got, or you haven't even got a Kick account, then think about doing that. Well, more than think, just do it. Join us. We have fun over there. We do giveaways. We're doing a big giveaway in August. We do lots of giveaways as well. Hear my clicky keyboard because I'm not muted. Let me just pin the link. Where's the link? Let me pin that. Who have we got in chat over on? I need my background music on. I feel like we need a bit of background music. It feels naked without it. Let me know if it messes the mic up though. Right, might take a second to just settle down. I just put it on really low. Okay, so what's going on with Truth? I thought he was live twice yesterday, Sunday. So what can mean? What? Are you serious? Truth dead? It's me being all nonchalant going, oh yeah, like he was live twice yesterday. He's all right. What? Oh my God. Yeah, we've gone to Kick, Cindy. Oh my God, I had no idea. Why did nobody tell me? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. He's got to keep himself calm. Like all this raging is not doing him good. Do you know what I was only thinking the other day? That all this raging and with his history of his blood pressure, he needs to be careful. Oh my, excuse my French. Hey Laurie, when did this happen? Thanks, beautiful disaster. Yeah, if we could just keep somebody over on YouTube. I watched 5 minutes. VP has lost it. Who's VP? Oh, thank you. I had no idea. It's me. I'm not even mentioned him. Thinking, oh, I thought he said he felt like crap, like he got a cold. I had no idea. So Truth, sending lots of positivity, love and healing. I had no bloody idea. He had a mini stroke and a heart attack. Oh my God. I had no idea. I had no idea. It happened during his live? Oh no. Did you all see it? Oh my God. That is... Did you all see it happen? That must have been so scary. BJ was taking the piss out of him as well for his coughing, wasn't she? He kept having hiccups, isn't that big of a heart? Oh, hiccups isn't necessarily a heart issue thing. We all get hiccups at times. I've downloaded Clues Kick because I've been live on here, so I popped in and said hi and dropped a full send and stuff, but I couldn't listen obviously because I was live, but I've downloaded her live because she left it up and then I can watch the replay. Oh, we had hiccups for hours. Well, then maybe hiccups for hours. There's a different thing to the odd hiccup. Oh my God. He has an issue with the valve in his heart. That's what he told us. I didn't know. Do you know what? If I'd known that, I'd have told him, Truth, you've got to stop all this raging. And I'm not telling the man what to do, but for his own bloody health, he needs to. I knew he'd been having blood pressure issues, but I can't tell a man what to do. You know, he's going to do what he's going to do, but it's not good to be raging like that. Yeah, that's what my dad was waiting for the camera down his throat because he was having all these heartburn issues, and turns out he had blocked arteries, and then he'd been having heart attacks. He was supposed to go to the clinic and didn't. These people are not worth his health and his life. Also true saying it's not. Yeah, but like my son's got a heart condition, and the doctor said from day one you need to keep stress to a minimum as much as you can. Not just when he's a baby. No tattoos, no piercings, no smoking. Now I know that's different because that was a birth congenital heart defect. Apparently he had a heart attack and a mini stroke. Hey, Crims, it's me sat here going, oh no, he's all right. He did 2 streams yesterday. There's nothing wrong with truth. I had no bloody idea. Ooh. No idea. So we're all going to send lots of love and positive vibes. It's truth. It's way too young. My dad was in his early 50s and it nearly took him out. I thought that was young. These people aren't worth it. My ex-husband used to have in his 20s. See, it used to worry me so much. When he got into when he got in trouble, let's say, it wasn't when he was hurting me, he was getting in fights and stuff. And obviously, in the military, you can't go around punching other personnel or civilians. And he'd be in one of his episodes, and his blood pressure be through the roof, and he was only in his mid-20s. And I said to him, you've got to stop this. You're going to have blooming problems with your heart. I think he's about 42, isn't he? Yeah, my ex would get blood pressure problems. I mean, he wanted medicated. I don't know about now. I don't know what he's like now, but let me just check on Kick. I've got multi-streaming on, yeah. Well, that just stunned me for a minute there. Right, okay. Back to this. I will listen to Clues Live after I've downloaded. I'll send a message to Jana, see if she can get it, and we'll send a message from all of us. Oh, look, he's got a hoodie saying allegedly on it. See, Brittany J should have done stuff like this. Look, plain and simple. Well, he's going to have to stop responding. I mean, look, I can't tell the man what to do. He's an adult, but he's going to have to not respond. Okay, Crimson, thank you. Thank you, Crimson, for the skull emoji. I'll send a message from all of us here. I have that hoodie. It's pink. Bought it from Bonnie. Who's Bonnie? Really, why not 49ers? Hiccups for 4 days straight. 3 years ago, I ended up having a stroke. Oh, my God. Judy Miller, please can you email me your proof of that? Respectfully. They've got to stop telling him things, because if he doesn't, like, people tell me stuff all the time and I just ignore most of it. I really do. But if you can't not respond, if you can't stop yourself responding, and don't get me wrong, the things that they've done to him and said about his trauma and everything, to me is just disgusting. But he can't afford to. His life's more important. Yeah, my dad had to have a triple heart bypass, Sassy. Oh, they're going to have a field day with this. Judy, could you know the information you keep dropping in chat about Patrick Clancy? Can you email me the proof you have to back up your claims about Patrick, about him having Lindsay's watch, and that he basically called her watch himself and it was all set up? Can you send me the proof that you have to back that up? Because obviously in true crime, you can't just run with rumor. You've got to back it up with facts. And it had nothing to do with him being a smoker. Your husband wasn't a smoker. You see, my dad was a smoker, but he gave up when I was 5. And I was like 21, I think, when he had his heart. Him and his twin brother had a triple heart bypass within a year of each other. His brother carried on smoking, whereas my dad had given up. Laurie, he must do. But I tell you what, if they, I know males that have gone through what Truth's gone through, not all the adoption stuff to that degree, but the other stuff. And if they said to the males I know that have been through it, they'd probably, if they could get their hands on them, they would probably be 6 feet under, because you are playing with fire, taunting someone who's been through that terrible, you'd be lucky to walk away with your life. Some people would just lose their shit. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Within a year of each other. But yeah, one was a heavy drinker and heavy smoker, and one was given up and was more of a light drinker, but regular. Yes, it's 100% on video at CBS and restaurant video. Lawyer submitted email proof in court. Okay. Why are they not arresting Patrick then? That's my question. Which lawyer submitted the email? Reddington. So do you mean Lindsay's lawyer has submitted proof to the court? Because I haven't seen that yet. That's not come up in the trial. That's what I mean. The metadata would prove where it was called from. The metadata wouldn't back that up, though. That's what I think my dad's was. Why not 49ers as well? Stress. They'd been all over him. This is what I don't understand. I'm open to discussion and the fact that it's a possibility. But why have the police not arrested him then? Who's that? They're doing okay today. Who's that, Jen K? Are they doing okay today? Not trying to be nosy. Who, Jen K? My dad and his twin brother? Yeah, and why did Lindsay confess? Why did she ask for a lawyer? You mean my dad and his brother, Jen K? No, well, my dad had his heart bypass just after I got married. He was waiting for it when I got married. He lasted about 20 years and then he died because he died in December 2015 because he needed, it turns out, another triple heart bypass, and his brother died 11 years prior. So now they're both passed away now. But my dad did get 20 years of extra life, and his twin brother got extra life, but not as long. But then he did. No, my dad's twin brother went way before. But he carried on drinking and smoking. Now, he gave up alcohol. He was teetotal for 14 years until my cousin got married. And she got married just before me. And then he hit the bottle again. But what killed him was it blood poisoning in the end? My Uncle Tom. I mean, it is, it is what it is that, they got extra life. My dad got 20 years extra life. So, I mean, it's a lot, isn't it? But he was mid-70s and needed another triple heart bypass, and he died before they could even operate. Thank you, Enid, for the full send. Yeah, my dad died actually, that is so weird. Truth came in the other day. I mean, I was a little bit, I'll be honest, I don't like the mama jokes when my mum's died, but it is what it is, and he didn't probably understand. But my dad died on Truth's birthday. Not the same year, though, obviously. Anyway, let's not keep stuck on that. I do find it a bit uncomfortable, even though I brought it up. Yeah, 13th of December is the anniversary. And my nana, my mum's mum and my dad both died the same day, 13 years to the day. Well, I think this is what Vinny's going to go over, Judy. Well, I can play a bit of devil's advocate here. I've been out and about and changed shoes from flip-flops to shoes or boots when I've been out and about. I've changed shoes. I've took spare shoes or footwear with me going to certain places, not because I was doing anything dodgy, more for comfort. A lot of people have extra shoes in their car. Vinny's going to be talking about the rumours of Patrick Clancy, which is Lindsay's husband or ex-husband. Yeah, how many of us? Come on, put a one in chat if you've changed your footwear while out and about, because I have many times. I might have gone, a lot of women take a spare pair of shoes to the end of a night on a night out. Look how many people there. Look, one. That doesn't prove guilt to me. Yeah, just about everybody. Rachel Rach says, almost always have a spare pair in my vehicle. Laurie keeps shoes. Yeah, but he swore he never went home before going to the restaurant. He also changed his clothes. He swore he never went home before going to the restaurant. Home from where? Well, he wouldn't need to go home if they're in his car. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. He swore he never went home before going to the restaurant. Because which did he go to first? I'd have to look it up, the restaurant or CVS. Well, let's see what Vinny says, because I think Vinny's going to go through it. If I show you here, I'll just skip ahead. He's talking about the rumours. He's not saying it's true. Where's the picture? Look, he's going to show us, look. CVS, brown boots, half zip jacket. At 3V, is in tennis shoes and an unzipping coat. How do you know that's an unzipping coat? Is it that you just can't see the zip? Did he change from boots to tennis shoes because of comfort? How do you know they're tennis shoes, though? Like the footwear might be different. But you see, it's black and white, isn't it? Is this coloured video? Oh, yeah, there's a bit of colour. I don't know, because you can't tell if that's an unzipped jacket easily. Let's see what Vinny says anyway. I'm curious.
The internet's on fire. Patrick Clancy's got a secret double life. Patrick Clancy, not Lindsay. Patrick Clancy is the one responsible. This is an unbelievable development in what people are saying, what people are talking about. Did not expect this. This came out of like left field for me. Patrick Clancy's connection, responsibility for what happened to his children. Not like he should have done more to help his wife.
Hold on a minute. Am I tripping here? I don't remember him saying he went home. I thought he was out picking both the CVS and the takeout and then went home. He called Lindsay. He didn't go home. Am I getting this wrong? We've watched the trial from day one, all the way through. I need to double check this. This is why I like having the discussions, because I don't remember him saying he went home, but it's a lot to take in. Just typing, so because it's clicky, I'm just did Patrick as he went home during between CVS and I didn't think he went home. Now I'm confused. Anybody else? He said he called, she didn't answer, and then she called him back. He called her, she didn't answer, he said, and she called him back. So according to his testimony, Patrick Clancy went straight from CVS to 3V restaurant to pick up takeout and only headed home after that. He did not stop at home in between. And I said, I asked about his testimony. He left the house at 5:15 to 5:20 p.m., drove 3 minutes to CVS, entering the store at approximately 5:32 p.m., where he bought stool softener and a pack of Skittles for his daughter Cora. Drove roughly 10 minutes from CVS to 3 restaurant in Plymouth, arriving around 5:40 p.m. to pick up the takeout order. Only then did he drive home, a trip he estimated took 10 to 12 minutes, arriving around 6:09 p.m., which is when he found the house unusually quiet and eventually discovered Lindsay injured outside and their children in the basement. One detail that's drawn public attention, though, that there was an unexplained gap between when he should have arrived at CVS around 5:18, 5:20 and when surveillance actually shows him entering at 5:32. Prosecutors suggested he may have sent a work email from the parking lot during that time, which he said was possible. That's not factual. He didn't say that. The prosecutor's saying it's possible. Let me ask, we need to watch his testimony again on another day. I think we're going to have to watch his testimony on another day again and pick it apart. Because there is a lot to take in when you're watching. Oh, I bet I'll take that back. Patrick testified he sent a work email to his co-workers on January the 24th at 5:24 p.m. timestamp from what was identified as Surf Pro laptop. The problem, he testified he left the house at 5:15 and surveillance footage doesn't place him at CVS till 5:32, leaving a 9-minute gap. But does that mean the laptop was at home or was it out with him? When pressed on whether the email came from his laptop, which would suggest he was still home or at least connected to home or network or his phone, Patrick said he wasn't sure. He testified it could have come from his iPhone rather than the Surface Pro. So that's not factual. That's not 100% fact. On redirect, that he supposed he could have sent it from his car in the CVS parking lot, saying, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20 p.m. So that's not guarantee either way. So to me, it's vague. Or it's your brother's birthday. Well, it's saying here that there's no proof at the minute whether he sent it from the car park or home. It's not a fact he sent it from home. We've watched it all day, every day, but I know I'd have to double check things. He didn't go home. People are trying to find a conspiracy that he's done this and not her, and that he's walking scot-free. We'll have to review it again. So reading that back, it is not clear whether it was home or the car park. And if it was home, why did the police not say, well, why have you come back? Like, why did you go back? You know, we're going to arrest you for, you know. Why wouldn't they have arrested him for this? No, they're talking about the Surface Pro as iPhone and whether he emailed his staff, the staff, that day. According to this that I'm reading. He said his laptop, which was when pressed on whether the email came from his laptop, which would suggest he was still home. But what if he took the laptop out with him? Or do they know it was connected to the home network? Or at least connected to the home network? Or his iPhone? Patrick said he wasn't sure. He testified. That was the email to co-workers and staff, not about the suicide thing. Surely they'd be all over it if it Patrick. They can't have messed up that badly, surely. Anyway, let's carry on.
No, more like he had a double life, didn't want his wife, didn't want his kids, and got rid of them all. That's what we're talking about.
That's the rumors. That's what he's talking about.
That's what we're going to talk about in this video. Because the internet has gone bonkers on this, like blowing up. And I'm trying to figure it out. All day long, I've been digging.
He'll be going into hiding now because he's going to be getting accused of murder.
Digging deep, trying to figure out what is the basis of all of this. So we're going to talk about it. We'll talk about everything from the timeline to the shoes. As we take a look at Patrick Clancy, not Lindsay Clancy, Patrick Clancy, the evidence, the skeptics, the allegations, and is there anything to back this up? I'm Vinnie Politan. It's Sunday. Thank you so much for joining me. We've got another big week coming up on Court TV on this case against Lindsay Clancy. But here in this video, we're going to talk about Patrick Clancy. This is Vinny Live.
Let's try this now. Okay, we can skip this.
Go there. Why not go there tonight? let's just do it. I mean,
see, BJ has missed out on an opportunity with this hoodie he's got allegedly, and then on the back you could just have very simply with allegedly with Brittany J or something, but she wants to have it all like it's going to be like a gummy bear's vomited all over her merch if she ever gets the merch done, right?
I'm surprised. I am. At times I was baffled, but then I started digging in to figure out what people were talking about. Because let me just start with this premise, okay? The premise of Patrick Clancy's involvement is that neither the prosecution nor the defense is talking about that. The prosecution nor the defense. And why is that important? Why is that important? Kevin Reddington, you've been watching him. I told you about it. I was telling you for months leading up to this trial about her lawyer, Kevin Reddington, and how good he is, how thorough he is, and how persuasive he can be, and how on point, how he takes control of a courtroom, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If there was evidence that Lindsay didn't actually do it, do you think that they would be relying upon the hope of a not guilty because of a lack of criminal responsibility? An NCR, which doesn't set her free initially, confines her until she's no longer
This is 2 hours. I mean, we might not do the whole thing, but it's 2 hours.
danger to herself or to others. But it's a defense that runs many risks with it. Because the first thing you have to do when you claim that is basically admit that you did it. The lack of criminal responsibility is not saying you're not responsible for the act.
Let me speed this up a little bit. I'll just put it in one. I mean, there would be if they had a sniff that he did something out of, you know, his timeline didn't match and they're really suspicious, they'd be all over him. I don't get this.
But you're not criminally responsible for the act because of your mens rea, your state of mind. So this is a big premise you have to think about when you're thinking about the things we're going to talk about here. It's like, if there was a there, why wouldn't Kevin Reddington go there of all defense attorneys?
Exactly.
With that much experience and that smart and the ability.
He'd be all over it, the defense would be.
To find reasonable doubt wherever it lurks. This is not the Karen Reed case. There's no alternative theory inside the courtroom bubbling up with the people involved that anyone other than Lindsay Clancy actually did what caused the death of her 3 children. Now, there could be arguments about the treatment, the medications, should he have left the house, like all of that. Yes, you can talk about that. But nowhere, anywhere, have I seen inside that courtroom anything about her not doing it, committing the act. It's not there. If there was evidence there, wouldn't Kevin Reddington take advantage of it? Of course he would, because he has for decades and decades in criminal courtrooms all across the state of Massachusetts. but he hasn't. Now, the other thing is, once we dive into these, again, we're going to dive into these theories and the skeptics, etc. There's not going to be evidence in this trial to refute any of this because neither side is alleging any of this. This is another big premise you have to understand. That if someone was alleging, like the defense was alleging that Patrick was the one responsible, then prosecutors would put in more evidence to demonstrate that he didn't do it. But they're not doing that. So all these pieces, Apple Watch, shoes, timeline, etc. If there were some questions or some problems, there would be more evidence about it to demonstrate that it's not plausible. But you're not going to see that evidence. And I don't want you to take the fact that you're not seeing that evidence, that the evidence doesn't exist. It's just no one needs that evidence because neither the prosecution nor the defense is saying that Patrick did it, is saying anything other than, yes, Lindsay did it. But the question is, was she or was she not mentally ill? Was it the mental illness that caused it or was it Lindsay that caused it? Lindsay's mental illness. It's not gonna be there. It's not gonna happen. It has not been part of any of the pretrial litigation leading up to this. It was not part of any opening statement, which is the roadmap of the case. None of that exists. And some of these things, which are sort of simmering and bubbling, could be potentially disproved, but won't be in this trial because it's not an issue. So those are two big premises that you have to understand. And it makes a lot of this, puts it in a very different place than when, for instance, the Karen Reed trial, when you were talking about people inside the house, 34 Fairview, and you didn't see evidence, but you saw something, but you didn't see anything to refute it. Then, it made sense because no one was conceding that Karen Reed was responsible. Quite the opposite. But that's not this case. That's not this trial. That's not what the evidence is going to be presented inside the courtroom. So let's start just by going through the timeline. And I'll pop this up on the screen for you. And the timeline is sort of important here. It's important for both sides in the issue that's before the court, which is her mental state. But how does it impact Patrick Clancy? 402, Lindsay searches for kids' Miralax on her cell phone, uses Apple Maps to calculate the driving distance from their Duxbury home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth.
Okay.
Is someone saying that she's not doing that search?
So are they going to insinuate this is him now and not her?
Is he doing that search for her? Is he setting up this whole thing to make her believe that she did it? Is that what's going on here? Like, I'm trying to understand.
But the lady from the restaurant said she spoke to a lady, a female, not a male.
Because Lindsay herself is not saying that she didn't do it. Like, Lindsay herself not saying that. Is this
This is how conspiracies start in a case. Like, say if he's innocent, right? Like we think he is. This is all for nothing.
Some sort of movie where the husband is so controlling that he can make her feel like she's losing her mind and she doesn't know reality? Like, is he really doing that to her while her parents are there? All right, 413, Lindsay searches for the 3V restaurant online. Is that him or her? Is he searching? 447, Lindsay calls a CVS pharmacy in Kingston to check if they stock children's Miralax. The manager confirms they don't, but have alternatives. 453, Lindsay texts Patrick, who's in the basement, home office, asks if he wants to do takeout from 3V since she didn't cook. Patrick agrees. Did he take her phone and start doing, is this like all the setup? This is part of the setup by Patrick?
I thought the woman at 3V said that she spoke to Lindsay, though.
This is part of his elaborate. How far back does his plan go? Does he know that in the first 2 pregnancies, there was some level of postpartum issues, some level? And he said, let's have another baby because we could really ramp it up. Then I can really push her over the edge. Like, I'm trying to understand that. Doesn't make sense to me. 506, they text back and forth, finalize.
But Laurie, he isn't saying this. He's telling us all what the internet is saying. I don't wear shoes around my home. Well, I do, but they're house shoes. My shoes from outside, I don't. Everybody has to take their shoes off before they come in my home. Everybody, even workmen. That's not abnormal to me. But apparently, what was I going to say? This is what the internet is saying. Well, I think he's trying to debunk it. This is my theory of playing it, is that I thought he was going to try and debunk, meaning this is crazy what you're all putting out there. I don't think he's trying to promote this. He's trying to debunk it. That's what I took from this, but I could be wrong.
Their meal choices, risotto, Mediterranean Power Bowl. Is this fake also?
Look, Lindsay calls 3V restaurant to place a surely that woman would remember if it was a man or a woman that called.
Like, again, as you think about this,
Exactly, Vixen, me too.
This alternative theory by the skeptics that neither the prosecution nor defense know what happened here. Like, neither one of them have any clue of what happened. Like, the people whose job it is to know the case inside and out. All the investigators.
Like C-Bomb
from Massachusetts, DA's office, state police, all those people. Kevin Reddington, one of the best criminal defense attorneys in the state of Massachusetts, if not the best, has no clue what happened here. He didn't figure it out. The guy who has spent hundreds of hours going through every piece of evidence in this case has no clue about what really happened. Because that's what we're saying here. Once you say this alternative theory is what happened, what you were saying, like, and Karen Reed, you're pointing the finger at the people who are investigating the case. So there's a reason why they didn't figure it out, right? At least there's a plausible argument as to why they wouldn't figure it out, because they knew what really happened. They didn't want to know what really happened. Versus this case where they want to figure it out. Are they that bad? Is Patrick Clancy that good? Is he really that good? That he outsmarted the Massachusetts State Police, the DA's office, and the best criminal defense attorney in the state of Massachusetts, and his in-laws, and convinced his wife that she did it. That's the premise here. You can't just like pick and say, ooh, what about this? What about that? No, it's the whole thing. You've got to believe the whole thing. And Patrick Clancy was able to do this. .510, Lindsay calls to place the takeout order under Patrick's name. Was it Patrick? Was it Lindsay? Lindsay texts Patrick at 5:15, asking him also to pick up Pedialyx liquid stool softener at CVS, which then prompts him to leave. That would be Patrick texting himself to remind himself to get that as well. Because he knows he has to create a longer trip in order to make it seem like his wife was able to pull this off. I guess that would be the premise of that. Because you can't just pick a little fact here, a little fact there, a pair of shoes, an Apple Watch, and say, well, no. It's got to be the whole picture. The whole picture. If that's what you're saying, then it's got to be the whole picture, not a little piece like, oh, what is that? It's not just what is that. All right, what is that, and how does that relate to Lindsay Clancy being convinced that she did it, the DA being completely fooled by Patrick, Massachusetts State Police, Kevin Reddington and his investigators, all of them. Got it. They all got it wrong. All the people got paid to investigate this and who have investigated homicides for decades all got fooled by Patrick Clancy. That's the premise. Let's get to the next piece of the timeline. 5:32, 5:33, surveillance video captures Patrick arriving at the CVS on Summer Street in Kingston. Patrick tries calling Lindsay to confirm which specific alternative medicine to buy. She does not answer. Lindsay calls Patrick back. She doesn't answer because she's gone already. And then he calls himself back. And we'll get into the details of all of them, but this is where the Apple Watch comes into play. The 14-second phone call takes place while he's at the pharmacy counter. He notes she sounds quiet and busy. He's lying. So he's making that up. He checks out CVS 5:37. 5:54 p.m. Patrick arrives at the 3V restaurant in Plymouth, pays for the food order, and heads back towards the house. And then at 6:09, he arrives back at the Duxbury residence, notices an unusual silence, calls out for his family, no response, discovers a locked second-story bedroom with blood on the floor and an open window, finds Lindsay injured outside of the ground. He calls 911 at 6:11. During the call, he learns the children are in the basement and rushes down to find them. So that's the base. So in that timeline, there's a lot of lies, and it's a big setup by him. Okay. Let's dive in a little bit. I had to take notes on some of this. I'm referring to my notes here. Let's start with the Apple Watch. So people are saying, and I picked out some actual quotes that I saw in different places. Patrick used Lindsay's Apple Watch to fake a phone call from CBS to establish an alibi after harming the family. Okay. It's sort of an alibi, right? Like, hey, I'm over here. She called in the order. I went to go pick it up, and I came back and she was gone. Right? They're saying he used her Apple Watch to answer the call he made to her from CBS, creating a theory that he used her device to make it appear she answered while she was already incapacitated, claiming he's a tech guy and he would know this. So he's sort of a tech savvy guy. He would know how to do that. Now, could you prove where those phone calls were made, what cell phone towers they bounced off of? Did they bounce off the same one? Yeah, you probably could. If someone is calling an Apple Watch, I don't think the Apple Watch will distinguish between which device actually picks it up. Apple doesn't distinguish. It's either your phone, maybe your computer, or a watch. I don't think you can necessarily tell from those records. I don't think a Cellbrite would do it either. But you have to go off probably the cell towers to figure out where something is. But none of that was done. Like, that's like, I don't think it's gonna be part of this case. They don't need to do that in this case. They don't need to establish where he is and where she is. Like, they know where she's found. He's on video. He's testifying about where he is. This is not a case where you would need the cell phone tower data unless someone was saying that Patrick Clancy was calling himself, but nobody's making that allegation. So this is one of those circumstances where the theory, the alternative theory here cannot be, or likely will not be, discredited in any way because it's not being made. But it potentially could be if you wanted to. But why would you? Because no one's making this argument other than people who are watching the case and saying, well, what about this? What about that? Like, I get it. We all should be skeptical. The jury should be skeptical of the evidence of both sides. Of course they should be. And that's healthy for the system. However, there are certain ramifications of it. If you're skeptical about this evidence and, oh, well, he could have called from his Apple Watch. Yeah, he could have done that. But there's no evidence that he did. But there's no evidence that he didn't. Because it's not an issue. Which means this will remain unresolved. So people who want to believe this, there will be nothing to necessarily debunk it or to disprove it, because the type of evidence to disprove it is irrelevant to the trial that we're watching. So it's just not going to happen. You're not going to see it. But don't forget everything else that comes along with him doing this. It's not just him doing this. It's everything else that he has to do and all the other people that he has to fool.
They weren't all different. There was like Valium, Seroquel, Lorazepam. Yes, I do have a playlist, Rocky. Let me grab that for you. I've been adding them to What's the title to this video? It's called Did Patrick Clancy Do It? I'll drop the link to the video in case you want to watch it again. Somewhere repeats, yeah. We went through them earlier. If you go back, I'll try and timestamp it later, where I showed the hospital visits, the medication. I'll timestamp it later, and I'll get the playlist.
This is the big. This next issue is probably the one that gave birth to a lot of this, which is Patrick had a secret double life. Of course he did, because he got remarried. Because he went through this tragedy and somehow was able to start another life and found someone to start that life with and to start presumably a family with. And they're in New York, which is the same place where he took a 2-day trip a month before the murders. So, did he meet her in this 2-day trip? Was he already with her for this 2-day trip? Or did he fall head over heels on this 2-day trip to New York? Help me understand this double life. When did it start? How much before? So, was this the beginning of it? Or was this just part of the continuation of it? The double life had been going on for some time, and he just snuck a little trip for 2 days to New York. And there was trouble. They were sleeping in separate rooms. We heard about that. One sleeping in the basement, one sleeping upstairs, because Lindsay allegedly couldn't sleep through the night. Or was it something else? There was trouble in paradise.
Now, I didn't realize that he'd gone a month before. Well, I couldn't remember, but we don't know if he met her. I do know he went to New York not long before this happened, but we don't know if he met her then or whether he truly met her after. Only he knows that. Hey, Butter. Only he and the new wife know when they really met. Yeah, but I think this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to make it sound... I mean, there are little bits that people are going to be suspicious of, but he's trying to debunk it. That's what... He's not trying to sensationalize this, as in he's not believing it. He's trying to debunk it, I think.
Or did you have mental illness in the home and things were upside down, inside out, a little chaotic? 3 young children and mental illness and a dad working from home, all inside those, 2,000 square feet? A little chaotic in the home? Is Lindsay scrambling? Or is this marriage over? Like, it's over. I'm trying to figure.
So Donna says, but how do we know that his work didn't send him to New York? Or do we know that his work was like... He worked from home, Donna, up till... He worked... When did he work for Google? He worked from home remotely, and he went on a business trip to New York. Now, that might have been completely random, and it was work sent him, but he might have met the woman there. He worked from home.
You've got 3 kids at home, a wife who's struggling with mental illness. You literally work from home. You've got a little baby, 2 other little, like all 3 kids need something at all times. And mom is struggling, right? I think she is. I mean, that's what this trial's about, isn't it? Like, when did he have time for the second life? I'm looking at it. He doesn't even have time for this life. He has time for a second life, a double life, another wife in New York. Where are the phone records? Kevin Reddington would find those phone records. Are you troubled by the fact that he moved out of the house where his 3 little children lives were taken? Who would stay in that house?
With
To
Microsoft.
me, it's even, I mean, there's some people who wouldn't even move into a house where this tragedy was someone else's family, yet your own family. Is he really going to stay in that house? Is he going to live in the suburbs of Massachusetts? Think about the
I can
level
understand that.
of loss and devastation that's being alleged here, right? I know you don't believe it, but that's being alleged here. If someone had gone through that, and we've seen it in another case, I saw it in Connecticut. There was a home invasion. A father, his wife, his daughters, all taken hostage, his whole family gone. Somehow he survived the whole thing. He was a broken man. They wanted to change the laws in Connecticut for the deep end because of this case. And that guy had to go on with his life. And he did. And I think he actually got remarried. I think he found someone. Is he entitled? Is he allowed? My guess is he probably had some therapy along with that also. But are you troubled by the fact that he moved on in his life? He turned the page? Or is he supposed to just stop living? And what's the right time period? Does he have to dress in all black for the rest of his life? I mean, what is he supposed to do? What is he supposed to do? What is the game plan? Where's the instructions for what you're supposed to do? If again, presuming you believe what prosecutors and the defense are saying here, both, like everybody in the courtroom is saying, like what is he supposed to do? Personally, I'm happy that he was able to turn a page. Like that devastation he's got to live with every day. But to be able to...
Oh, yeah, he traveled for work, but I'm just trying to remember. I'm just looking it up. He did go before the murders to Boston, but we don't... to New York, sorry, but we don't know if he met his second wife there.
Rebuild your life? I'm glad he was able to do that. What do we want? We want him to become like an alcoholic? Do we want him to be
Microsoft?
Just like holed up in his house, in his room, just sitting there, waiting to die? Like, what is he supposed to do? There's no game plan for this. And in his plan, he went into the biggest city in the country where nobody would know him and started fresh. Left the suburbs of Massachusetts, big city, New York, where I guess he had some connection to through work. Okay. Getting through this. We'll get to the shoes. Now, some people are saying that because Lindsay couldn't really speak or communicate, Patrick could not have learned from her where the children were. Here's a direct quote that I found. First responders and hospital staff testified that Lindsay Clancy was largely unresponsive, nonverbal. Lots of speculation that Lindsay would have been unable to have told Patrick where the children were, but he ran straight to the basement after paramedics arrived. This is, for the people that believe this is like, it's not a big house. He's lying that she said basement. That's what she said. She's lying about that. She didn't say that because he had already thrown her out the window, I guess. She was still alive. She was in a really bad state of mind, but she was alive. So there, you're just going to believe he lied. That one, again, like, there's not going to be extra testimony about her level of communication outside at that moment. I mean, I don't know how deeply you dive into all of it to try to prove that. But it's not going to be disproven. Like, you're just going to take it for what it is. But remember, okay, so there's no way. So take the theory now, the Clancy theory, put him on trial. Do you think you could, do you think you can indict him Do you think this is enough to indict him? She's not responsive. He went on a business trip to New York. She was sleeping downstairs. He was sleeping upstairs. What else was there? He could have called from the Apple Watch and the shoes. Let's get to the shoes.
Yeah, he's got a really good job with Microsoft. He's an intelligent
Users
guy.
are alleging that the restaurant and the CVS footage show him in different footwear, sneakers and boots. Sneakers and boots. All right, so I grabbed someone's post on this. Let me just find it really quickly.
So I just want to be clear.
So to me,
Vinny isn't making all this up. This is what is happening on the internet right now. And we've had people coming in the chat, even today, saying Patrick did it as a fact. And they give me reasons why they think Patrick did it. That he definitely emailed, he went home, changed his clothes, he emailed, and there's no proof of this. This is what he's doing. He's trying to debunk it.
to me, this is one like you can see, right? It's up to interpretation. Now, I made some extra markings on this. The arrows were from the original post from a skeptic. The sloppy circles that are made on here are from me. So let me show this to you.
Yeah, Pamela, we've had people in chat today.
Let's examine this. All right. So CVS, he's got the brown boots coming in. I want you to point out something else here that I find really strange, right? With the CVS footage itself, which are the two images on top.
So this is part of what people are running with. They're saying that he had, I don't know who's done this, by the way, or whether this is what Vinny's showing. CVS, half-zip jacket, brown boots. And then they're saying at 3V, he was in tennis shoes and an unzipping coat. Well, I can't tell whether that's an unzipping coat or whether it really was buttons. Could he have took his hood, some people are that particular that they'll change their clothing to go into a restaurant to look smarter than and the less casual look. But then he's got trainers and an alleged unzipping coat.
He's in the vestibule. He has black hair. But then when he steps into CVS, he changes hair color. He now has brown hair. Why did he
That's lighting.
change his hair color? Why did he change his hair color from black to light brown? Why did he do that? I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, bloody TikTok
But
and Facebook.
The boots there.
This is what's happening. TikTok and Facebook. I don't know about YouTube. This is where I've heard it from. And it's ridiculous.
You can see they are sort of brownish, right? Now go to the bottom, because on the bottom left over at 3V, he's got the light brown hair again. He didn't change it back to the black hair when he's in the vestibule. There you can see his tennis shoes / sneakers. However, also at the restaurant, while he's unzipping his coat versus his half-zip jacket at CVS,
Right, silly goose of wood.
looks like he put one boot back on. If you look on that
I'll have a look
right
now.
leg, it looks like he went to 3V. His left shoe has a tennis shoe, but when he first walked in, he had the boot on the right-hand side because that looks like the CVS boot. But then when he went back online, then he changed back into it looks like back into the tennis shoe on his right foot. Why is he doing that? What is he hiding? What is that proof of? So you take these images, you talk about the Apple Watch. Lindsay couldn't have communicated. How did she know where the basement was? He went to New York, then married someone years later. Could you get an indictment? Which is just enough to make an arrest. Not prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, but could you get an indictment? No, you couldn't. Now, let's presume the shoes are switched. What does that mean? What does that even mean? By the way, we've seen the testimony about the blood in the house. He's bloodless here in these images. Where's his bloody clothes? Where are his bloody shoes? Or did the boots have blood on them and then he had to change back into the sneakers? Just trying to figure it out. But I guess you know where I land on this. I'm not buying it. I will always say skepticism is healthy. Every jury should have it. Every journalist should have it. But unfortunately, The there is not there. The there isn't there. How does any of this add up to what is being alleged here? Which is that Patrick, and why didn't anyone else put the pieces together? Like, these pieces don't even fit together for me. It's not like, missing pieces of a tail light. This is not it. This is completely different. This is the DA and the state police say one thing after hundreds of hours of investigation. Kevin Reddington and the defense team, after hundreds of hours of investigation, say something similar about how the children died, but they disagree about the why of it. And now over here is the actual truth, which no one else could find. Let me fill you in on something. I've been at Court TV longer than any human on the face of the earth. There are little things like this in every single trial. Every single trial. There are little things, sometimes they're much bigger than this, that don't make common sense because we don't know everything. And not every question gets answered all the time. And there's sometimes weird things that sometimes neither side can explain. But there are certain hardcore facts that exist in cases. And trust me, every criminal defense attorney knows their case pretty well. And they're always reaching for that reasonable doubt wherever it could be.
Mm-hmm.
In this
Thank
case,
you,
nobody's
Joe Below.
reaching over here.
Thank you for the how
Nobody is reaching over here. And you have to ask yourself why they aren't. Could it be that there's nothing there? Okay. All right.
Hi, Tracy.
Enough of me. Got a lot of folks on here on a Sunday night, so I'm going to get through some comments. I got some things
Well,
to...
Pamela, have you been following this trial? I don't know if you've been following it with us. He's trying to, not he, the internet are trying to say that Lindsay did not kill the children and then try and kill herself. Patrick did it to them, and he's getting away scot-free. That's what the internet is saying.
Get to.
It's
But at least
crazy.
you kind of get where I'm coming from in all of this.
Don't know. Let me just
I just
go
don't-
back and... I don't even know who got these images.
In all of this. I just don't think there's a there there. Let me leave the
Lighting.
shoes. I'll leave the shoes up there.
Someone's trying to create a lot of doubt.
Okay.
No,
All
I
right,
ju-
I'm getting
just want to be clear. Vinny is being over the top because he's showing you what the internet are doing. He didn't believe this. He's showing you what the internet, i.e. creators on TikTok, Facebook, wherever, they're doing this. He's trying to prove it isn't true.
I'm going to start to scroll.
He's not making
And
this up.
wow.
He's not
I've
doing
been going that
BJ.
long. Sorry, I went longer than I thought I was
He's
going
trying to show that people like BJ do this.
to go. But I want to get through
That's
all
what
of it.
he's
for you.
doing.
I want to get through all of it for you. And now we can have the conversation. Let me
Hey,
just
Benedict.
make my way through all of this. I'm really okay. All right, folks, let's get to your comments. But there's nothing here that, from my perspective, you would put in front of a grand jury. There was nothing even here that would even raise a reasonable doubt.
Obviously, Yves Saint Laurent, Vinny isn't saying this. He's been sarcastic at the internet are doing this, and he's trying to debunk it.
If the other side was arguing this, like even if Reddington was arguing this,
Yeah,
I think a lot of
Monk
people are
too.
like, what, really?
Mm.
The husband did it? That's what you're saying? Like the husband did it? Like there's certain times where, yes, we all kind of agree the husband did it. Matter of fact, I think there's a country song about that.
Yeah,
But a real good conversation. I'm looking
debunking
at some
it.
of these comments here. And I just, what I want to do is, let's see.
because he's shocked at what is going on the internet. That makes him look weird when it's like that. Doesn't it? He's shocked at the internet, what they're doing.
Some cases are a whodunit. This is not a whodunit.
They know who's done it.
This is not a whodunit. Like, no one's alleging that it's a whodunit, right? Except some skeptics. But it's so you know. By the way, I posted on the YouTube in the community section, the post section. I asked, "Do you believe Patrick Clancy is responsible?" We've got a few hundred votes, right? And about 17% of you are skeptical. A little higher than I thought it would be. I thought we were going to be in that 10% range, but 17 is an interesting number. It's not negligible. So I'm wondering now, if this is happening, could it potentially happen in the jury room? It wouldn't be outrageous. I mean, I've had cases with juries. I've spoken to them afterwards. That like, hey, this person's on trial for this, and then the jury's like, why didn't they charge that person over there? Like, it does happen. So the jury does have a mind of their own. Each side can present their evidence, but they can go wherever they want, and sometimes they do, whether it's 1, 2, or more of them. So 17%. Again, the numbers are a little low right now. We got to get into the thousands. I just posted it. To me, ends up being an actual issue. All right, let's get things started here. That was a long one for me. All right, I think you're gonna like this. Here we go.
Get up, it's time.
Okay, we'll be skipping the songs. The hell is this? McSpunky 6.9.
Cheers from Mix. We appreciate all. Just for a moment, think about, okay, Lindsay actually did it, and he went through all of that. What's the playbook? What are the rules? Tough spot. If you believe what the prosecution and defense are saying, like if you believe what they're saying, and the investigators from both sides.
Let me know if it's too fast.
Not just the lawyers, but the investigators. If you believe what they're saying and what they believe happened to
A
you,
bit fast, isn't it?
how tough of a spot is Patrick Clancy in? Like, you just want to leave. Like, do you want to be in that house? Do you want to be in that town? Do you want to be recognized by all these people, or you just want to go to the biggest city, 8 million
Really?
people, or however many live there now, and just kind of get lost in the crowd and start all over again? To me, that always made sense. And then he met somebody. All right, let me keep scrolling through here. Oh, Lizzie Yorty. She gives her own account of the whole day, down to what she said to kids as she unalived them in her civil file. Now, she's not alleging she didn't do it. Like, she's not. Like, there's no one's saying that. But is she lying about that to get the money? I mean, that's what that would be the next logical step. Okay, let's go there. Thank you, Lizzie Yorty.
I'm getting hot again.
If in fact Patrick did it, Lindsay has either been convinced by his manipulative behavior that he's controlling her to make her believe that she did it, or she's lying about doing it so she can grab some money from those evil doctors. And that was part of the whole thing. This was all a profit deal. I'm going to start a new life, file a civil lawsuit, get a bag of money from there, get a bag of money from my GoFundMe, and take a few months off, relax, and hang out in my double life. That's what you're saying. And Lisa Mitchell, WV. Yes, years ago, my mom's friend was hospitalized for postpartum psychosis. Thought she was Jesus, but was never violent. This is a very sad and mind-boggling case. Thank you for sharing that. Never violent, thank goodness. So can it manifest itself in different ways? The experts will tell you, yes, it can. It can lead to violence. In the case of Andrea Yates, it led to, she thought she was saving her children. Here, there's a little bit of that, but not really. It's more that she couldn't control her action.
Right. If you're on YouTube, we're going to now switch over to Kick only. So Kick will continue, but if you're on YouTube, you've got the chance to jump over now. I'll drop the link. Or if you're not following us on Kick, then please do so. So Crimson Moon, everybody who's on YouTube side, we're going to switch over and turn YouTube side off. Coming in. Oh, I have to go in the back door and switch the YouTube side off. So hold on. YouTube Studio. Right, I'll carry on playing this and then it will go off in a minute.
She couldn't comport her actions. The mental illness took over her mind and she no longer had the ability to stop it. Postpartum psychosis is real. And I think what you're going to have the experts agree on is that
actually the vertical side can stay up, but the horizontal YouTube will go down. So I'll keep the vertical one going. I can do that.
Can manifest itself in different types of behaviors. The question is always not what could it do, but what did it actually do in this case? And that's what prosecutors have to prove and disprove at the same time. They have to prove she's responsible by disproving that it was the mental illness. Thank you, Lisa Mitchell. A big crowd here tonight. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Pussycat TV, justice for Wayrina.